Chapter 806. How Are Demons Born? Inside the car, Kawako held her knife and asked with a frown. She had just entered middle school, but she already had the spirit of science. How are demons born? Science can't explain it, but many people think it's related to the human heart. The car drove steadily. Kawako looked at her with a smile and nodded approvingly. She opened the small fridge and poured a glass of wine for Pei Ziyan. She shook her head and smiled. This is human thinking. In my opinion, it's related to the spirit of heaven and earth. What do you think? I haven't thought about this. Pei Ziyan took a sip and complained. But if resentment can make one a demon, then our world would have long become hell. Every time there was a war, hundreds of thousands of people died. Even if society progressed, there would always be people who became victims. Resentment could make one a demon, and the world was no longer what it was now. At this time, the destination was close. Kawako smiled and did not continue the discussion. She was a deity with keen senses. She could sense the turbulent, demonic aura of the Watanabe building. As the car approached, her senses became clearer and clearer. The other two also had the same senses, but when they got out of the car and saw the situation of the building with their own eyes, they couldn't help but be shocked. Clusters of air that were as black as ink coiled around the entire building like snakes, layer after layer, wrapping the building tightly. One could even see giant skeletons letting out soundless roars from time to time in the black air, as well as many faces that were crying and howling in desperation and struggling in the black air to no avail. Pei Ziyan stood there. The slender youth raised his head and looked calmly at the building shrouded in demonic aura. He had experienced several worlds, not to mention the terrifying demonic aura and bloody aura of a great demon. He had seen even more ferocious and terrible scenes. Pei Ziyan's eyes finally fell on the top of the building. It was a vortex that ordinary people couldn't see, and it was slowly getting bigger. However, although ordinary people couldn't see the vortex of demonic aura, the police standing nearby felt a kind of creepy feeling. This was the instinct of ordinary creatures to sense danger. It's a sacrifice to the distant shore. Kawako only took a glance, and her expression changed slightly. Even a deity like her could feel the horror in the building, and even a trace of fear emerged. This was no longer pure demonic aura, but mixed with an even more terrifying unknown power. Something was currently responding to this, and the door was already gradually taking shape. This was the door created by the sacrifice of human lives. There's no one alive inside. Pei Ziyan retracted his gaze and spoke plainly. Even if he did, he was afraid that the door would have already taken possession of him, and it would be hard for him to escape. His words shocked the people around him, especially Tokugawa Hisashi, who had just rushed over to welcome him, and his entourage. They looked at the building again in bewilderment. This was especially true for some of the attendants. Their faces were a bit pale, and they wanted to retreat. After all, sacrifice sounded quite sinister. However, for the sake of their future, for the sake of their responsibilities, they couldn't cower in front of everyone's eyes. Kana was probably the one who could understand the conversation between Pei Ziyan and Kawako Sakato, the best among the people present. But even she could only see the phenomenon of the building being wrapped in layers of black gas. But she couldn't see through the phenomenon to see the essence. When he heard the conversation between the two of them, his complexion darkened. Yamada-can, Miss Kawako, if it's a sacrifice, even if everyone in the building is sacrificed, they still won't be able to open such a door, right? Kana asked with a frown. Of course, she wasn't just concerned about the hostages in the building. She was worried about whether such a sacrifice would spread to the surrounding areas. If the unknown demon inside wanted to sacrifice more people, such a situation would be difficult to avoid. Pei Ziyan glanced at her and roughly knew what she was thinking. He explained, although the demon inside isn't weak, it's only limited to using the building as a place for sacrifice. Originally, there weren't enough people in the building, but it seems that they've deceived a lot of people. Kana was a little embarrassed that Pei Ziyan had seen through her thoughts. She couldn't say anything more. Tokugawa Hisashi's gaze turned cold. He turned back and said, Investigate the identity of the person who arrived at the building immediately. Just as he was about to say something, Pei Ziyun said directly, Naomi, Kawako, don't go up. I'll go up and take a look. As he said this, he walked straight to the entrance of the Watanabe building. Some police officers wanted to stop him, but Pei Ziyun's gaze swept across them. They immediately stopped and watched him walk up the stone steps of the building. But at this moment, someone moved. Kawako. Naomi's side was empty. She subconsciously tried to grab him, but she didn't manage to catch him. She then saw that Kawako was already 7 or 8 meters away, chasing after him. Her actions were too sudden. Even UNZ didn't expect it. When Naomi wanted to follow, UNZ pulled her back. Listen to Yamada-kun. Don't follow him. UNZ shook her head and advised. In such a short amount of time, the two figures had already disappeared into the building's entrance and could no longer be seen. Watanabe Building. First floor, the spacious hall was quiet. The ground was littered with corpses that were still fresh. Most of them were employees in uniform. The thick smell of blood in the air was nauseating. A female employee with the name Kumamoto on her chest was lying on her side. Her face was full of fear and disbelief. Pei Ziyun looked straight ahead and walked towards the stairs. It wasn't a wise choice to take the elevator at this time. Pei Ziyun was also curious about what kind of trap was waiting for him. From afar, the stairs looked normal. There weren't even any corpses on the ground. It was clean and tidy. But the moment he stepped into the area of the stairs, a thin fog appeared around him. The fog gradually became thicker. Small tricks. If it's only at this level, then I'm really disappointed. Or is this just the appetizer? Pei Ziyun didn't need to look around. He could already scan most of the area. Because of the strange resistance, he couldn't see the entire building in front of his eyes. But it was impossible for them to launch a sneak attack on him. Divine power? No. It's the tentacles that penetrate deep. This is the first time I've felt so clearly. It's the mouth of the other world. Pei Ziyun laughed. He was willing to come in because the other party saw him as prey. Similarly, he saw the other party as prey. As for who was the prey and who was the hunter, it all depended on the abilities of both parties. Now, who would he summon? Pei Ziyun was looking forward to it. Killing the 3 demons was his mission, but it didn't have to be the specific 3. There were other sacrifices. As long as they were of a certain amount, it would be fine. Just as Pei Ziyun reached a staircase, a person suddenly jumped up and pounced towards him from a corner. A foul stench assaulted his nostrils. Pooh! Before Pei Ziyun could make a move, Yazzie had already caught up and chopped it down. Pei Ziyun knew that this little brat wouldn't listen to him and wasn't surprised. He looked at the decapitated corpse in front of him. This is a zombie. From the looks of it, this place is about to become a normal world. It was obvious how strong and chaotic the aura here was. It was strong enough to blur the boundaries between the two worlds. Yazzie, since you've caught up, let's kill them. Pei Ziyun said to Yazzie as he retracted his gaze from the zombie. Yazzie's eyes flashed with excitement as she immediately replied, yes. From the top floor of the Watanabe building came a shrill scream. Nozaki Naomesa's hand had been chopped off, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. He fired at the blade of light. Pu-pu sound could be heard. Shitendaji did not advance, but instead retreated. Nozaki Naomesa stood there in a daze for a moment before his waist split into 2. Fresh blood and internal organs gushed out as he screamed in pain. The power of the gun is not bad. Shitendaji did not continue to chase after the remaining escapees. He frowned slightly as he pointed the blood-stained blade downwards. His 2 claws rested on the hilt as he lowered his head to look at the ferocious face of the demon. A tinge of frustration could be seen on his face. The bullet was embedded in his muscles and was ejected from his body. Bigumaru did not say a word as he wiped his weapon. Tamamonome's eyes were slightly closed as if she was resting, but in reality, she was anxiously observing the situation in the building. Suddenly, her eyes opened and she smiled. He's here. The 3 demons knew who this he was referring to. Good timing. Let's begin. Bigumaru suppressed his excitement as he spoke. If Yamada Shinichi was not so important, things would not have gone so smoothly. Shitendaji and Tamamonome naturally had no objections. They had been waiting for Yamada Shinichi. Tell me, why is Yamada Shinichi so important? Is he just a new god? Has he not completely transformed yet? Big Umaru suddenly asked. Is our world willing to put in so much effort to respond to him? Tamamonome's nine tails faintly appeared behind her. We don't have to worry about that. We just need to lure Yamada Shinichi to our world, and we will have half succeeded. The more valuable Yamada Shinichi is, the more likely we will be able to register, and the easier it will be for us to gain the forgiveness of the Divine Lord, Tokugawa Ieyasu. After all, we have sacrificed many of the shogunate's lords to complete this mission. That's right. The shogunate has suffered a great loss. Shitendaji was known as the strongest demon. He truly understood the difference between gods and demons. So we must succeed. Let's do it. The three big monsters exerted their strength together, and the demonic aura that permeated or was dormant in the entire Watanabe building was instantly triggered. The door that was originally open closed at lightning speed, and the vortex above the building also trembled slightly. Boom! The hall was covered with corpses. Their flesh and blood had withered. The souls of the dead were forcibly extracted from the corpses by a force. They screamed as they were sucked away. Then, the corpses on the various floors of the building all withered instantly. Similarly, the souls that were invisible to the naked eye were all pulled down. In front of the building, Kawako Sakato's face darkened. Kana was shocked. Pei Yun, who was walking up, suddenly stopped. Kawako seemed to have sensed something and looked around. The aura here has changed greatly. My guess was wrong. It's not trying to summon something. It has another purpose. At this moment, Naomi felt like she was hallucinating again. In an instant, the reality that only a few people could see appeared in front of her. She had a premonition that made her scream. Not good, Kashi-chan. The Changshu inside isn't entering our world. He's quickly retreating. He wants to leave with Yamada-kun. Quick, we must stop him. Chapter 807. Boom! The entire building and the souls of hundreds of people were instantly swallowed. The vortex above the building, under the horrified gaze of Kawako Sakato, Naomi, Kana, and a few others, suddenly expanded and swallowed the entire building. Oh no, the building is shaking. Retreat. Don't push. Retreat in an orderly manner. The police downstairs were frightened by the movement, and the cadres felt that something was wrong. They shouted and ordered the people present to retreat. Almost at the same time, the two attendants helped Tokugawa Hisashi up and retreated without saying a word. Tagawa Hisashi was pulled back by the attendants. He was experienced in society and naturally knew that he couldn't trouble his subordinates at this time. He was silent for a moment and didn't say anything, but he didn't forget to look up and see that the towering building was shaking visibly. The extent of his shaking was frightening, like a small toy being shaken left and right by a naughty child. There was clearly no explosion, and the building that was quiet a moment ago suddenly had such a sudden change. It was simply frightening. There were many buildings and even civilians in the vicinity. What's going on? Tagawa Hisashi thought it was ridiculous. He suspected that this change might be related to Yamada Shinichi, but he didn't want to think about such a terrible possibility. The Watanabe building collapsed under his gaze. Boom! More than 10 floors of the building collapsed in an instant, and part of the building fell and smashed into a nearby building. Although the vicinity of the Watanabe building had long been evacuated, there were still some people, especially the reporters, who stayed behind. Among them were the reporters who had been standing in front of the window of the neighboring building, trying to spy on the situation inside the building with binoculars. At this time, when they saw the behemoth crashing down, they were scared stiff. No! Boom! With the heavy crash, part of the building also began to shake, and the screams were drowned out by the loud rumble. Dust exploded, and a piece of gravel fell from the sky and smashed into Hayakawa Naomi's side, almost crushing her. But Naomi stood up and rushed inside. Not good. Yamada-kun is in danger. Kawako Sakato was agile and pulled her back, shouting, "Are you crazy? It's so dangerous inside. You can't run around." The collapse caused the streets to fall into chaos, and the citizens screamed in panic. Fortunately, they had the relevant education, and they all ran away in an orderly manner. Yamada-kun is fine. You can't give him trouble. Kawako Sakato didn't say anything and pulled her arm to run to safety. Hayakawa and Naomi struggled. But Yamada-kun is in danger. We can't just leave him be. His voice was mournful, and it made Kanna, who was following him, feel uncomfortable. However, in this situation, they could only go to the safe zone. Staying here would only be sending them to their deaths. Even Genko, who was a deity, could do nothing about it. She could only comfort him. Believe me, Yamada-kun is not dead. He is not dead. Boom. Hold me tight. Pei Ziyun brought Yazi and ran forward. The hall was filled with fallen debris and debris. He used his body to protect Yazi. Seeing that the entire building was about to collapse, he squinted his eyes. The exit has been sealed. The whirlpool in the sky was spinning crazily, gathering energy. Pei Ziyun stared at the whirlpool. It was hard to fathom the depth of the whirlpool, but the ones pulling it were 3 demons. If I kill these 3 demons, or one of them, I will definitely be able to break this shackle. He immediately summoned at all costs. My power is not enough now, but I can transfer power. Just as he was thinking, he heard a bang. A bolt of lightning fell and swept away the collapsed building. White light suddenly exploded. Puff! Pei Ziyun subconsciously swung his sword. Dambwa country, Dajiangshan was a continuous range of mountains. The highest was no more than 832.5 meters. Climbing to the top, one could see Ruoi Bay, Denho Peninsula, and when visibility was good, one could see Ice Mountain, White Mountain, and Mount Otago. Originally, it was not too high, and it was winter. However, there was a place where the demons were entrenched, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The demon in the middle suddenly frowned and raised his head. Blood was dripping down his face. In his arms was a young girl. As soon as he loosened his grip, she fell to the ground. Her chest did not rise or fall, and her beautiful eyes were wide open, but there was no life in them. Your Highness, she is just a human. Even if she is about to become a god, she would not be able to resist the combined forces of you and the 2 lords. There are many female demons here today. If you like, why don't we drink some good wine from the human city and have them dance for you? A demon who thought that he had some face in front of Shitendaji saw the change in his expression and frowned. He wanted to persuade him to relax. This was a very normal thing to do. With Shitendaji's tolerance, he would not even kill his subordinates when they provoked him. The demons sitting below were all drinking and chatting happily. Ever since their king returned successfully, there was nothing to worry about. This was their base camp. Even the emperor of the capital had to hide in the palace and tremble, not daring to go out easily. The human nobles relied on the barrier of the capital, but something had happened. Now, the barrier was no longer in existence that the great demons were afraid of. Just as the demons were drinking, a scream caused their hands to freeze. When they turned their heads to look, they could not help but widen their eyes. How could this be? The demon who went forward to persuade them to drink had been cut into 2. He was not dead yet and was screaming on the ground. Instantly, all the demons present fell silent. After all, he was a great demon. No matter how calm he was usually, he was temperamental. In this stiff atmosphere, a female great demon sitting at the side had a relaxed expression. She even teased, "What's wrong? You can't even control your own emotions?" If that's the case, how can I become the ruler of the demon country? Although Yamada Shinji's strength was somewhat unexpected, this alone was not enough to make Shitendaji lose his composure to this extent. Shitendaji frowned, feeling somewhat vexed. He had been in a state of shock and had yet to regain his senses. When he felt something approaching him, he subconsciously slashed down with his sword. When he regained his senses, this loyal subordinate had already been slashed to death. If he said that he did not do it on purpose, he would lose the dignity of a great demon. he might as well accept the fact that demons thought he was temperamental. However, since Tamamonome had spoken, the situation was different. He immediately sneered and used the tip of his tongue to lick his canine teeth. A faint smell of blood seeped out. He stretched out his hand and said, "In that instant, we had already returned to our original form. The thing maintaining the door was only an illusion formed by power. However, I am who had been silent all this while, squinted his eyes and looked over. He saw a thin wound on Shitindaji's outstretched hand, and a sleeve had been cut off. Tamamonome immediately came to a realization, and her expression changed slightly. You're saying that when he slashed your illusion, it was equivalent to capturing your real body? This was the reason why Shitindaji was in a daze. He frowned in annoyance. Yes, I feel like I was just a little bit away from being locked down and killed. This is the authority of a god. Yamada Shinji is really only half a step away from becoming a god. The three great monsters looked at each other in dismay. After a long time, Tamamonome forced a smile and said, "However, I sense that our backup plans separated him from that human girl. That girl is his weakness. We should capture her as soon as possible. It's just a human girl. There's no need for us to take action personally. We should conserve our strength and prepare to face the real enemy," Oyamaru said. "Oyamaru, you only care about strength and not the heart. You won't live long." Tamamonome teased. She suddenly frowned. "Huh, what's wrong?" Under the watchful eyes of the two great demons, Tamamonome opened her folding fan and stood in front of them. "No, it's nothing. You're right. We can't do it alone. Let's use all the strength we have among the demons and humans. If not, we'll die." He was a man who was only half a step away from becoming a god. Even the little girl had disappeared into thin air. It was a power that she had once known and feared. Did Takamaji really care so much about this man's weakness? She raised her head and looked at the snow falling from the sky. Fine snowflakes fell from the dark sky, making the road that was covered in mud and dung a little cleaner. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Yamazaki, do you see the city in front of us?" The middle-aged man was a samurai, Yamazaki Ichiro. Usually, at this time, the sun would have just set. However, it had been raining and snowing for the past few days, causing the sky to darken very quickly. Yamazaki Ichiro was one of the warriors who accompanied Yamada Shinichi to Heian-jing, but his role was not small. This was because Yamada Shinichi had never been to Heian-jing before, and he was fortunate enough to follow the transfer of the grain to the capital and arrived here a few years ago. The so-called grain transfer was the grain that was transported from the public lands to Heian City. Originally, Yamazaki Ichiro could only take on the task of transporting the grain. However, this time, he was under orders from the Minister of State and Izumi Shotachibana to deliver a letter to the madam. The madam and Izumi Shikibu were the daughters of the Ekizan Shooya. Their statuses were very high. Even if they were to deliver a letter, it was not a job that an ordinary samurai could do. Thus, Yamada Shinichi of the Yamada family, who owned 550 stones, was in charge. Yamazaki Ichiro's assistance was needed to determine the direction and travel. Unfortunately, the road was not safe. Originally, there were 3 people who set off, but now there were only 2 left. Looking at the silhouette of the city in the distance, Yamazaki Ichiro immediately said in surprise, "Yamada Temple, that is Heian City. We finally arrived before the gates closed." The journey was not easy, and they even lost 1 person because of the bandits. How could they not be happy when they finally reached their destination? However, Yamada Shinichi did not seem to be happy. He looked at the city and frowned. "Yamada Temple, is something wrong?" Yamazaki Ichiro asked in confusion. He gripped the hilt of his sword and looked around warily. Peizian smiled and looked at Yamazaki Ichiro. He smiled and shook his head. "No, nothing. Let's go." Chapter 808. Yamazaki Ichiro didn't know what Peizian was thinking in his heart. The peace capital that I know does not have any city walls. However, there are towering city walls here. Since Yamazaki Ichiro has been to the peace capital before, he would naturally not be mistaken. Just from its appearance, one can tell that the peace capital is extraordinary. Pei Zi-yun stared at the peace capital and could feel the unusual aura emanating from within. Once I arrived, I became Yamada Shinichi. I am still the Yamada Shinichi of this world, living in the Izumi Kingdom with a family of 550 stones. They are considered a respectable warrior family, although in this era, warriors are not as prominent as in the future. During the Heian era, the status of warriors was not high. 150 years ago, warriors were no different from bandits. They were only legalized not long ago. In the future, the government relied more on warriors to quell local rebellions and suppress pirates. But now, they were just tools for the Guan family and the emperor to fight for power. It would take another 150 years for warriors to become the decisive force in politics. They established the shogunate and stepped onto the stage of history. Pei Zi-yun came here out of nowhere and was immediately given the identity of the young master of the Yamada family. This is different from the original Japan. Originally, Tao, arts, and divine powers were concentrated in the soul, unable to interfere with the real world. But now, there's a powerful force that sealed my powers. Not only that, it also created a memory block. This force is really strong. If not for the plum blossom, he would have thought that there was a Yamada family in this era, and that he was the young master of this family. If that is the case, I will be blinded by the illusion and die without knowing why. Thinking of his mission in the Heian capital, as well as Yamada Shinichi's respect and loyalty to Izumi Shoju, Pei Zi-yun could not help but shake his head. Not only did he make thorough arrangements to create a flawless identity for himself, his mission in coming to Heian capital was also very specific. He was ordered by Izumi Shoju Dojin to inquire about the situation of Izumi's wife and Izumi Shirbaku. Is it like in history, because they were separated, she had an affair with Izumi Shoju? Izumi Shoju smelled the light of the blue hat, so he sent people to find out. But this mission was given to me. How reasonable. But in history, I heard that her lover was the third prince of the Cold Spring Emperor. As such, Tachibana Daojin could only divorce her out of anger, but couldn't do anything to her. Because the peaceful capital in front of him was somewhat different from what he remembered, Pei Zi-yun did not think too much about the rumors of Izumi Shikibu. Since his power was sealed, he planned to go through the motions with the identity that the other party had arranged for him and see what the other party was planning. After all, apart from power, Yazi has also been separated from me. I have to find her first. A force is blocking my senses, but this is the general direction. Thinking up to this point, Pei Zi-yun then turned to Yamazaki Ichiro and said, "Yamazaki, let's hurry up. Don't get locked out of the city." "Yes, Yamada Hall." This suggestion was exactly what Yamazaki Ichiro wanted. He straightened his chest and held the blade at his waist, protecting Pei Zi-yun as he continued to move forward. His heart was already filled with weeds. Although I, Yamazaki Ichiro, am a loyal warrior and will not betray my superiors, Your Highness Yamada is too young and doesn't have much martial arts. If I can meet Madame and work hard to show my loyalty and talent, and get Madame's appreciation, wouldn't it be a great honor for her to praise me when she replies? If the Yamazaki family can show their faces in front of Lord Tachibana Daojin, then they might not just be inferior to the Yamada family. Pei Zi-yun glanced at it and ignored it. Along the way, Pei Zi-yun was actually very clear about this person's little schemes. However, this was not his world, and as long as it did not harm him, he would ignore it. Perhaps this would cause Yamazaki Ichiro to misunderstand. Although he did not dare to show disrespect, he thought that he was young and had a magnanimous personality. Unfortunately, Yamazaki Ichiro did not know that Izumi Shibu had cheated. This was not a letter delivery, but an intelligence gathering. And this involves the Lord Protector's blue hat light. If I go back and report it, the Yamada family may still have a chance to escape this calamity. Yamazaki Ichiro can only die. He will fall into the water and die, or cut his abdomen, right? This is really the sorrow of a small person. Both of them were wearing straw sandals. There was a layer of snow on the ground, and their feet were very cold. Even an expert like Pei Ziyun did not like this kind of weather. When the city gate was near, the two of them sped up and rushed into the city before the gate closed. Because it was winter, the sky darkened very quickly. After entering the city, the streets were already empty, and there were no passers-by. This made Yamazaki Ichiro, who had been to Peace Capital before, a little puzzled. Although, because of the location of Peace Capital, the right capital was deserted, but now that they were walking on the streets of the left capital, it should not be so deserted. The shops and houses along the streets were all closed. It was impossible to find someone to find out where the Tachibana residence was. Although Yamazaki Ichiro had been to Peace Capital before, he had never been to the Tachibana residence. If he did not find someone to ask, he would not be able to find the address. Yamazaki Ichiro was unwilling to give up. He rubbed his hands together, which were red from the cold, and suggested, "Yamada-tung, we have traveled day and night, and finally arrived at Peace Capital. Why don't we find someone to ask for the address, and immediately go to the Tachibana residence to pay our respects to Madame Sure? That would be more respectful." Pei Ziyun smiled and looked at him, causing Yamazaki Ichiro to avert his gaze. That's not appropriate. After all, she's a woman. It would be rude to pay her respects in the middle of the night. Although Yamazaki Ichiro wanted to refute, he was just a low-ranked warrior. He wanted to curry favor with the Tachibana residents, and thus could only swallow his dissatisfaction and nod his head in agreement. There's no one else here, and we don't know what's going on. Let's quickly find an inn to stay in, Pei Ziyun said as he looked around. He had never seen such an aura in the capital of a country. Yamazaki Ichiro had no choice but to admit that the silence of the night in Peace Capital was unsettling. Even though he did not want to think too much about it, Yamazaki Ichiro could not help but think back to the stories he had heard a few years ago when he first came to Peace Capital. Just as he was thinking about it, a gust of cold wind blew past, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "Ah, there's a noodle stall in front, Yamada-tung. Why don't we eat a bowl of noodles before looking for an inn? Let's ask the stall owner where we can find an inn." At this point, Yamazaki Ichiro saw a lantern with the words "buckwheat noodles" written on it. This was a common stall sign. The moment Yamazaki Ichiro thought of the warm noodles slipping down his throat and into his stomach, he could not take another step. His stomach growled in response. Pei Ziyun did not mind. After all, the cold weather did not harm him at all, since the other party was willing to take the risk and stay on this street. He could not be bothered to object. "That's fine too. Then let's each have a bowl of buckwheat noodles. It should taste good." Yamazaki Ichiro swept away the gloominess of having his suggestion rejected. He took a few quick steps forward and soon reached the lantern. But when he saw the lantern clearly, he could not help but be taken aback. There was a noodle stall here. On the small table, there were a few utensils and carrots. Steam was rising from the pot, but there was only water boiling. There were no noodles in sight, nor was there anyone cooking them. "Where's everyone? Where's everyone?" Yamazaki Ichiro felt uneasy, but he still raised his voice and shouted. Only the cold wind blew past, sweeping up the snow on the ground. No one answered him. Yamazaki Ichiro's anticipation turned into anger. If not for the fact that Yamada-tung was right next to him, and if this was 200 years later when warriors ruled the world, he would have smashed the noodle stall. Even so, he could not help but curse. "Bastard, are you trying to play tricks on me?" Just as he finished speaking, there was no wind and no one. The lantern was extinguished, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Not only that, he could hear the sound of someone crying. Yamazaki Ichiro was stunned, and his teeth chattered. After a few seconds, he snapped out of it and jumped away from the noodle stall. "Yamada-tung, there's something strange about this place. There's something strange about this place. Why don't we leave?" Pei Ziyun raised his eyebrows and said. Yamazaki Ichiro did not realize that something was wrong. He felt as though there were countless strange things looking at him from the depths of the darkness. His heart turned cold, and he wanted to leave immediately. Since Yamada-tung had spoken, he was naturally eager to leave. The two of them quickly left the noodle stall and walked for a while before they saw an inn. The lantern at the entrance of the inn was also lit and swayed slightly in the wind. Yamazaki Ichiro could not help but shiver, and subconsciously did not want to go over. Luckily, he saw the light and shadows inside, and heaved a sigh of relief. "Why are the two of you still outside at this time?" A skinny old man was just about to close the door when he saw Pei Zi-yun and Yamazaki Ichiro walking over. He exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly bowed. He did not mind the cold attitude of the guests and invited them inside. He even said, "Guests, you sure have guts. You still dare to walk in the middle of the night. Please come in." The door closed, and warmth enveloped the two of them. Yamazaki Ichiro's frozen body was starting to recover. "Do you have wine and rice balls?" Yamazaki Ichiro did not care about anything else as he asked. "Rest assured, I do not have anything else, but I do have warm wine and rice balls." Then owner replied with a smile. Pei Zi-yun found an empty table and could hear the whispers of the guests at the next table. Looking around, he realized that the people sitting in the lobby of the inn were all samurai. There were swords on the table, and as they ate and drank, they did not forget to look around vigilantly. Pei Zi-yun sat down thoughtfully and placed the sword on the table. He could not see it clearly from afar, but under the light of the lamp, it was obvious that it was a wooden sword. When some people looked over, they could not help but feel curious. Yamazaki Ichiro noticed the curious gazes of the people around him and felt his face burning up. Yamada-ting was a generous person and did not need to pay for his food and drinks along the way. He even had rice balls, although not all of them were white rice, for every meal. Ordinary samurai only had bran, wild vegetables, and brown rice. Only the nobles could eat white rice, fish, and shellfish. This kind of treatment was rare and should be thanked. But the other party was just a pillow with embroidery. Going out on a long journey with only a wooden sword to a samurai was an extremely disgraceful thing. But the other party was young and incompetent, and yet he could enjoy 550 stones of knowledge. How could he not be jealous? It's just that he was born into a better family. If it were me, I would have long been valued by Tachibana Daojin. Yamazaki Ichiro was very confident in his own martial arts skills. When he went to Heian City, he met with bandits. In the end, he killed 3 of them and successfully completed his mission. Chapter 809. Please enjoy your meal. At this time, the boss served the dishes. Pickled vegetables, pickled radish, a rice ball, and a piece of pancake. Although he did not know that the Yamada Palace that Yamazaki Ichiro was complaining about was a fabricated identity, he still revealed a satisfied expression when he saw the sumptuous dinner. Pei Zi-yun nodded his head, feeling hopeless about the food in this era. Back then, the official's daily menu consisted of the above, with the addition of salted fish. At most, he would have a cup of tea and a few snacks after the meal. That was already considered a luxurious meal. Bear with it. Pei Zi-yun drank slowly. After a while, he had a general understanding of the identity of the people sitting here. They were samurai who had recently come to Heian capital for business. Most of them were low-level samurai. Normally, these people were fierce warriors, and their courage was different from ordinary people. But now, their expressions were cautious, and their words were careful. These samurai were not rare. In the early years of the Heian era, bandits were already rampant. They attacked the national palace, ambushed the transport, and even burned the palace. In the first year of Kwanhei, 889, the great bandit Ubu Shai led a group of bandits to create chaos in Kanto. They were only suppressed after 10 years. Following that, the Eastern Horse Gang rebelled. Following that, the Wei family members were laid off, and they rebelled. They attacked the transport ships, stole rice and silk, and ran amok in the South China Sea. These were the Western pirates. To make matters worse, the descendants of the barbarian tribe rebelled again. The so-called 100 Demons Parade was actually a synonym for bandits or bandits in real history. The imperial court slandered them as ghosts. Even the original form of Shitendaji was actually an army of bandits. Interesting political tactics and propaganda. If the commoners knew that the ones rebelling were people like them, they would imitate them. But now that the ones rebelling were evil spirits, not only did they not imitate them, they even avoided them. This isolated the evil spirits. Japan was able to maintain its dynasty for 1,500 years because it had some tricks up its sleeve. In order to deal with these evil spirits, the imperial court had to rely on samurai. This was the reason for the rise of the samurai. Nowadays, the local security officers and transport teams are all samurai. It is normal for them to come to Heian capital. But it's quite obvious that in my world, the century demons aren't necessarily thieves or bandits. At the very least, Shitendaji isn't one. Moreover, although these warriors talk about many things, if you listen carefully, they're only talking about the things that happen during the day. They all avoid talking about the things that happen during the night. Even the things that happen during the night are avoided. To be able to make these warriors afraid, it seems that the legend of man ruling the day and ghost ruling the night might not be true. If I had my martial arts, I wouldn't need to hesitate at all. I would just attack directly. But now, I have no choice but to take a roundabout route. I have to find out the intentions of the Black Hand. Maybe I can get Yamazaki to give it a try. Pei Yin did not like to converse with strangers. In addition to the fact that his temperament was very different from these low-ranking warriors, it was hard for him to get close to them. On the other hand, although Yamazaki Ichiro was not a straightforward person, his appearance was frightening, and he had the vulgarity of a low-level warrior, which made those people feel at ease. Just as he drank some wine, a warrior sitting at the side swayed over and struck up a conversation with Yamazaki Ichiro. When facing Pei Yin, the other party was a little restrained, especially when he found out that the other party was the young master of the Yamada family who served Tachibana Dojo. The smile on his face became much more humble. But when it turned to Yamazaki Ichiro, there was no such discomfort. The warrior smiled and said, "Yamazaki-kun, it must have been hard on the road from Izumi Kingdom to Heian capital, right?" The Izumi Kingdom was very close to Heian capital, but in the Heian era, it was already considered a remote countryside. Yamazaki Ichiro's spirit was lifted, and his gloominess was swept away. He laughed out loud and said with some pride, "You're right. I met two groups of bandits along the way. Those people are really despicable. They are all lowly commoners. Facing a warrior, they actually dared to pull out their swords. However, these lowly commoners, even if they managed to snatch one or two swords, they were just bumpkins. I chopped down 3 of them on the spot." Yamazaki Ichiro picked out a few things that he had done well, causing the surrounding people to stop talking and listen carefully. Pei Yin also listened curiously. After all, this Yamada Shinichi had directly parachuted to a place not far from Heian capital. Those things that happened before had nothing to do with him. He also wanted to listen and see if he could find any clues. In the end, all he heard was Yamazaki Ichiro bragging about his strength, and he suddenly felt bored. Obviously, the focus of the warrior was not this. "This is really amazing, but other than this, did you encounter any strange things?" Was he asking about the demons on the way back to determine if the journey back was safe? Speaking of which, after entering the city, we encountered a strange thing. Not wanting to continue listening to nonsense, Pei Yin suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention to him. Yamazaki Ichiro, who was just talking about his own pride, could not help but shiver when he heard this. Immediately, someone noticed this and asked with a little unease, "Oh, Yamazaki-kun, I'm really sorry for my presumptuous request. Can you tell me?" There were also people who resisted the urge to come over and sat back down, obviously a little nervous. Pei Yin saw the reactions of these people and said lightly, "The two of us found a lantern with the words buckwheat noodles written on it. When we walked over, we found that there was no one in front of the stall. Yamazaki called out to us, but no one answered. He casually cursed, and the lantern actually went out with a puff. There was no wind at that time, and there was the sound of a woman whimpering. The oil lamp in the house was originally emitting a faint green light, looking a little eerie. As he spoke, it was suddenly blown by the wind and shook slightly, almost extinguishing it. The sound of the wind outside also became louder, letting out a whimpering sound, as if responding to Pei Ziyun's words. Everyone present fell silent. The warrior who came over to chat with Yamazaki Ichiro all turned pale and did not speak, returning to his original seat. "Everyone, what's wrong?" Yamazaki Ichiro felt uneasy and forced a smile. No one replied. After a long period of silence, someone finally replied softly, "This is the extinguishing of the fire lantern. It's a bad omen." Yamazaki Ichiro could not stand the stifling atmosphere, and upon hearing this, his face turned ugly. He placed his bowl of wine on the table and stood up. "It's just that there's no one around. What's so strange about that? What bad omen? Don't spout nonsense." His heart was filled with guilt, and his mouth was trying to put on a brave front. Even so, the people around him did not speak and just watched Yamazaki Ichiro stand there in a daze. Pei Ziyin drank his wine slowly, his expression calm, as if he was not affected by what had just happened. But under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to ask any more questions. The extinguishing of the fire lantern means that there is no buckwheat in the lantern. On a cold winter night, there are lanterns and buckwheat stalls, but there's no one around. This means that something bad is about to happen. These people are obviously afraid. Even the warriors are afraid. No wonder we haven't seen a single commoner step out of the house. After all, compared to the warriors who are strong and can even kill ghosts, the commoners are the weakest when faced with ghosts. They can only wait for their deaths. The capital of peace, this name is quite ironic. Perhaps it's because they pray for peace that they came up with this name. Pei Ziyin squinted his eyes. "Humph. As long as I kill 2 more demons, I will be able to break through the limits of this world. When that time comes, no matter what kind of seal I use, it will be useless. As for now, even if there are no big fishes, small shrimps will do." Who would have thought that I would be able to obtain power through killing? Bad omen? It's good that you've come. It's the easiest way to wait. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyin called for the owner of the inn and inquired about the rooms. "Your Excellency, there are only 3 rooms left. 2 upper rooms and 1 lower room. Which one do you want?" "Yamazaki, it's been hard on you. Since you've arrived at the capital of peace, book 2 upper rooms. Have a good rest and visit your wife tomorrow," Pei Ziyin said, and his words satisfied Yamazaki Ichiro. "Yamada Hall, I'll go take a look now. I'll order hot water for you." Seeing Yamazaki Ichiro walk over, Pei Ziyin looked around and realized that there were only 2 or 3 people left. This showed the power of his words. "Boss, is it dangerous at night in the capital of peace?" After paying the deposit, Pei Ziyin asked out of curiosity. The owner's expression changed. However, in doing business, he had to be polite and considerate. He already knew the identity of this Lord Yamada and didn't dare to keep silent. He could only say softly, "Yes, it's dangerous. Many people have died during this period of time. Both of you are lucky. Although you've met with some strange incidents, nothing has happened." That might not be the case. Seeing that the owner was unwilling to say more, he led the way. It was an old room, and the 2 rooms were in the same place. They were almost exactly the same, and one could see many black stains on the walls. The windows were very thin, and there were only straw mats and blankets inside. The owner's own room was in the same corridor and wasn't too far away. He opened the door and bowed. "My 2 excellencies, if there's anything at night, you can look for me anytime." "Got it." Yamazaki Ichiro waved his hands, gesturing for him to leave. Pei Ziyin watched as Yamazaki Ichiro walked in and suddenly said, "Yamazaki, don't sleep too deeply tonight. Be careful." Even if they met by chance and knew each other for only a day, he still had to remind him. Yamazaki Ichiro thought that Yamada Shinichi was afraid and patted his chest loudly. "Yamada Hall, don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll protect you immediately. Moreover, when I think about seeing Mrs. Shikibu tomorrow, I'm a little nervous. I can't even sleep. I'll definitely help you keep watch." Pei Ziyin was choked by this expression. He really didn't want to understand what Yamazaki Ichiro was thinking, so he just smiled. However, He was also a little curious about what the Shikibu he was going to see tomorrow would be like. Heian, 3 talents Shikibu? Could it be that the whereabouts of the child is related to her? Did the Black Hand arrange for me to be involved in a famous affair in the Heian era just to make it convenient for Tachibana Michinoku to get rid of me? No matter what, we'll know tomorrow. Chapter 810. Hotonosuke Ichiro, who had been trekking for a long time, was sleeping soundly, but the surrounding air seemed to be very heavy, and gradually there were beads of water hanging on his eyebrows. Pa, there seemed to be a soft knock on the door. Who? Afraid of waking up Yamada Shinichi, who was sleeping next door, Yamazaki Ichiro woke up and walked to the door and asked in a low voice through a paper door. No one answered. He yawned again and looked around. Why was there fog here? What was going on? Opening the door, Yamazaki Ichiro saw a layer of mist hanging on the steps. This mist was not cold, but it made people feel very comfortable. Yamazaki Ichiro was a little confused. He suddenly heard the sound of water. Is it a hot spring? This hotel has a hot spring? He didn't know why, but with this idea, he unconsciously went deeper. Finally, the mist began to gradually dissipate, revealing a small area. The stone carvings in the mist were scattered. The path was paved with smooth pebbles, and a half-hung paper lantern with a green light. With the sound of water, a fragrance came over. Yamazaki Ichiro's nose was very sensitive, and he immediately recognized that this was the fragrance of a woman. Although he was a samurai, he was only a low-level samurai and usually did not have much income. Over the age of 30, he could only occasionally go to the red light district to find some women to vent. This time, he accompanied Yamada Hall to the Heian capital, and along the way, he did not have the leisure to find women to entertain himself. Smelling this fragrance, he could not help but narrow his eyes and could not help but approach. At this time, there was a voice inside, and the voice was sweet. Madam, I heard that 2 samurai arrived in the capital today. They must be the messengers of the Minister of State and Izumi Sho Tachibana. Do you want to summon them? Mrs. Izumi Shikibu, the woman in the hot spring, was actually the Mrs. Shikibu that he would visit tomorrow. The woman sighed softly. This sound was as soft as a cat's paw, scratching the tip of Yamazaki Ichiro's heart, making it itch unbearably. Sigh. So what if they are messengers? He wanted to become Izumi Sho, leaving me here alone, so lonely. You go, I will take a bath. Yes, madam. A maid answered and came out from inside. She was wearing linen clothes, but the workmanship was meticulous, and she even wore jewelry. Logically speaking, knowing that the madam was inside, Yamazaki Ichiro should have quickly retreated, but for some reason, his heart warmed up and he hid behind a rock. Yamazaki Ichiro swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he stared at her enchanting curves. Even a maidservant was so alluring, let alone the mistress. The maid had a faint smile on her face. Her eyes swept over the stone, but she didn't seem to notice anything. She followed the path. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. Yamazaki Ichiro subconsciously moved closer and looked inside. Suddenly, a woman with her head lowered and her hair hanging down like satin came into view. Instantly, he felt an impulse spread through his whole body. When he woke up, he had already rushed in and pressed his hand on the woman's naked skin. It was smooth and delicate, making his mind fly away. Yamazaki Ichiro was tongue-tied. Should he explain or beg for mercy? Before he could react, the woman smiled faintly and pulled him gently. The two of them fell into the hot spring and rolled around together. Next door, room in this era of hotels, straw mats and coarse blankets were of course not luxurious. The only thing that was worth the price was that the mats and blankets were at least sun-dried and had a hint of sunshine to them. The young man laid down in his clothes. The night wind whistled and the corridor was quiet. Suddenly, a faint cloud of smoke entered through the gap of the tightly shut wooden door. Pei Ziyin opened his eyes, which were filled with sarcasm. Sneaking around in the middle of the night, interesting. Even as he said that, Pei Ziyin had already jumped up. With a single move, the wooden blade was already in his hands. The smoke that squeezed and did not even have the chance to touch Pei Ziyun before he stepped on it. With a pu sound, the smoke let out a soundless scream and disappeared. Hua! The wooden door opened. In the dark corridor, a few blurry figures paused for a moment before letting out a soundless roar. They turned around and pounced on Pei Ziyun. Looking at them, although they were in human form and wore clothes, their faces were hideous and ferocious. Their deep eye sockets were glowing with a ghostly fire, and their mouths were wide open. There were a total of 6 of them. 3 of them held a katana in their hands, while the other 3 were barehanded. Their nails were long and sharp, with a dark green hue. Along with them came a nauseating stench. Pei Ziyun was not really a clean freak, but when it came to these kinds of demons, he would usually end them quickly if he could. With a wave of his wooden blade, a cold white light flashed in the darkness. The demons that pounced on him were almost as fast as a shadow. But with a pu sound, the sound of paper being torn, their bodies stopped. Then, with a boom, a white flame appeared on their bodies and suddenly turned into a huge fire. Pei Ziyun's power was very effective against the demons. They only had time to let out a scream before they were burnt to ashes by the white flame. Even the katana was not spared. What happened? What happened? Who's screaming? At the end of the corridor, the owner of the hotel opened the door and rushed out wearing his clothes. He did not even bother to put on his shoes. It was obvious that he had heard the scream and was afraid that something bad had happened. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a person standing in the corridor with a knife in his hand. The owner was shocked and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the figure quickly spoke. "It's me, Yamada Shinichi." It's Lord Yamada." Since it was a guest and not a bandit, the owner heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, "Did you also hear the scream just now?" Pei Ziyun held his wooden blade and frowned as the other party walked closer. "There are demons in your hotel. They tried to attack me at night, and I killed them." Demon ghost." The owner's face turned ashen and his body trembled. "My lord, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you all right? Heavens, what is a demon ghost? Are you referring to demons and evil spirits? Why would they come to my hotel?" Pei Ziyun stared at him and said, "Stop acting. You're the owner of the hotel. How can you not know about these things? Even if I've heard about it, I've heard a lot about it. Before you go to bed, your reaction to the legend of the lamp without buckwheat has already been exposed. Call out all the people you want to call out." As he spoke, he raised his wooden blade. Lord Yamada. Facing the wooden blade, the owner's expression changed. Those who were knowledgeable could feel that the wooden blade was even colder than the swords on the waist of samurai. It was filled with a murderous aura, which added a chill to the wind. How many people do you have to kill to have such a murderous aura? I can't think too much about it. I can only be honest. This is the capital of peace. Even if you're a samurai, you can't kill as you please. The owner thought and knelt down respectfully. Lord Yamada, it's impossible for us to collude with demons. Inyang family and the officials of the capital will not let us off. The owner raised his head slightly and looked at Pei Ziyun's expression. He bit his lips and continued. However, our hotel does know something. That's why we've prepared these people to rescue you. We have no ill intentions. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the sound of something burning could be heard. 4 people walked in. They were all waiters. Their faces were black from the smoke, and they knelt in silence. It was right that they had no ill intentions. But if the guests were to die, they would take the opportunity to plunder them, right? Pei Ziyun thought as his expression softened. He then looked at the room next door. Although Yamazaki Ichiro has his own plans, he's usually considered brave. Even if he's afraid, he wouldn't hide in his room when his young master is in danger. Even the owner of the hotel heard the commotion and ran out. The guests in the room also noticed the commotion but didn't dare to come out. Why is it so quiet in the room next door? Something's not right. Pei Ziyun gestured for the owner to keep quiet and pulled open the door next door. The door wasn't tightly shut. With a gentle pull, it opened. The room was pitch black. Pei Ziyun glanced around and saw that there was no one in the room. Yamazaki Ichiro isn't in the room. Looks like something has happened. Pei Ziyun was about to turn around when he stopped in his tracks. He could smell a faint stench. It was in the room. This stench was similar to the stench of the demons and ghosts, but it was more complicated. The owner of the hotel exclaimed, "Who's that? What's wrong?" Pei Ziyun asked. The owner's eyes widened as he pointed. Just now, there was a shadow. Could it be Yamazaki Ichiro? As Pei Ziyun thought this way, he chased after Yamazaki Ichiro. The innkeeper had brought along 4 workers, and they were holding torches. Although the light was dim, they could still see clearly. Very soon, they saw a figure lying on a rock in the courtyard. This person was not moving at all. Looking at his clothes, he was dressed in the same manner as Yamazaki Ichiro, who was not in the room. It could be the great warrior? When they got closer, the innkeeper almost fell when he saw them. He quickly held onto the handrail to support himself, while the 4 men behind him retched. Pei Ziyun's expression was calm, but there was a hint of anger in it. He walked over and slowly turned the person over. Indeed, it was Yamazaki Ichiro. Yamazaki Ichiro's pants had already been removed. His body was twisted and black, covered in blood and mud. It was unknown what kind of torture he had been subjected to. His entire body was covered in wounds, and his left sleeve was broken. Even his bones could be seen. The strangest thing was that although Yamazaki Ichiro's face was twisted and black, upon closer inspection, one could see that his expression was one of joy, as though he was not in pain at all. At the end of the day, demons and ghosts are not only filthy, they are also very difficult to understand. Pei Ziyun was not surprised as he muttered to himself. Initially, the stories of love between humans and demons had filled young people with dreams. How good would it be if I had a fox girl or a ghost girl? Disregarding everything else, the more Pei Ziyun learned about the various worlds, the more he understood that the so-called demons and demons were actually losers and filthy beings. Who would fall in love with such filthy trash? Was he crazy? The person in front of him must have met a female ghost. What a fool! Pei Ziyun felt a little pity for this man as he touched his forehead. Chapter 811. The innkeeper took a step back, his eyes wide open. The warrior, who was covered in blood, suddenly moved his hands. His entire body trembled, and his throat let out a stuttering breath. The innkeeper was certain that the warrior was dead. Faced with death and resurrection, the innkeeper, who was originally not afraid, swallowed his saliva and took a few more steps back. His heart was filled with fear, and he could not even make a sound. He could only stare with his eyes wide open, not knowing what to do. He's not dead. He still has a little bit of life left in him. There's still a little bit of chi left in his body. Pei Ziyun looked at him and knew what the innkeeper was thinking. He then said, "Let's hope that he's still alive and can speak." This person's life was gone, and there was no hope for him. Since that was the case, he did not mind living for a few more minutes. Just now, he had used up all his remaining life force. Indeed, Yamazaki Ichiro slowly opened his eyes. His lips were cracked and black, and he could see the person in front of him. His face was filled with anxiety, and he tried to squeeze out a few words. His breathing sounded like a broken flute, but he used all his strength and only managed to say 2 words. "Ma, run." As soon as he finished, his head tilted to the side, and he stopped breathing. This warrior is now. The innkeeper trembled as he looked at the man that Pei Ziyun had placed on the ground. He swallowed his saliva again. Pei Ziyun said in a low voice, "Now that he is dead, let's do things according to the rules." The innkeeper had a bitter look on his face. Someone had died in the inn, and if they had died together, he could have made a small fortune. Naturally, he had to compensate them. As for dealing with the youth in front of him, he did not even think about it. He was the innkeeper, not a robber. Pei Ziyun was not in the mood to console him, and looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a spot not far from Yamazaki Ichiro's body. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and only a single lantern was lit by the door. It was dim and gloomy. Under such circumstances, a shiny object was rather eye-catching. Pei Ziyin walked around the corpse and took a few steps forward. He then bent down and picked up the item. He examined it carefully in his palm and discovered that it was an exquisitely crafted piece of silver jewelry. It was heavy and expensive. Even if an ordinary person could afford to buy such heavy silver jewelry, they would not be able to hire a craftsman with such craftsmanship. A woman who could afford such silver jewelry must be a noble. This kind of inn is very ordinary. There aren't many ordinary women here. Most of them are low-level warriors. Why would a noble woman come here? Could it be that the person Yamazaki met was really Mrs. Shibe? Pei Ziyin furrowed his brows. Although Izumi Shibe was famous for being a flirtatious woman, her partners were all nobles and princes. Even if she was looking for someone to spend the night with, why would she come to a place like this and spend the night with a lowly warrior? Not to mention that Yamazaki Ichiro's strange death might have something to do with the madam he mentioned. Although Pei Ziyun's identity as the Yamada young master was fake, he had no intention of abandoning this identity immediately. The hidden forces had not revealed their purpose yet, and Yazi had not been found. Pei Ziyun intended to act according to his current identity. With the silver accessory in his hand, he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. A moment later, his face changed. This won't do. There's a tremendous power interfering and suppressing me here. This is the same as the incident with Yazi. She should be in the peace capital, but there's a power isolating my senses. This is the power of God. This is too much. It wasn't that Pei Ziyun didn't have any trump cards up his sleeves. Summoning the power of two worlds would be enough to break through this suppression. Forget it. I'll find Yazi first. It won't be too late to flip the table then. Thinking of this, Pei Ziyun walked in front of the inn owner. At this point, the other party had also regained his senses. After all, he had been working here for a long time. It wasn't the first time that someone had died. Although he was a little frightened by the sudden appearance of the corpse, he wouldn't give up so easily. Boss, this person was my subordinate. Since he's dead, I have to settle him down. Don't worry, I won't ask you to pay for everything. I'll give you some money to buy a coffin. As he said this, Pei Ziyun took out a silver coin and threw it to the other party. The silver coin was made by Japan. It was shaped like a cake and was a standard tale. Anyway, this money didn't belong to him. It belonged to the Yamada young master. Pei Ziyun couldn't be bothered with such details. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. Yes, Your Excellency, I'll do it right away. Looking outside, he realized that the sky was already bright. The owner took the silver coin and nodded. He then called for his assistant to handle the matter. Although the death of someone in the inn wasn't a small matter, it was only a low-ranked warrior. The owner of the inn had spoken up and didn't seem to want to pursue the matter. He even paid for the coffin. This was a good result. The owner was afraid that Pei Ziyun would blame him. Although he was afraid that the sky was still dark outside, he braced himself and went out to buy a coffin. He also invited a monk to chant scriptures. Japanese shrines valued the purity of life and usually didn't participate in funerals. Hence, a monk had to be invited for funerals. Pei Ziyun took a look and released his perception, try to locate Yazi's whereabouts. Just like before, it was to no avail. In the quiet courtyard, there was only himself and a corpse. It was a waste of time to stay here any longer. Pei Ziyun stood up and walked out. On the streets outside the inn, there were already a few people walking around. Compared to the situation last night, it was obvious that there were more people around. Although Yamazaki is dead, I still need to find out more about the Orange Mansion. Perhaps there will be news of Yazi. Pei Ziyun grabbed someone and asked. He was told that the Orange Mansion needed to be further ahead. Pei Ziyun then proceeded. He didn't expect to reach the mansion in a shorter time than he had expected. Then that he had stayed in last night was only a short distance away from the Orange Mansion. From the name of the mansion, it was indeed the Orange Mansion. The mansion wasn't small either. It was definitely not a place that an ordinary family could live in. It's about the size of half a town. A town was a type of unit of land in the Tang dynasty. It was inherited by Japan. The system of building a city in Heian capital and the rules of distributing land for officials were all copied from Chong, and in Luoyang. Officials of the third rank and above were allocated 1 town, 21 mu of land. The Fujiwara family had been in power for 100 years, and the Fujiwara Taoist mansion was allocated 2 towns, 43 mu of land. Officials of the 4th to 5th rank were allocated 5 towns, 10 mu of land. Officials of the 6th to 7th rank were allocated 25 towns, 5 mu of land. Officials of the 8th to 9th rank were allocated 125 towns, 5 mu of land. Due to age, experience, and achievements, the same rank might not be the same. That was the general specification. The size of the mansion in front of him was exactly the size of Tachibana Daoist mansion in the capital. Could it be that Izumi Shiki is really a night stealer? Or did something happen to Izumi Shiki and he's not the same person? That's not right. Pei Ziyun's gaze fell on the empty space beside the door, and he frowned. An ox cart was parked there. The ox that was pulling the cart was wagging its tail leisurely. During the Heian era, other than the emperor, the nobles mainly relied on ox carts to travel. Although the Orange Mansion also had horse carriages, if it was a carriage of the Orange Mansion, it should not be parked here. If there was an ox cart parked here, it meant that there was a guest. However, the sky was still bright. According to the boss, no one dared to wander outside in the middle of the night in Heian capital. This ox cart must have stopped here last night. Moreover, this is a half cart. It was usually used by emperors, princes, regents, and ministers. What kind of distinguished guest would stay overnight in the Orange Mansion? The answer was obvious. Looks like the task that Tachibana Daoist gave to the young master of the Yamada family has been completed. Izumi Shiki is now in contact with the princes. Pei Ziyan laughed and knocked on the door. Orange Mansion, due to the absence of the male owner. Although there was management, it still felt a little desolate. Not to mention other things, there was dust in the corridor. However, none of this mattered to him. Under the service of a maid, Izumi Shiki was dressed neatly and was reluctantly bidding farewell to the princes. Even though she was already married, Shikaibe still had a trace of the innocence of a young girl. Her actions had a weak and lingering posture, like the entangling vines and leaves, soft and fresh. Especially when she was in the spring, her expression was gentle and her eyes were filled with joy. When the princes looked at her, they felt a strange sense of pride. Hence, he loved this lover very much, but had to leave. I heard that your highness has been summoned by the princes to be promoted to the 2nd rank. Is this true? If it's true, I will congratulate your highness. It's true, I've had enough. The princes looked at her. His pale face was expressionless, and he was not happy. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, I don't have any children, so what if I get a title? In Japan, the princes and princes were divided into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranks. As for the officials, other than confusion in the early stages, they did not have to use the rank. The salary of a 2nd-rank prince was 1,500 stones, while the salary of an official was only 950 stones. However, although the princes had been recommended by his elder brother to marry Fujiwara Ain's 9 daughters, they had no children and had to adopt an adopted son, Fujiwara Yoshitsun, real father, Fujiwara Yukinari. This naturally made him depressed. The power of the Fujiwara family was too great. Izumi Shiki's eyes widened in surprise. Please don't say that. After all, this is a joyous occasion. If it wasn't in the morning, I would have to invite you to drink a few cups and sing and dance to liven things up. What a smart woman. The princes felt a little sad and held her hand. Don't worry, it's okay. I've already agreed to the conditions. She won't disturb us, let alone hurt you. After all, I'm still a prince, and I have the blood of Amaterasu. My heart, because of my love for you, is burning like a fire. But the sky will be bright soon. I don't want others to see me leave your place, and I don't want people to talk about it. For the sake of our long-term relationship, I can only leave early. I hope you understand. Your Highness, I can understand what you're saying. It's just that I feel a little regretful that I can't watch the sun rise with you. But on second thought, it's also a joyous thing to be able to enjoy the snow together. Izumi Shiki, who was originally reluctant to part, seemed to recall the scene last night when they stood in front of the porch and couldn't help but smile. The princes also smiled. Yes, it's indeed a wonderful thing to be able to enjoy the snow with you. The two of them rubbed against each other for a period of time. At this time, the right guard who had followed them to the Tachibana residence came to remind them. The princes had no choice but to leave with a regretful expression. At this moment, a maid rushed in from outside and bowed to the princes and Izumi Shiki. "Your Highness, madam, there's a warrior with a token from Master Tachibana Dojin who wishes to see you." Tachibana Dojin? As soon as these three words came out, it was like a clap of thunder in their ears. Izumi Shiki, who had been full of longing just a moment ago, suddenly turned pale. She looked at the princes for help, her eyes filled with panic. Chapter 8:12. Your Highness, this. Could the messenger have found out about this? The moment Izumi Shikibu thought about this, she panicked. She could barely breathe. She paused and bowed. "For the sake of your reputation, you should leave quickly." Although the Heian dynasty had adopted a system of marriage by marriage, it seemed very casual. In reality, the Heian dynasty placed great importance on bloodlines. Although Tachibana Daojin was only a branch of the Tachibana family, the Tachibana family was also a descendant of the Emperor of Japan, Emperor Minda. During the Nara and Heian dynasties, they had produced many ministers. They were a famous family, on par with the Minamoto family, the Taira family, and the Fujiwara family. Izumi Shikibu was the wife of Tachibana Daojin, not a concubine. Her relationship with the prince was obviously against the rules. The prince panicked. However, he was a member of the royal family after all. Faced with such a result, he could bear the consequences. He quickly calmed himself down and comforted her. "Don't panic. If I go out now, I will meet the person in question. You should meet him first. See if he's found out about us. Perhaps he is just a crude warrior and won't be able to find out." "You are right. I have lost my composure." The prince was handsome, and his words were very infectious. After Izumi Shikibu was comforted, she felt that she had thought too much. Although the prince had not left the Tachibana residence, the Tachibana residence was huge. Would anyone dare to search it? Even if the other party discovered something, as long as they were not caught red-handed, there was no need to worry. As for other things, he would think about it after he met the other party. Thinking of this, Izumi Shikibu instructed the maid, "If that is the case, go and invite the other party in." She then asked the prince, "Would you like to hide in the room?" "No, I'm a little worried. I want to observe from behind the scenes." The prince insisted. This matter not only concerned Izumi Shikibu's reputation, but also his own. This was no small matter. He felt that it was wonderful when he was having an affair. At this point, the prince was really worried. Since the prince had said so, Izumi Shikibu did not try to persuade him. She nodded and instructed the maid to bring the person in. When Pei Ziyan walked in, he saw a young lady. Behind her was a curtain of silhouettes. At this point in time, there were many different types of clothing for the ladies of the nobility. Seeing a warrior like Pei Ziyan, Izumi Shiki did not need to wear a full set of attire. She only wore a simple robe and had a few accessories on her. Although the accessories were covered with a thin layer of cotton to keep out the cold, this lady had bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was graceful and alluring. She did not look fat at all, but instead looked rather flirtatious. Pei Ziyan looked at her and thought to himself, although amongst the 3 talents maids of peace, this lady's position in history is second to none, but in terms of beauty, she's definitely number 1. He lowered his eyes and gave a samurai salute. "Yamada Shinichi greets Madam." "Yamada Shinichi? He's from the Yamada family?" Pei Ziyan replied, "Yes. So it's a samurai from the Yamada family. Get up and tell me about Lord Shojun." Izumi Shiki's gloominess and panic dissipated when he saw the young samurai enter. His expression softened as well. Many of the nobles in the peace capital were obsessed with appearances. Even if Izumi Shiki did not like Yamada Shinichi, who had disturbed his life, his good looks and demeanor dispelled some of the bad feelings brought about by the panic. Pei Ziyan stood up and said, Master Dao Zhan has been thinking about you ever since he was in Hechuan. Even when he is busy with work, he still thinks about Madame Shi, who is in the Ping capital. If not, he would not have asked me to deliver this letter. This was of course a lie. Pei Ziyun had arrived halfway. How would he know what Tachibana Daojian was thinking? As for deep love, this lady Shiki in front of him had married Tachibana Daojian at the age of 19. He was 17 years older than her. Although the two of them had a sweet time in the early days of their marriage, and even gave birth to a daughter, not long after, Tachibana Daojian became the guardian of Peace Capital, leaving Waizumi Shiki behind. The age difference was huge, and they had not been together for a long time. How could there be any deep feelings? Needless to say, as far as he knew, after becoming the guardian of Peace Capital, Tachibana Daojian had another woman to spend time with. She would remember to send someone to ask Waizumi Shiki how she was doing in the Peace Capital. It was probably because she had heard bad news. But Pei Ziyin naturally had to say good things about Yamada Shinichi. This was in line with his identity. Waizumi Shiki did not believe what he said. After listening, a trace of sadness appeared on her beautiful face. She sighed. If he really missed me, why did he not send a letter for so long? Why did he only send you now? But as soon as she said this, she realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly covered it up and looked at the young samurai in front of her. Seeing that the young samurai's expression was indifferent, she felt relieved and said, Since he asked you to come from so far away, you must have brought a letter, right? Yes, please take a look. Pei Ziyun handed the letter to the maid, and the maid handed it over. Opening the letter, Waizumi Shiki's eyes fell on it. After looking at it for a long time, she closed the letter. Old friends live in old places. It is hard to know that their hearts have changed. I didn't expect that so much time had passed. Reading this letter, I feel a little sad. She asked again, from Peace Capital to the Peace Capital, the journey was long. Was there only Yamada-kun? Pei Ziyun explained according to his own character. There were 3 people when we set off. On the way, we encountered bandits and one died. After arriving at the Peace Capital, another died last night. Waizumi Shiki was a little surprised and covered her mouth. Could it be that there was danger in the Peace Capital? It could be the work of ghosts. Pei Ziyun told Waizumi about the ominous signs he encountered after arriving at the Peace Capital. When he said this, he carefully observed Waizumi Shiki's expression. Waizumi Shiki was very beautiful. Even after hearing this, she was a little pale and used her fan to cover her expression, but it did not hide her beauty. This is too scary. Waizumi Shiki looked at Pei Ziyun in panic, and there was no gentleness from before. The nobles of the Peace Capital usually avoided these things. Who would be willing to get involved with someone related to this matter? She was young and still had a little playfulness of a young girl. She was married, and her charm was mixed together. It was no wonder that more than one prince would be attracted to her, like a moth flying into a flame. However, Pei Ziyun did not have many thoughts about such a beauty. He just frowned. She doesn't have much demonic and evil energy. Pei Ziyun had a conclusion in his heart. If it wasn't for Waizumi Shiki's superb acting skills, this matter has nothing to do with her. Of course, the most important thing is that the ox cart parked at the door must belong to the prince. Since the other party is staying here, it is impossible for Waizumi Shiki to go to the inn to attack Yamazaki Ichiro. Who is the woman who ran at night? To be able to wear such jewelry, she must not be an ordinary woman. Pei Ziyun secretly glanced at the curtain. Behind the curtain, there was a faint red and yellow aura. It was the dragon aura of Japan. The person inside must be a prince. In theory, this was invulnerable. However, thinking of the legends about the various female ghosts in the Peace Capital, even in the Emperor's harem, there were often women who turned into evil spirits. This was difficult to guarantee, and in this case, the range was too wide, and it was difficult to determine the identity of the other party. Yamada-kun, thank you for sending the letter. It's really hard. Waizumi Shiki slightly bowed his head to express his gratitude and asked, What are your plans next? Are you going back immediately, or? After Waizumi Shiki finished this sentence, he immediately explained, I plan to write a reply for you to pass to Lord Daozhun and ask when you will go back. Pei Ziyun replied, in addition to this matter, Lord Daozhun also gave me other tasks. It will probably take some time. After you finish writing, you can send someone to the inn to find me. Still, Waizumi Shiki was a little depressed when he left without asking anything. However, if this matter was made clear and the other party found out, it would not be good. He said a few more words to Waizumi Shiki and asked him to leave. As soon as Pei Ziyun left, Waizumi Shiki turned to look at the prince who came out from behind the curtain. Your Highness, do you think Yamada has found out about us? If it was not to continue to investigate, why would the other party stay in the peace capital? The prince had seen Yamada Shinichi clearly from behind the curtain. The other party was a handsome young man, which should have given him a good impression. However, when it came to the matter of having an affair with Waizumi Shiki, he could not help but feel a little annoyed. The prince's expression was a little ugly, but he still comforted Waizumi Shiki. Don't worry, I will handle it. Under Waizumi Shiki's expectant gaze, he walked out slowly. When he was outside and got on the ox cart, he could not help but sigh. This matter is a little difficult to handle. If this person continues to stay, he will definitely find out about this matter. Tachibana Michinoku has a close relationship with Fujiwara Daoist and is one of his advisors. Besides, the Tachibana family also has scruples, and the opinion of her father, Oi Masashi, has to be considered. What should I do now? Not to mention that the Tachibana family was the descendant of Emperor Minda. In the second year of Tianhe Shungbao, 750 BC, the imperial court bestowed the surname of an official to the Tachibana family. They even had 2 generations of empresses, Fujiwara Mitsuko and Tachibana Yoshiko. Although in the past 10 years, the Tachibana family had slowly declined from an official to a lower middle-class noble family. Far away from the center of power, they were still a respectable family. The prince did not know that the Tachibana family would continue to decline. He still had some scruples about the Tachibana family that once controlled the imperial court. Tapping the back of his hand with his fan, he suddenly had an idea. Seeing that the ox cart had reached a secluded place, he suddenly called for it to stop. Prince, don't you intend to return to your residence first? The right guard came forward and asked, thinking that the prince wanted to go somewhere else. The prince opened the curtain and said to the right guard with a hint of hesitation on his face, it's not like that. I just feel uneasy, and I want someone to take care of a matter. The right guard had followed the prince for many years. Thinking of what had happened today, he suddenly realized, are you going to get rid of this samurai from Izumi? In the Heian era, the status of samurai was not high. Although the power of the imperial court, the emperor, had declined, and for several generations, it was still a piece of cake to deal with a mere samurai. As the prince's confidant, the right guard did not mind doing some dirty work. Chapter 8:13. Aya. Although this person is just a warrior, his looks and aura are extraordinary. If he were to appear at the banquet, I would think that he is a young official. Such a person must be an intelligent person. I'm not sure how to deal with him. The prince tapped his fan on his palm, revealing a troubled expression. Just because he looks extraordinary, does that mean he is intelligent? If Pei Ziyin had heard this, he would have been speechless. However, the right commandant was not happy with the prince's compliment. His impression of this young man had worsened significantly. But we cannot let this young man get close to his highness. The right commandant pondered for a moment before suggesting, why don't we send someone to threaten him and chase him out of the peace capital? If he is not here, even if he is intelligent, he will not be able to obtain any useful information. That's what I was thinking, but who should we send? Why don't we send Haruno Tong? He is quick-witted and should be able to adapt to the situation. The prince looked at one of the guards not far away and nodded him. Let him come over. I still need to give him some instructions. Although the right commandant felt that the prince was overly concerned about Yamada Shinichi, he thought that although Yamada Shinichi was just a young master of a small clan, he had the backing of Tachibana Daojin. It was understandable that the prince was worried that Yamada Shinichi would spread the news to Tachibana Daojin. AI, Haruno-kun. The right commandant walked over and called out to the young warrior. The prince has a mission for you. This is a chance for you to show off your abilities. Hurry up and follow me. Yes, right commandant. Haruno-tung replied respectfully. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he followed the prince to the ox cart. Haruno, I have something for you to do. This matter concerns my reputation, as well as my relationship with Tachibana Daojin. Hence, do not be rash and act according to the situation. All you need to do is to chase Yamada Shinichi out of the peace capital. Do you understand? The prince said. Haruno-tung immediately replied respectfully, I understand. Rest assured, prince. I will definitely get that Yamada Shinichi out of the peace capital. I will not let him feel that he has been neglected and spread the news. I will not allow him to continue staying in the peace capital. He emphasized the word invite. Sure enough, the honorable prince was very satisfied with his understanding. Very well, that's it. Go and find Yamada. I heard that he's at the Isauka Hotel. Yes. Haruto bowed deeply and didn't follow. He watched as the prince's ox cart left. Ever since the collapse of the Bantu system, the 3 generations in one had been changed to eternal life. Local families that owned land had all sent their land to the local or central dignitaries and paid a certain amount of annual tribute every year. As a result, the Fujiwara family's power swelled. Fujiwara Taoist alone had an income of 70,000 stones, which was twice as much as the Mikado, 37,000 stones. However, Fujiwara was only the most powerful representative. As a prince, there were also some families that had pledged their allegiance to him. The Haruno family was one of them. Not only did Haruno Tendo himself come, but several low-ranked samurai also came with him. A low-ranked warrior saw Haruno Tendo standing there with a pensive look on his face, so he came over and asked, Young master, what is it that the prince wants you to do? Is it difficult? Why do you look so troubled? Haruno Tendo sighed. It's indeed difficult. The prince wants me to find Yamada Shinichi and drive him out of Heian City immediately. However, I don't want him to bear a grudge against me, so I agreed to it in front of the prince. After all, the prince has asked me to do this, which means that he trusts me. But now, I'm worried that I can't do it well and make the prince unhappy. What's so difficult about it? The low-ranked samurai said. Haruno Tendo immediately looked at him. Oh, what's your plan? I just heard that Yamada didn't come alone. There were 2 accompanying samurai. However, one died on the road, and the other died in the hotel last night. Who knows if this kind of strange thing will continue? If we use this to persuade him to leave Heian City immediately, it might have a miraculous effect. Haruno Tendo frowned. You reminded me. This matter is indeed a bit strange. Not to mention him, even I feel creeped out when I hear about it. It's morning now. Why don't we look for Yamada immediately? If we go now, even if he has bad luck on him, it won't affect the young master. The low-ranked samurai seemed to have seen through the young master's concerns. Yamada must have just experienced something strange and is feeling uneasy. If we exaggerate the situation in Heian City at night, he will definitely run away in fear. Haruno Tendo looked at the sky. The snow had stopped, and although the sun was dim, it was still morning. He nodded. You're right, this is the right time. The 2 of them decided not to go back. Taking advantage of this time, they walked to the Asaguka Hotel. When Heian City was built, it was modeled after Luoyang and Chang'an. The roads were paved with stone slabs, but now the slabs were uneven. Although the snow had stopped, the wind was very cold, and even their lips were frozen. The 2 of them walked under the eaves and walls. After turning a corner, Haruno Tendo was deep in thought. A samurai who defected to the Tachibana family? It's very similar to my home. Maybe we can talk. Just as he was thinking, he saw a scarecrow. And what's this? Who abandoned it here? How rude. Just as he was thinking, the scarecrow laughed. Haruno Tendo felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to scream, but couldn't open his mouth. In the eyes of the low-ranked samurai, his young master had only stopped in his tracks. Looking at his young master's expression, he seemed to have thought of something. Young master, the low-ranked samurai called out hesitantly. Hiruno Tendo slowly turned his head around. Under the sunlight, his eyes seemed to glow red, scaring the low-ranked samurai. But when he rubbed his eyes, where was the red glow? Young Master Hiruno Tendo looked at him in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." The samurai was flustered and didn't dare to speak his mind. He couldn't even remember why he had stopped in his tracks. Seeing his young master walking away, he could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart and follow him. At this point, Pei Ziyun had returned to the hotel. When he returned, the boss had already bought a coffin. He then asked someone to help carry Yamazaki Ichiro inside. Since someone had died in the hotel, there was still some repercussions. Some of the guests had already checked out and left. When Pei Ziyun entered the hotel, he saw the bitter expression on the boss's face. He was sighing as he stood in the middle of the hall. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he forced a smile and said, "Your Excellency, everything has been done." Pei Ziyun looked at the coffin and sighed in his heart. Although his identity as the young master of Yamada was fake, and Yamazaki Ichiro wasn't even alive, he had at least addressed him as young master. For him to have died so mysteriously, it was obvious that they were trying to provoke him. "Last night, I don't believe that they didn't know my strength. Yet they only sent a few demonic spirits over. Rather than saying that they were testing me, they were trying to provoke me. From the looks of it, Yamazaki Ichiro isn't in their hands. If he was, they wouldn't have used such methods." Pei Ziyun could feel that the other party was trying to provoke him. He laughed coldly and said, "Boss, find a temple to store the coffin in. Wait till I'm done with what I have to do, then I'll make arrangements." There were several temples in the peace capital. Pei Ziyun planned to store Yamazaki Ichiro's corpse there. He didn't want to trouble two people for the same matter. Hence, he decided to leave it to the boss of the hotel. What could the boss of the hotel do? He was already lucky that he wasn't implicated in this matter. He could only agree. But when he thought about what happened last night, he was still afraid. He was afraid that something would happen to the Yamada family warrior in his hotel. He wanted to persuade him to leave, but didn't dare to do so. He could only remind him, "Your Excellency, do you want to change to a different hotel or a different room tonight?" Pei Ziyun replied plainly, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Stay in your original room." Seeing that the boss wanted to say more, he reminded him, "Even if I don't stay here, the other party might still come tonight. If they attack someone in the middle of the night, someone might die. What should we do?" The boss of the hotel revealed a look of fear when he heard this. If people were to die one after another in the hotel, this hotel would really have to close down. "That's why I said that staying here is the best solution," Pei Ziyun said as he frowned. He turned around and saw someone walking in from the door. Before he even entered, he shouted, "Yamada Shinji, is Yamada staying here?" His tone was arrogant. Pei Ziyun frowned and saw that the person had already entered. There were two of them. One was a young man with delicate features. However, his lips were curled up in an arrogant manner. Looking at their attire, both of them were warriors. The one behind them was a middle-aged man with a sword in his hand. It was obvious that they had come with ill intentions. The boss of the hotel was already feeling uneasy. When he saw this scene, his body trembled and he opened his mouth to speak. "I am Yamada Shinji. What's the matter?" Before the boss could speak, Pei Ziyun replied. The young man said coldly, "I am Haruto, a warrior of the prince." "You are Yamada Shinji? Since that's the case, you should know why I'm looking for you." "So what if I know? So what if I don't?" The attitude of the young man made Pei Ziyun unhappy. Haruto snorted coldly. "If you know, you should commit suicide immediately. You know what you shouldn't know. Even if you bring the news back, it will only bring shame to your master. This is not what a warrior should do. In order to keep the secret and protect your master's dignity, as well as the reputation of his wife, you should commit suicide. Although you are seeking death, you can still spread the name of a warrior to your descendants." Pei Ziyun raised his eyebrows. Although he was surprised by the actions of the prince, he could understand it. This way of handling things was absurd to many people. However, in Japan, it made sense. To a prince, ordering a warrior of a small family to commit suicide was indeed something he only needed to say. However, Pei Ziyun was not the real Yamada Shinji. Even if he was the real Yamada Shinji, he might not agree to commit suicide to protect his master's reputation. Hence, he only laughed coldly. What if I don't agree? Then you're just a cowardly person. I will deal with you. As he said this, Haruto pulled out his sword and slashed at the man. When Haruto entered the room, his face was full of surprise. He did not expect his young master to suddenly change his mind and order Yamada to commit suicide. He wanted to stop Haruto, but failed. Then, he heard a scream of agony. When he looked over, blood rushed to his head, and his eyes turned bloodshot. It turned out that Haruno Tung had just taken a step forward when a wooden saber had chopped down from his shoulder, creating a large gash. Blood and internal organs were splattering out. This Yamada had no qualms and was merciless. "Young master," the warrior shouted. Without thinking too much, he pulled out his sword and rushed forward. His face was extremely ferocious. In the next moment, he took a wrong step and the wooden sword sank. With a pu sound, it pierced through the warrior's chest. With another pull, the warrior's corpse fell to the ground. He's killed. The shopkeeper was trembling in fear. His lips trembled, but he did not dare to run. He was afraid that if he moved, he would be killed. Pei Ziyun had killed 2 people in a row, but he did not panic. He looked at Haruto's corpse. His eyes were filled with a fire that normal people would not be able to see. "It's a demon again. The first time, I might not have found you. The second time, I will not forgive you." These words made the shopkeeper confused. Pei Ziyun did not bother to explain. He really despised demons and ghosts. He did not expect that there would be such a low-level demon who would offend him again and again. Chapter 814. Unbeknownst to everyone, it started snowing harder and harder. The ground was covered in a thick layer of snow, and the roofs of the shops in the distance were covered in a thick layer of snow. As the wind blew past, it was bone-chilling. Although it was daytime, there were fewer people on the streets, unlike in the morning. This was a system from the Tang Empire, and now it had a new meaning, reminding the people of the peace capital to stay away from the dangers of the night. "Everyone, the weather is getting colder. Have some warm wine. I guarantee the temperature is just right." The wine vendor shouted. Hey, boss, I'll have a bowl." A warrior with a long blade called out. "Although I can drink a liter, I have to go back early." Who doesn't want to go back early? Even if it's 5 or more nobles, they would only dare to travel in ox carts at night, right? Someone said casually. Yes, it was said that 100 years ago, it wasn't like this. Someone else added. Suddenly, he stopped talking and looked at Pei Ziyun. It was quiet in front of the wine vendor. Although the youth in front of him looked like a warrior, his clothes were clean and tidy, and he was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Maybe he's a warrior from one of the nobles? In this era, the emperor supported the Taira family. Although the Minamoto family was one of the surnames given to the son of the emperor when he was demoted, they sided with the Fujiwara family and fought against the emperor. The emperor and the nobles used warriors as pawns, and because of this, the warriors gradually rose in status. Pei Ziyun pondered. That warrior just now must have been corrupted by the demonic ghost. Although he was killed because of this, I have to kill him. Ever since I arrived at the peace capital, there have been many demonic ghosts provoking me. Moreover, the ones who came were of this level. Could it be that they are trying to provoke a battle between me and the peace capital? Yes, Pei Ziyun had already guessed the reason why the other party was doing this. It was not a pointless provocation or a test. The other party was probably trying to provoke a conflict and hatred between him and the nobles of the peace capital, causing him to sink into it, unable to extricate himself. To this, he laughed. Do you really think that this kind of thing can make me flustered? If I change my way of thinking, what can you do to me? With this thought, he quickened his pace and soon appeared in front of a mansion. With a smile, he flipped over it and disappeared into the falling snow. The 2 rows of footprints were soon covered by the falling snow, leaving no trace. So cold. Taking advantage of the dusk, the coachman drove the ox cart back to the prince's mansion. He rubbed his hands together and exhaled white gas. Then, he grumbled softly on the road. Crunching snow, being run over by the wheels, made a teeth-aching sound. The ox pulling the carriage in front was not afraid of the cold. It walked at a steady pace, pulling the carriage steadily. At this time, the coachman was sincerely envious of the honorable prince sitting in the carriage. If he could have a room to keep him warm from the wind and snow, how happy he would be. But when he looked at the poor people who occasionally died on the side of the road, he couldn't help but rejoice. In the capital of peace, people like him who could serve the high officials, although he could not be compared to those with official positions, and even could not be compared to the dignified status of the warriors, but at least he would not die quietly in this cruel winter. Being able to live was perhaps the greatest happiness. The ox cart continued on its journey, and soon, the residence of the honorable prince appeared in front of them. Not only did the coachman heave a sigh of relief, but the guards around them also heaved a sigh of relief. His Royal Highness is busy with the Taisho platform. Although we work hard, we will follow him to the death. But for that woman, every night is torturous. Someone couldn't help but complain. Don't say any more. Someone patted the scabbard and then remained silent. They were not coachmen. Most of them were warriors attached to the honorable prince. They had fields and servants at home. Going out in this weather was also a kind of torture, but they did not dare to complain about the honorable prince. In their hearts, they cursed Izumi Shiba, who was restlessly seducing the honorable prince. Although the affair between the honorable prince and Izumi Shiba was covered up, there were many people who knew the inside story. Although the princess and the honorable prince had no children, the adopted son, Fujiwara Yoshitsune, was a child of the Fujiwara family. In the future, the adopted son would definitely be biased toward his adoptive mother. I'm afraid that even if I know now, I won't say anything. But every time I think about these things, I feel embarrassed. At that time, these warriors were really on tenterhooks. We've arrived? When the ox cart stopped, the curtain was lifted. The honorable prince took a look, but there was no joy on his face. Instead of saying that they had returned to the honorable prince's mansion, it would be better to say that they had returned to a comfortable but depressing cage. But even if it was a cage, in this harsh weather, it was still more comfortable than staying on the ox cart. Although there was an ox cart, the honorable prince also felt cold. When he leaned out and felt the cold wind, he immediately shivered. Quickly get someone to open the door, the honorable prince said in a low voice, feeling a little dissatisfied. After he went out, the door to his own mansion was really closed. He did not consider that he had rushed back in this weather and how much he wanted to immediately return to his warm room. With a mansion like this, a princess like this, and a group of servants like this, how could his heart settle down and not seek warmth from the outside? Although the honorable prince also knew that his thoughts were just to vent his anger and to vent the long-accumulated dissatisfaction. The door to the mansion was closed. This was because in recent years, the Heian capital had not been peaceful. If the door was not closed, the people in the mansion without a male master at home would encounter a demon or ghost. It would be a great disaster. But when he was unhappy, everything was not pleasing to the eye. When the servants heard the door call, they went to open the door. The honorable prince entered the door, surrounded by the honorable prince. When he saw that the path had been cleaned up, he felt new dissatisfaction. Even the snow on both sides of the road has been cleaned up. It's really not beautiful at all. But thinking that although he had gone to the Tanshojo for a while, he had just returned from his lover's home last night. No matter how depressed he was, he could not act up after entering the mansion, lest the news of him not being on good terms with the princess spread. The Fujiwara family was powerful, so the honorable prince could only swallow the words he wanted to say and walk towards his own courtyard. "Honorable prince, are you not going to see the princess?" A female official who had just returned reminded him. The princess was in a bad mood last night and had a nightmare. When she woke up, she even asked about you. The honorable prince hesitated for a moment, thinking of every time they met, they would want to talk but not have anything to say. So he shook his head. "No, I'm a little tired. I want to rest." Since the honorable prince had said so, what could the female official do? She sighed and left with a sad face. In the honorable prince's courtyard, the charcoal fire burned brightly, and the room was as warm as spring. The honorable prince, who was sitting with his chin in his hand and looking out of the window in a daze, thought of the happiness he had with his Zumi, Shikibu, last night, and his heart was filled with disappointment. When the honorable prince was 12 years old, he was appointed by the honorable prince as a fourth-rank concubine. Later, he was promoted to second-rank concubine. He married Fujiwara Ayan's 9 daughters, but they did not have any children. Under pressure, they had an adopted son, Fujiwara Yoshitsun. Although many Japanese did not care too much about whether the heir was their own bloodline or not, they cared more about inheritance. However, they did not have a single child, not even a daughter. This kind of frustration stemmed from self-doubt, and it was not simply an extravagant desire for descendants. Fujiwara Yoshitsun, I think he can also raise an excellent man. But after all these years of marriage, I still don't have any children. Even I sometimes wonder if I've done something to make the gods hate me, which is why I've ended up like this. How hateful! The honorable prince sighed again, and even could not help but hit the ground beside him. Is it me who is infertile, or is it the princess who is infertile? If I am infertile, I can only helplessly bear the punishment of angering the gods. But if the princess is infertile, why do I have to bear the criticism of others behind my back? The honorable prince even thought of Izumi Shibe. She had already given birth to a child, which meant that Izumi Shibe's body was fine. If she could also give birth to a child for him, would it mean that his body was fine? As an honorable prince, he could not accept the fact that he was a useless person. Just as he was thinking about this, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, the female official brought a group of maids and brought a sumptuous meal. When they arrived at the courtyard, the branches shook and snow fell, hitting the female official. She screamed and tidied up her hair and clothes in annoyance. She turned her head, and a red light flashed in her eyes. The maids entered the room, added the stove, and served wine. The honorable prince was a little annoyed. Who asked you to serve wine? I did not order you to do things on your own. The female official responded and bowed to the ground to apologize. Then she raised her head, and a pair of clear eyes stared at the honorable prince. Seeing that it was her, the honorable prince had no choice but to look away and asked, Xiao Su, why are you here? In the beginning, female officials in Japan, during the flying bird era, were used to offer their daughters to the emperor. It was a kind of hostage. Later on, it evolved to non-noble women could not be female officials. There were many female officials in the imperial palace. In fact, the honorable prince's mansion, the imperial prince's mansion, and the imperial minister's family also had female officials. They were all noble women, so of course, they could not be too harsh to female officials. Your Highness, the snow is heavy. The princess ordered us to clean up and asked me to serve your Highness. As she spoke, she poured wine. According to the rules, even the honorable prince could not say much about the distribution of the inner courtyard. Note 2. Although he felt that it was a little strange, there was no problem with this excuse. The honorable prince was also a little hungry, so he did not want to argue. He picked up the wine cup and was about to drink. Suddenly, someone outside the room laughed and said, If it was me, I would not drink. Who? This sound startled the honorable prince. He immediately put down the wine cup, got up, and looked outside. At the same time, he tried to retreat, but it was too late. The person jumped down from a roof and landed in front of the door. Even though he had only seen him once, the honorable prince immediately recognized him. You are Yamada Shinichi. The person who came was none other than the young samurai he had seen in Izumi Shibuku. This person was handsome, and anyone who saw him once would not easily forget him. But why did this person suddenly appear in the honorable prince's mansion? What was he doing here? Could it be that he was here to avenge his master, Tachibana Daojin, for stealing his wife? The honorable prince's expression changed drastically. He immediately wanted to call for the samurai. Although at this time, the imperial court had shown signs of decline, as a second-rank honorable prince, there were still many samurai in the honorable prince's mansion. Just as he was about to speak, he saw that Yamada Shinichi's hand had already touched the hilt of the sword at his waist. A chill hit his heart. The honorable prince was afraid. He took a step back and forced himself to calm down. What do you mean? Do you want to cause trouble for Tachibana Daojin? Shoo, let's watch a good show first. The other party looked at him mockingly, and his eyes fell on the female official who looked very scared and trembling. Note 1. The famous Z Shibuka once served as Fujiwara Daojin's female official. Note 2. Men cannot ask too much about the management of the inner courtyard. This is the result of the marriage system in the Heian era. The specific development is a long story. Chapter 8:15. Drink it. Pei Ziyin pointed at the wine glass in front of the prince and said coldly to the official. The official trembled and looked at the prince for help. The prince did not know what Yamada's intentions were, but since he did not intend to make a move on him, he tried his best not to provoke him. Hearing these words, the prince paused and his expression changed. He wanted to say something, but quickly shut his mouth. Drink it. Pei Ziyin spoke once again, looking at the female official with a gaze that was devoid of emotion. There was only coldness in his eyes, as though he was looking at a different species. The female official seemed to be scared stiff and didn't move an inch. Pei Ziyin laughed coldly and pinched her chin, forcing her to open her mouth and pour the wine down her throat. Ai, this is too crude. The prince, who had always been gentle and protective of women, frowned and said when he saw the official choking on the wine. Pei Ziyin looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, but didn't say anything. This made the prince even more unhappy. What kind of look was that? How presumptuous. Just as he was thinking about this, the official's body started to tremble violently. The frequency of her trembling increased. Under the prince's shocked gaze, she suddenly screamed out in pain. Her entire body was enveloped in a black aura, and her facial features could not be seen. That was not all. The official started to roll on the ground in pain. What kind of sorcery is this? The prince pointed at Pei Ziyin and asked. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the prince realized that he had said something wrong. This is poison wine. Thinking about how he would have ended up like this if he had not stopped her, the prince felt an uncontrollable anger rising in his chest. Even now, although the imperial court was declining, it was still in control. How dare someone assassinate him? Just as he thought about this, the official's screams died down and she fell to the ground, motionless. The prince looked at her without pity and said angrily, Idiot, could it be that the Yamano family has ulterior motives? Although the prince was not a timid person, he had been pampered since he was young. Even though the imperial court was declining, other than not having an heir and being suppressed by the Fujiwara family, he had not suffered much. Encountering such a situation, his anger soared. Pei Ziyin glanced at her and said, She's from the Yamano family? However, she did not die because of this cup of wine. In fact, this female official had already died a long time ago. The reaction just now was a reaction of her body. Her soul had long been contaminated and eroded before this body perished. As he spoke, Pei Ziyin stepped forward and flipped the corpse over. He saw that the pained expression on her face had disappeared. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked as though she was alive. If we examine him now, the doctor will say that he died of natural illness, and there are no signs of poisoning. The Grand Prince's hair stood on end. How could this be? What is going on? Yamada, since you came to save me in time, do you know who wants to harm me? As he spoke, he had already calmed down and muttered, The Yamano family doesn't have this courage, and they don't have this level. You just said that the pollution has eroded? Is it a demonic ghost? Thinking of this, the prince said coldly, No matter what, we must investigate. We must get to the bottom of this. Guards! Hearing the crown prince shouting, Pei Ziyin spoke up, Wait a minute. This kind of thing, it would be useless to ask a warrior to investigate. Why don't we ask a sorcerer or a Onmyoji to take a look? If it's a demonic ghost, even if they can't solve it, they should be able to tell. The crown prince looked at the dead female official on the ground, then looked at the calm Yamada Shinichi. Yamada, you're right. We should ask a sorcerer to come. Guards, come quickly. He shouted towards the outside. Pei Ziyin stood by the side and did not stop him. The crown prince felt more assured. Seeing two servants rushing over, he said, "Go and ask a sorcerer to come over immediately." The servant hesitated for a moment. "Crown Prince, is it a sorcerer who can get rid of evil spirits?" The so-called sorcerer was a monk. The crown prince nodded his head. "Yes, the faster the better. Go quickly." "Yes, crown prince." Although the servant was suspicious and did not know the reason for the crown prince's order, since the crown prince had given the order, he could only run out to ask for help. "Yamada, I've already asked the sorcerer to come over. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" It was obvious that Yamada Shinichi's actions had gained the crown prince's trust. Furthermore, what had happened earlier had caused the crown prince to tremble. He wanted to leave this scary place. Pei Ziyan listened and laughed. "I'm afraid it's too late." "What?" The crown prince's heart skipped a beat. He did not know what Pei Ziyan meant. Could it be that another demon had come and he had nowhere to hide? However, Pei Ziyan only laughed and did not reply. He did not know if he should let the crown prince leave or not. He stood there feeling troubled. In the blink of an eye, he heard footsteps coming from outside. The crown prince was startled. "The sorcerer is here? But isn't this speed a little too fast?" As soon as he finished speaking, a female official entered the room. Her figure was reflected in the crown prince's eyes. The crown prince heaved a sigh of relief. "So it's Xingzi. Did you hear the news and rush over? You've worked hard." This was his own female official, but she had an official position. Furthermore, she was sent by the imperial palace. He had to show her respect. However, Xingzi acted as if she could not see or hear him. She walked over to the female official and looked at her. With one look, the female official revealed a smile. She then quickly retracted her smile and changed her expression to one of fear. She shouted, "Not good. Someone come quickly. The crown prince has been killed." This cry not only shocked the people outside, but also the crown prince who was inside the room. What was going on?" The crown prince looked at Pei Ziyan in confusion. He wanted to ask what was going on. Pei Ziyan shushed him, and the crown prince could only swallow his words. At this point, because of the female official's shout, there was a commotion outside. Many people were running over, following a voice saying, "Princess, please slow down." The crown prince knew that his wife from the Fujiwara family had arrived. Thinking that the female official who had died was the princess's personal attendant, the crown prince's heart sank. However, he looked at the female official Xingzi, who seemed to be acting strangely as well. He then suppressed his suspicions towards the princess. After all, Xingzi had always been with him, and her relationship with the princess was very cold. If the female official's death was related to the princess, then why would Xingzi, who rarely interacted with the princess, become so strange? The more he thought about that smile, the colder his heart became. If the princess really had such abilities and could control people as she pleased, that was too scary. In comparison, he would rather believe that this was the doing of a demon outside. "All of you stay outside and guard the door. Do not allow unauthorized people to enter or leave." The female official Xingzi ordered. The graceful and noble princess walked in with small steps and did not object to the female official's orders. Xingzi went forward and pointed at the female official who had fallen to the ground, saying, "Look, the prince has been killed." The crown prince stood there and realized that not only did the female official not see him and Yamada Shinichi, the people who came in at this time, including the princess, could not see them either. Could this ability be Yamada Shinichi's ability? The crown prince's understanding of this warrior deepened, and his heart faintly trembled. Nonsense! Seeing the female official on the ground, the princess's face twitched visibly. It was obvious that in the princess's eyes, this was only a female official, and not the crown prince who had been killed. As her husband, the crown prince had never seen this kind of loss of composure. She was a noble daughter of the Fujiwara family. The Fujiwara family was powerful, and even the crown prince had to tolerate the fact that he did not have a son. Every action of hers was also like that of a noble daughter. When had she ever behaved like this? The crown prince watched with great interest. The princess glanced at the female official who was talking nonsense and was about to shout for her to stop. However, Xingzi was very confident in what she saw and continued. I heard that His Royal Highness Prince had a conflict with the warriors of Tachibana Dojo because of his Izumi Shibutsu. Was it that warrior who did it? The expression of the crown prince, who was watching the show, froze and slowly looked at his princess. At this time, the princess had already covered her face with her fan so that no one could see her expression at this time. Don't say any more. Quickly go down and ask the master to take a look. Had he been bewitched by evil spirits? Xingzi, however, turned a deaf ear and continued. Although Izumi Shibutsu would not kill His Royal Highness Prince for this kind of thing to cover up the scandal, and Tachibana Dojo would not directly give the order, but those lowly and rude warriors may not understand these principles. Perhaps in a moment of impulse, she wanted to continue speaking, but there was a commotion outside the door. Someone shouted, "Forbidden, the princess is inside. You can't go in." Another person shouted, "This is the master invited by the crown prince. You dare stop him? Out of the way." In the midst of the quarrel, a monk had already entered. The first thing he saw was Xingzi. He respectfully clasped his hands together in front of the princess consort and chanted, "Ji Muni Muni Muni, Maha Muni, Yisu Ahi." This was the Gautama Buddha foundation mantra, the core mantra of all Buddhist mantras. Almost at the same time, a golden talisman flew out. As soon as the incantation was finished, there was a loud boom, and everyone's vision turned black. Then it was bright again. When they opened their eyes again, they saw Pei Zi Yun and the crown prince standing in front of them. Before he could kneel down subconsciously, he saw that the dead prince on the ground had turned into a female official. This reversal stunned everyone, and when Xingzi saw this change, she knew that she had fallen into a trap. She cursed inwardly, and a heavy pressure had already pounced on her. Under the pressure of the talisman, she raised her neck and let out a loud scream. Black gas overflowed, and her hands pressed down. With the sound of cracking bones, her body twisted and expanded. She turned from a slender, smooth, and tidy female official into a terrible monster with black teeth and disheveled hair. Most of the people who saw this scene screamed. At this point, the crown prince revealed a rare sense of responsibility that a husband should have. He pulled the concubine, who was standing very close to the monster, to his side. Seeing that the talisman was causing the monster to scream out in pain, and smoke was rising from its body, a warrior took the opportunity to rush forward and kill it. He shouted, "Protect the crown prince and the concubine." In this era, the culture of warriors was not developed yet, but the relationship between warriors and their masters had not changed much. Warriors received land, rice, and salary from their masters, and had to be loyal to their masters. Even if they were to die, they would be able to spread the name of their martial arts to their descendants. What's more, they were able to take advantage of the situation. With a single slash of the blade, the seemingly helpless monster roared out in anger. Its voice was like thunder as it grabbed the talisman with both its hands. Green smoke rose from its hands, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. However, it did not care and tore the talisman apart with all its might. Pooh! As soon as the talisman was torn apart, a black gas filled the air. The blade landed on the talisman, and with a pu sound, it pierced into the flesh, but was unable to penetrate further. The monster then grabbed the warrior's shoulder and tore it apart. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the warrior screamed in pain. One of its hands had been torn off. Chapter 816. Puff! Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and a few drops even landed on the prince's face. Smelling the blood, the prince felt nauseous and could not believe his eyes. Not long ago, the situation in the house was still suppressing the demon, but in an instant, the situation had reversed. Although he was a prince, he had never seen a fight to the death. But there was no time to think. The demon that had broken free from its restraints knew that it had to capture the leader first. With a swipe of its claws, half of the warrior's face was torn off, and his bones were exposed. He fell to the ground, unable to even scream, and could only twitch. Then, with a fierce look in its eyes, the demon pounced on the prince. Ah! The prince screamed subconsciously. If the prince was alone, he might have been able to avoid it. But the house was not big, and the concubine and the maids were all squeezed together. Under such circumstances, everyone was crying and pushing each other. He was a man, but he had no way of breaking through the wall of people. My life is over. Seeing the claws covered in flesh and blood rushing towards him along with the evil wind, the first half of the prince's short life flashed through his mind at this moment of life and death. He felt that his life had been mediocre and useless. Sigh, as the descendant of the Amaterasu god, he was going to die in the hands of a demon. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to die, a faint light flashed in front of him, and the demon let out a scream that was even louder than the others. The prince, whose ears hurt, suddenly realized something and opened his eyes. Yamada-kun, Your Highness, protect the prince. Stop pushing. Only then did the people react, and hurriedly hugged the prince and concubine and retreated. Filled with joy and mixed emotions, the grand prince did not forget to look back. He saw Pei Ziyun standing where he had been standing a moment ago, with a blade in his hand. His demeanor was solemn and serious. In front of him, the demon was crying out in pain. The wound wasn't deep, but the white flames were burning the demon's flesh. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't be extinguished. Amazing. Someone could not help but whisper, "Just one slash, and the demon is burning. Is this the skill of sorcerer?" The exclamations by his ears allowed the prince to quickly understand what had just happened. It turned out that just as he was about to be harmed by the demon, Yamada Shinji, who had previously saved him, took action again and slashed the demon. Yamada-kun. The prince, who was usually easily moved, looked at Yamada Shinji, feeling touched and fearful. Of course, the prince was equally puzzled as he looked at the demon being burned by the raging flames. Although there were some powerful warriors in this era who could kill monsters, no one had ever heard of a warrior being able to burn a monster with a single slash. Or could it be that the other party knew magic? Or could it be that demons would self-immolate when they were seriously injured? This was not impossible. Looking around, he saw that everyone had different expressions. There was surprise, gratitude, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Then, he looked at Yamada Shinichi and calculated in his heart. The Tachibana family had already declined, let alone Tachibana Daojin. Could he recruit such a warrior as a subordinate? Pei Zi-yin did not care about the complicated looks that were directed at him. His expression was calm as he stared at the burning demoness, deep in thought. I thought it was a demon, but it turned out to be a female ghost that was once a human. Furthermore, it was a female official. It's much easier to nurture an evil spirit in a human's heart than to cultivate a demon. I didn't notice it before because there was a power that concealed its aura. No wonder it could get close to the prince and even try to poison him. However, now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I know that the prince's lifespan has come to an end. This is the reason why the demon ghost could get close to him and harm him. However, no matter how weak the imperial court is, the prince cannot be killed by a demon ghost, even if he is about to die. If I really kill the prince with poison, there will also be a backlash. This demon ghost is just cannon fodder? But what is its purpose? Perhaps there's another purpose? Pei Ziyin thought about it and smiled. The reason why he protected the prince was to prevent the blame from being placed on him. This was to buy time to recover. As long as he killed 2 more demons, he would be able to obtain the identity of a god in this world. At that time, he would have nothing to worry about. However, even if the plan to stall for time did not work, it would just be a little more trouble for him. No matter how many schemes there were, he could kill them all with a single slash. As he was deep in thought, due to the burning of the female ghost, the air was filled with a strange smell. This smell was different from the smell of burning flesh. This smell was even more strange, filthy, and unbearable. Even so, the prince and the rest who cherished their lives did not escape the courtyard. They were afraid that there would be other demons hiding in the dark. Namo Boka, Fondi Visaka, Kurupi Glaze. Unlike the rest of the crowd, the monk was able to see something deeper. He looked at Pei Ziyun with fear in his eyes. As he chanted the mantra, his body glowed with a light that was invisible to the naked eye. Medicine glaze Buddha's mantra? Pei Ziyun looked at it and was shocked. He had lived many lives, but this was the first time he had come into contact with the true light of Buddha. This Buddha's light is too weak, but based on the nature behind it, it seems to be similar to Artemis. At this point, there was a commotion outside. Someone was shouting the prince's name. From the tone of his voice, he did not seem to be from within the palace. Following that, there were noisy footsteps approaching. Someone else had arrived. The prince looked at the concubine and asked in a low voice, "Who else did you inform?" "No one." The concubine replied, "Perhaps the news of what happened just now has spread, and someone from outside is here." Although the prince's residence was a prince's residence, it was not an impenetrable residence in the Ping capital. Furthermore, the news of the prince's death was definitely a big deal. If there were spies in the residence, it would be impossible for them not to spread the news. Not to mention those with ulterior motives. Even an ordinary noble would want to send someone to investigate the situation. If the prince was really killed by a village warrior because of a personal grudge, it would definitely attract warriors to surround and kill the murderer. It would definitely bring disaster to Tachibana Daojin and the Yamada family in Izumi country. As the two of them spoke, the people outside had already arrived at the courtyard. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, they saw the scene in the house. Their eyes fell on Pei Ziyun, who was holding a wooden blade. Anger immediately appeared on their faces. "How dare you?" Following the shout, more than 10 warriors behind him immediately rushed in and surrounded Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun looked at the house that was almost full. He smiled and walked out, as if he did not care about the warriors surrounding him at all. Because of Pei Ziyun's actions, the surrounding warriors did not make a move and slowly retreated. Of course, the warriors did this with the intention of luring the people out. Fighting in the house could easily hurt the innocent and nobles. "Hey, you village warrior, are you Yamada Shinichi? Are you the one who wants to hurt the prince? Put down your blade and surrender, and I will let you have a dignified disembowelment," the warrior shouted. His face was solemn and his lips were tightly pursed. On his high cheekbones, there was a pair of slender and calm eyes that carried a strong killing intent. It was obvious that he had killed many people. Although he saw the prince who was still alive, the truth was different from the information he had received. However, Yamada Shinichi was holding a wooden blade in front of the prince and had a disrespectful look on his face. This was the truth. As he spoke, the warrior's feet were on the ground and he slowly approached. He's an expert. This person held a blade with both hands, the tip of the blade pointing upwards. Although he was slowly approaching, his feet were only raised an inch and his shoulders were slightly drooping. This was a stance that could be used to attack or defend. In every world of fighting, the techniques are similar. Pei Ziyun's body was as steady as Mount Tai. He sighed slightly as he watched his opponent continuously gathering his aura. On the 5th step, the warrior's aura reached its peak. With a loud shout, he slashed down with his blade. As the blade slashed down, the entire courtyard seemed to darken. Pei Ziyun held the blade in his hand and slashed out. The blade pierced through the air and hit the wooden blade, emitting a soft sound. Following this, the opponent did not hesitate. The blade turned and attacked 7 times in a row. Each slash was the style of the army. There was no hesitation. Although it was a wooden blade and an iron blade, as they attacked, the sound of metal clanging was deafening. The two of them exchanged blows, and their movements became extremely fast. Some of the surrounding warriors could not even see their movements clearly. Another thin layer of snow fell. Due to the two of them crossing each other, the area was muddy. The new falling snow even avoided this area under the saber light. Exciting. This country bumpkin warrior was impressive. The onlookers were all watching intently, forgetting their own duties for a moment. Under the stimulation of the snow falling on their necks, they were dazed for a moment. Their pupils constricted as they stared vigilantly at the scene and slowly approached. This was not a duel between two warriors. When facing an enemy, they would always rush forward together. Sakata-kun, stop! Stop fighting! Seeing that the situation was worsening and a bloody battle was about to break out, the prince came to his senses. With a pale face, he waved his hand to stop the fight. Stop fighting, Sakata-kun, save me. He's not the murderer. Sakata-kun? To be addressed as Sakata-kun by the prince, his status was not ordinary. He stared at the warrior's insignia. He was a warrior of the Minamoto clan. In this era, other than Kaneki Sakata, Pei Zi-yun could not think of a second person. This was indeed one of the people he had guessed. Kaneki Sakata, one of the 4 heavenly kings under Minamoto no Reiko. This person was one of the strongest warriors of the current generation. Many people agreed with this point. This could be seen from the fact that Yamada Shinji was not at a disadvantage against Kaneki Sakata. Although Kaneki Sakata's fighting spirit was strong, he had to obey the prince's orders. He jumped back. After a moment of silence, Kaneki Sakata spoke to Pei Zi-yun. Yamada, you are very strong. As if to prove his words, a slit appeared on Kaneki Sakata's clothes, revealing the muscles underneath. This was caused by the blade of the sword. From start to finish, the two of them had fought for less than 3 minutes. Everyone who witnessed this was shocked. Pei Zi-yun faced everyone's gazes, his heart as calm as still water. Sakata-kun, you're very strong too. He was indeed very strong. However, if not for the fact that the surrounding warriors were watching him, ready to attack at any moment, this blade would have pierced through his body and severely injured Kaneki. A loss is a loss. Kaneki Sakata's face darkened. Since you're the one who saved the prince, I've offended you. He paused before asking in a low voice, what happened here? Why is Sakata-kun here? As a member of the Minamoto clan who had submitted to the Fujiwara family, he naturally had the right to question anyone in the capital. Chapter 817. Pei Zi-yun sheathed his wooden blade and replied calmly, I just happened to meet him. He then bade farewell to the prince. Prince, I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave first. I will come back to bid farewell to you when I'm done here or before I leave the capital. As he finished, he did not care if anyone else agreed or not and walked out. Please wait. Someone called out from behind. Pei Zi-yun turned around and saw a middle-aged samurai who had come with Kaneki. His ordinary face was filled with a hearty smile. But no matter how hearty he was, compared to a samurai like Kaneki, his gait and expression were filled with an air of nobility. Yamada-kun, it is a pity for a samurai like you to be a country bumpkin. The samurai lowered his head and said seriously, with your martial arts skills, you can definitely achieve greater things. Who are you? Pei Zi-yun's face revealed a look of confusion. I am Watanabe Tsutomu, like Kaneki, a retainer of Lai Guanggo. I saw your match with Kaneki just now and feel that you are very impressive. A samurai like you should have a better future. Please join the Minamoto family. Lai Guanggon will definitely appreciate you. Watanabe Tsutomu? Pei Zi-yun could not help but size him up. The son of Minamoto Wan, the descendant of the Saga Minamoto clan's Minamoto Ro. Along with Kaneki Sakata, he was known as the 4 heavenly kings of Lai Guanggon. Although he might not be stronger than Kaneki Sakata, he was a proper member of the Minamoto family and naturally ranked first among the 4 heavenly kings of Lai Guanggon. A thought flashed through Pei Zi-yun's mind, but he did not show it on his face. He rejected politely, Watanabe-kun, there is no need to speak further. I, Yamada Shinji, do not intend to join another family. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I cannot agree. That is a pity. Watanabe Tsutomu sighed. A samurai like you, if you do not join a wise ruler and build up your career while you are young, you will not only be wasting your beauty, but also your life. Kaneki Sakata also spoke. Yamada-kun, if you ever change your mind, you can come and find us anytime. Be it Watanabe-kun or I, we will always welcome you. Pei Zi-yun did not speak this time. He nodded and turned to leave. Someone beside the Minamoto prince could not help but mutter, "What a boorish country, samurai warrior. How rude of him to leave just like that. He even gave up such a great opportunity." When the Grand Prince heard this, he immediately looked over and said unhappily, "Yamada just saved everyone, including you. How can you say such malicious words after he left?" When the prince said this in front of everyone, the man immediately covered his face with his sleeves, not daring to look at the expressions of the people around him. "Watanabe, do you have the confidence to defeat Yamada?" Seeing that nothing happened, Sakata Kinshur, who also said goodbye, went out with Watanabe Tsunetsuna. When they reached the steps outside, Sakata Kinshur asked, "Watanabe." Tsutomu frowned and hesitated for a moment. "If it's a level just now, I might be able to deal with it, but I always feel that he hasn't used his full strength." The warriors following him were shocked. Even at this level, he still hadn't used his full strength? What kind of monster was Yamada Shinji? Sakata Kinshur did not refute and fell silent. "However, we are warriors, not vagabonds. If he really is an enemy, we will naturally attack together and hack him to death." "Understood." Sakata Kinshur patted himself and looked into the distance. "If it's an enemy, I'll definitely kill this man next time. This man is too dangerous." Pei Zi-yun ignored the thoughts of some people. Once he was outside, he went straight to the inn. The snow on the ground was soft. Even ordinary people could probably feel the ominous aura that permeated the peace capital during this period of time. Therefore, when the weather was bad and the sun was not high in the sky, people tried their best to avoid unnecessary travel. Even if they were going to work, they were in a hurry and did not dare to stay outside for long. Now that the snow was lighter, there were still few pedestrians. Pei Zi-yun walked at a moderate pace in the snow. In a vast expanse of whiteness, he was very conspicuous. Equally conspicuous was an ox cart parked in the distance ahead. Is it my imagination? I feel like the ox cart is waiting for me. No, it's not my imagination. It is waiting for me. Pei Zi-yun raised his eyebrows slightly and did not speed up. He maintained his original speed and walked at a moderate pace. When he finally reached the ox cart, the curtain was lifted and a teenager came out of the carriage. As soon as he landed, he smiled and bowed. "Are you Yamada Shinji?" the teenager asked crisply. "It's me," Pei Zi-yun replied. "Then I didn't wait for the wrong person." The teenager smiled, revealing his canine teeth. "My master invites you to his residence for a chat. Please don't reject him." "Who is your master?" Pei Zi-yun did not feel the aura of a demonic ghost from the other party. However, he could not say that the other party was definitely human. In his eyes, although the teenager had the appearance of a human, his body was glowing faintly. It was very clean, but there was an essence that was different from that of a human. He could not help but look at him a few more times. The young man wasn't shy at all and allowed Pei Zi-yun to size him up. "My master said that he cannot tell you his identity for now. You will know when you go." He even winked mischievously. "Interesting." Pei Zi-yun laughed. "If that's the case, please bring me there." As he said this, he did not ask any more questions and really got on the ox cart. The teenager did not enter the cart again. Instead, he jumped onto the ox cart. He did not use a whip, and the ox cart started to move slowly. Pei Zi-yun was the only one in the cart. He closed his eyes and examined the ox cart, as well as the aura along the way. This ox cart has a faint demonic aura, but it does not seem to be evil. It seems like a little demon that has just gained sentience. It shouldn't be the young man driving the cart. If I had to ask, could it be the ox pulling the cart? The nobles of the peace capital, no matter how brave they are, would not dare to use an ox despite knowing that it was strange. I'm afraid the other party has a plan and is not a noble, but I've only been in the peace capital for a short period of time. Who would know of me and invite me to their residence? Could it be the monk who exorcised the demonic ghost from the prince's residence? Thinking about this, Pei Zi-yun thought back to the Buddha's aura. Naturally, he had heard of Buddhism before. However, there were no true Buddhas in Dessau and the Greek world. Vajra, Arhat, Buddha. What level are they equivalent to? Although the teenager was driving the cart, he was paying attention to what was going on. When he noticed that Pei Ziyun was sitting in the cart with his eyes closed, he could not help but be impressed. This human was very brave. No wonder his master specially invited him to be a guest. AI, it's a pity that this person is very fierce. Even when I get close to him, I'm afraid. I wonder if he will scare my other companions when he goes to the residence. The wheels of the ox cart rolled over the snow. The roads of the peace capital were not smooth. From time to time, the cart would rumble and shake. After an unknown period of time, Pei Ziyun felt the cart come to a stop. "We're here, Yamada-kun. You can alight now." The teenager's voice rang out, sounding very cheerful. Pei Ziyun took a look. It was still snowing outside. When he jumped off the cart and landed on the ground, he heard a faint cry of surprise. The sound didn't come from anywhere near him. Pei Ziyun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a mansion that made him feel surprised. In front of him was a mansion. The surroundings were not considered spacious. Compared to the prince's residence, the mansion itself was much more low-key and simple. Half a town is so big. Is this the mansion of 4 or 5 officials? In the peace era, 3 officials and above were allocated a town. 4 to 5 officials were allocated half a town, and 6 and below were allocated a quarter of a town. However, this was not the reason why Pei Ziyun was surprised. He looked at the door and shook his head. "It's this person who invited me." At the door, the sign of the Abe Mansion was clearly visible. This is the Abe Mansion? Standing here, he did not need to release his senses to feel the fluctuations of spiritual power coming from within. Very powerful, worthy of his reputation. Pei Ziyun no longer doubted the identity of the owner of this place. Abe no Saimai, a famous and deified Grand Onmyoji in the future. It was this person who invited him, which was out of Pei Ziyun's expectations. He did not expect that this trip to the peace capital would attract the attention of the other party. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they come. Whether Abe no Saimai was kind or malicious, Pei Ziyun was fearless. After a moment of shock, he calmed down. The wooden door did not need to be knocked on as it opened with a squeak. The teenager took a few quick steps and stood at the side of the door. He bowed politely. "Yamada-kun, please enter." The door was open, and the scenery was not bad. It did not give people the feeling of a banquet at Hongmen. Pei Ziyun did not seem to notice the eyes that were secretly staring at him and walked in. The young man walked behind him and closed the door. He furrowed his brows and glared at the little monster who had almost exposed himself for not hiding properly. "Yamada-kun, please wait a minute. I will take you in." There was an array inside that could confuse people. What if Yamada-kun got lost and started killing? When the teenager saw Yamada, Shinichi walking quickly, he hurriedly chased after him. Although there were many Shikigami and little monsters in the mansion, in terms of ferocity, not many could compare to this human samurai, right? There was no need to deliberately test this point. Just the blood on Yamada Shinichi's body could make the teenager realize the horror of this samurai. Pei Ziyun ignored the teenager and walked straight in. The Abe Mansion was nearly 5,000 square meters. The courtyard was very large and divided into several levels. The interior was simple but elegant. There were no servants on the road, but the ground was very clean. He could even see a small plum forest. Against the white snow, it looked even more noble. The fragrance of the plum flowers was refreshing with the wind. But then, the small exclamations and discussions hiding under the plum forest reached his ears, which made Pei Ziyun feel a little helpless. "I have long heard that there are many Shikigami in Abe no Saimai's family, and that he is a great Onmyoji. I didn't expect it to be true. There are too many Shikigami and little monsters in this mansion, but they are too weak. They are not even worth using my sword." The main job of Onmyoji was to observe the sky, study the weather, explore the geography, set the calendar, and mark the time. As for curing and saving people, divination, feng shui, and exorcism, it was actually a side job. But now it seems that the Onmyoji of this world is closer to the legendary profession. The closer he got, the more he could feel the deep spiritual aura inside. Chapter 8:18. When Pei Zi-yun stepped into the inner courtyard, he could see a flash of light before his eyes. He then appeared in a dense forest. Tall trees blocked the sky, the light was dim, and a group of ferocious beasts surrounded him. There was a faint demonic aura around them. Were they demonic beasts? Pei Zi-yun looked around, speechless. All of a sudden, a few demonic beasts pounced forward. Pooh! Although he knew that these were all illusions, he did not ignore them. With a flash of his blade, the few demonic beasts that charged forward were all killed. The remaining demonic beasts were fearful of the ferocious beasts. When they looked over, they could not help but retreat slowly, letting out whimpering sounds. In the next moment, they turned and fled as if they were real. Not only that, the stench of blood in the air was very real. The person who created this illusion array was indeed impressive and could even adjust the difficulty. One impressive illusion technique. If not for my divine sense, I would not be able to sense that this was an illusion array. Stretching out his hand, he could really feel the wind blowing through the forest, bringing with it a slight chill. After becoming a god, Pei Zi-yun had far more experience and insight than he had ever had before. Immortal Tao enlightened masters were still a little lacking. Broadly speaking, they were somewhere between humans and gods. Gods that were slightly above them did not need any cultivation techniques, as they had their own eyes. Illusions were meaningless. But to mortals, they might not be able to escape in their lifetime. If they were not enemies, I would like to discuss this with Abe no Saimai. What a pity. Even if Abe no Saimai was not one of the masterminds, it would be difficult for him to stand on my side in this world. The best outcome is that we do not have to fight each other. Pei Zi-yun thought this through. In the next moment, his wooden blade flashed, and he kept it. Pooh! A crack appeared in the air, followed by a cracking sound. The entire space cracked like a spider web, and with a loud boom, it shattered. The surroundings returned to its original state. He had just entered the courtyard, and he could see the fake mountain not far away. Yamada-kun, the youth finally caught up with him and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. You walked so fast, I almost could not catch up. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun was staring at something, he hurriedly explained, Please do not misunderstand. The illusion spell was activated automatically. You should know that recently, there have been more and more ghosts wandering around the peaceful capital. Many high-ranking officials and nobles wish to invite our master. Our master is extremely vexed. Hence, he created this illusion spell in order to prevent people from entering and to gain some peace and quiet. I understand. Have there been more and more ghosts lately? Pei Zi-yun asked curiously. That's right. In the past, there weren't many of these things. It was just a coincidence. But in recent decades, there have been more and more demons and ghosts. Even his lordship's workload has increased. The young man scratched his face and spoke in a distressed tone. He then casually walked through the fake mountains and arrived at a certain spot. He then said, We're here. His Excellency is just ahead. His eyes lit up as he realized that he was in a corridor. Japanese-style buildings were mostly made of wood, and the eaves were very long. The floor of the building extended all the way to the roof, forming a semi-open platform that was open to the courtyard. This was the corridor. At this point, facing the courtyard, there was someone brewing tea. The sun was shining brightly under the snow. A quail was perched on a branch, looking for food. The man knelt down and looked at Pei Zi-yun with a smile in his eyes. Yamada-kun, I apologize for not welcoming you earlier. Please take a seat. Pei Zi-yun replied, I should be the one saying that. I've broken your spell the moment I entered. That's rude of me. As he said this, Pei Zi-yun knelt down opposite Abe no Saimai. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. No wonder everyone says that you're the descendant of the fox demon. When you smile, you look like a fox. Pei Zi-yun thought to himself as he cursed the other party's character. He then asked him politely, I wonder if Master Saimai has any complaints about me. It's obvious that Yamada-kun has some complaints about me. Abe no Saimai poured a cup of tea and smiled. If not, you wouldn't have refused to lead the way and barged in. Pei Zi-yun shook his head as he smelled the fragrance of the tea. I just don't understand why Master Saimai invited me as a guest. I feel that Master Saimai wants to test my abilities. Since that's the case, I might as well get straight to the point. Oh, didn't I hear about you and was curious, so I invited you as a guest? Abe no Saimai revealed a sly expression. Or could it be that you believe the rumors that I'm the son of the White Fox, and that I'm cruel and merciless? Even if you're a guest, I would treat you rudely? If it were anyone else, being questioned by their master like this, they would probably feel guilty. Pei Ziyin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Don't you know how to do that? So that's what Yamada-kun thinks. Abe no Saimai returned a mysterious smile and said, The tea is warm enough. Please have some tea. This is tea from the Tang Empire. It wasn't easy for me to get it from Lord Anayan. Pei Ziyin tasted it and felt that it was nothing special. However, this was normal. There was no tea in Japan. It was only introduced during the reign of Emperor Dizong of the Tang Empire. Although a royal tea garden was opened, the quality was poor and no one liked it. They could only import it from the mainland until the Song dynasty. In this era, Japanese tea did not taste good. This was common knowledge. However, taking advantage of this, the two of them changed the topic and talked about the recent events in Heian capital. Listening to Abe no Saimai's mocking tone as he commented on some of the nobles, Pei Ziyun followed suit. Master Saimai's divination skills should be very powerful, right? Pei Ziyun asked when the other party talked about divination. I'm just entertaining myself. Abe no Saimai laughed. Then you invited me here because, what did you predict? Pei Ziyun held the cup in his hand and looked at the patterns casually as he asked slowly. Abe no Saimai smiled and said calmly, Yamada-kun, I invited you here because Yamada-kun is a great warrior. I do have something that I need to trouble you with. Is it related to demons? Pei Ziyun slowly took a sip of tea and put the cup down. Yamada-kun is indeed smart. Abe no Saimai smiled and tapped his palm with the handle of his fan. His pair of narrow fox eyes flashed. It is indeed related to demons. Abe no Saimai glanced at the courtyard. Although there seemed to be nothing, there was a trace of comfort. Pei Ziyun knew that in this courtyard, there were many weak demons and shikigami. The young man who led the way should be one of them. Abe no Saimai retracted his gaze and saw that Pei Ziyun was not a person who liked to beat around the bush. He did not change the topic and went straight to the point. Yamada-kun, what do you think of demons? Demons? Pei Ziyun said casually, although it is a little extreme, but most demons are people who deserve to be killed. As soon as he said this, he could feel the atmosphere around him stagnating. Abe no Saimai did not show any anger and continued to ask, Oh, Yamada-kun actually thinks of demons this way? But it is not easy for demons to cultivate to human form. It is a pity to kill them directly. Actually, I do not discriminate against demons too much. It is just that most demons have a lot of blood on their hands. They have harmed and eaten humans. Pei Ziyun spoke in a serious tone as he looked around. He had a smile on his face. Those who are not of the same race have different intentions. Many people would think that these words are extreme. But even humans clash with each other. What more humans and demons? Demons eating humans is normal, just like humans eating pigs and cows. But on the other hand, as a human, what is the pity in killing demons? Many people liked monsters, but unfortunately, they were only monsters. There are almost no real monsters that did not eat humans. Abe no Saimai nodded and continued to ask, Yamada-kun, I do understand your intentions. But what about demons that do not harm or eat humans? Pei Ziyun said lightly, Then I will not kill them. Abe no Saimai got the answer, and his smile became more sincere. He squinted his eyes and nodded. Yamada-kun is really a benevolent person and a great warrior. However, your trip to Heian City this time has caused a lot of trouble. It is a pity, but it is not that there is no way to solve it. If you stay here and do not go out, you will be able to live peacefully. I wonder if you would be willing to be my guest and drink tea with me? Abe no Saimai gestured to Pei Ziyun to look at the house. Look, my house is very big, and the environment is quiet. It is a good time to discuss yin-yang techniques with you. I have a new book called Divination Strategies. I hope Yamada-kun can give me some pointers. Divination strategies. As soon as these 4 words came out, the courtyard fell into silence. The young man who was not far away was shocked. This was Abe no Saimai's lifetime experience in yin-yang techniques. Even Abe Masako did not pass it down. How could he let an outsider read it? The young man was about to speak, but Abe no Saimai gave him a sidelong glance, and he immediately took a step back, not daring to speak. Pei Ziyan glanced at her and rejected her decisively. Thank you for your reminder, Duke Qingming. However, I am not a person who will hide from trouble. If it wants to come, let it come. I will be waiting for it. He then bade farewell and didn't even mention the divination strategy. He only took a few steps before stopping and asking the smiling fox, "Oh right, Duke Qingming, before I came, I heard something about you." "Oh." Abe no Saimai raised his eyebrows. "I heard that you have been given a position by the imperial court?" Pei Ziyan looked at him and asked. Abe no Saimai was startled at first, then laughed. "How is that possible? I am not from the Fujiwara family, nor am I from the Minamoto, Tachibana, etc. How can I be given a position?" "Thanks to His Majesty's grace, the left minister, Fujiwara Taoist, has helped me to become one of the 4 imperial court officials and enjoy a salary of 500 stones. So that's how it is." When Pei Ziyan heard this, he bowed to thank him and walked out of Abe's house. As soon as he stepped out, his expression turned cold. Abe no Saimai lives up to his reputation. Note 1. This is a test. Actually, he was not asking about his attitude towards the demons, but to test Pei Ziyan's reaction. Pei Ziyan's act of destroying the illusory world was an indication of his attitude. Asking if he was going to live in seclusion was Abe no Saimai's last warning. Isn't the so-called trouble that the prince's lifespan is running out? Once this person dies, the blame will be placed on me. At that time, the entire imperial court will surround and kill me. If I become a retainer of the Minamoto family or Abe no Saimai, I will not be the scapegoat. But once I accept it, it will be equivalent to an oath, and I will gradually be assimilated into this world. If I don't accept it, I will be the enemy of the entire world. I will not have much time to breathe. I have to quickly strengthen myself. Pei Ziyan looked around. His original mission was to kill the 4 demons. According to Pei Ziyan's prediction, he would be able to become a god in this world, just like the Desu world and the Greek world. But with the evolution of his strength, he would not be too restricted. He would gather enough resources to become a god, and would not be restricted to killing the demons. Killing the demons is relatively difficult, but killing the small demons is completely possible. I have to find target. After all, even if he wanted to kill the small demons, there was no need to kill the weak ones. Pei Ziyan's gaze turned and looked at a place. There was a bridge there, and under it was a rather famous demon, Hashiheim. She or he would be very suitable. Note 1. Abe no Saimai's official rank is 4. Baidu's Seiken nobility and Seiken nobility are all fake, but he is indeed a household name in Japan. In terms of godhood, he is equivalent to a Taoist true monarch above an Arhat. Chapter 819. It was already evening when Pei Ziyan came out of Abe's house. The snow had stopped falling, and the last ray of sunlight was fading away as the moon rose. The road was covered with snow, white and flawless. Traces of passers-by had been covered by the snow. The cold wind blew, and the snow fell into the flowing river, disappearing without a sound. The enchantment barrier is still there, but it is full of holes. After the year 794, Heian City became the capital. According to the divination of Yin and Yang, Heian City was the holy land of the 4 gods. To the north was a mountain, Chuanakang Mountain. To the east was a river, Duck River. To the south was a lake, Juling Pond. And to the west was a main road, Mountain Sun Road. The 4 gods, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger, prayed for their protection. In order to match the natural terrain, the emperor built Yanli Temple, Ghost Gate, East Temple, West Temple, Forbidden Middle, and South Temple, South Temple, to prevent evil spirits from causing trouble. The feng shui enchantment barrier was like this, and it was where the Japanese court was located. Evil spirits should not be able to enter, but it was not full of grayish-black chi. There was a faint blood-red glow in the air. It was no wonder that there were no pedestrians on the road at night. The people who lived near the river had already closed their doors when the sun was still up. The nobles did not care about the lives of lowly people. The people who lived nearby did not even dare to talk about it in order not to attract evil spirits. They only exchanged glances with each other. This was a taboo for the people living at the bottom of Heian City. Demonic ghosts. Pei Ziyin turned back at this time. The road was covered in a thick layer of snow. Underneath the snow was a layer of old snow that had been crushed and hardened. If one were to be careless, one could easily slip and fall. However, the road beneath Pei Ziyun's feet was extremely smooth and smooth. As he treaded on the snow, it was smooth and steady. In addition, he had an outstanding temperament, different from the low-level warriors. Those who heard the noise peeked through the cracks of the door and looked at him with awe. "Father, is this warrior here to get rid of the ghosts?" "Oh!" In the cold wind, a child's childish voice suddenly rang out, but was soon covered up. Pei Ziyin didn't bother to look at it. He continued walking until he reached a stone bridge. It was different from the day when they sat on the ox cart. Now that they were on the stone bridge, they realized that the scenery here was even more elegant. Although the river below the bridge was dark and, under the moonlight, it was so calm that it made one's heart palpitate. Even ordinary people could feel that something was wrong. But standing on the stone bridge, they could see far into the distance. There were still some trees by the river. It was winter now, so there was no sign of green, but the dense branches were covered with a thin layer of snow. Under the moonlight, it was like a tree full of pear blossoms, very beautiful. It was a pity that such a place had already been polluted. "Sir Martial Artist, are you waiting for me?" Just as he was thinking about this, a female voice drifted over. Pei Ziyin turned around and saw that at the end of the bridge, 12 women had appeared out of nowhere and were slowly walking towards him. Her posture was elegant and her figure slender. It was as if she wasn't walking on a stone bridge, but a lover's path paved with fresh flowers. Between her brows, there was a kind of joy in the coldness. Her jet-black hair and pale skin formed a kind of beauty. It was said that one could see a beauty under the moonlight, and this saying applied to her. Pei Ziyin did not pay too much attention to her sickly beauty. He looked straight into her eyes and asked, "Waiting for you? Sir, you came to my place in the middle of the night and stared at me like this. Could it be that you're not waiting for me, but for another woman?" The woman used her fan to cover half of her face and smiled. This kind of seduction, in contrast to her cold and conservative appearance, made her even more alluring. Pei Ziyin turned a blind eye to her, as if the woman standing in front of him was not a beautiful woman, but a skeleton. It wasn't that he looked down on beauties, but that he had seen many beautiful women before. To be able to be called a beauty, none of them were inferior to this woman. Needless to say, this woman in front of him was filled with resentment. A deity's desire was not tainted. This did not mean that a deity's heart was pure, nor did it mean that he did not like the pleasures between men and women. It was just that once a deity reached the level of a deity, his status would be higher. This resentment was like a woman smeared with feces. How could she have any desire? It was possible for humans and ghosts to fall in love, because humans could not see through it and smell it. But the love between deities and ghosts had never been heard of since ancient times. "You said this is your residence?" Pei Ziyin scanned his surroundings before asking. "There's only a river and a bridge here. Where's your mansion? Are you sleeping in the open?" "That's because I use the bridge as my roof and the river as my bed. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you." The woman laughed as she stared at Pei Ziyin. She then stretched out her hands to remove her clothes. Pei Ziyin frowned and did not speak. With a pu sound, another girl who looked exactly the same as the first girl sneered and pounced forward. She wanted to attack from the front and the back, but she missed. Then, under the moonlight, there was a flash of light. A miserable scream came from the mouth of the woman in front. There was a 3-inch deep wound on her body, and behind her, the exact same woman couldn't even scream. She fell to the ground with her chest and abdomen cut open. There were no internal organs, only gray and black gas. But before the gray gas could come out, 2 white flames appeared at the wounds of the 2 women. With a boom, the flames spread across their bodies, and the 2 of them became flaming men. The woman at the back was burnt to ashes. As for the woman in front, the moment the flames appeared, a look of horror appeared on her face. She screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames that could burn ghosts. It was unknown whether it was because she saved herself in time or because of other reasons, but the speed at which the woman in front was being burned slowed down. It seems like the karma she has been afflicted with is much lighter than the incarnation. Pei Ziyun, who was watching them, thought to himself in surprise. The flames used were imbued with divine power. Ghosts with heavy grievances would be burned very quickly, while ghosts with light grievances would be burned at a slower rate. This woman who was struggling at death's door was obviously different from the incarnation. Maybe she's not just a ghost. Thinking of the legends about ghosts like Hashiheim, Pei Ziyun had a guess. Just as he was thinking, she saw the incarnation turn into a pile of black ash in an instant. The woman's heart was like dead ashes, full of fear. Although the flames were slow, they were merciless. Step by step, they disintegrated her spiritual power and body. She knew that although she struggled to live, it was difficult for her to escape death. But she was not willing to die like this. Staring at the young warrior who was standing not far away, her heart filled with hatred, and her eyes turned red. "I hate you." She rolled on the ground, her nails clinging to the cracks of the stone, as if this was the only way to reduce the pain of being burned. Why do you do this to me?" you ask why. Pei Ziyun, who had been silent all this time, spoke. His voice was even more mocking in the cold wind. "You are a ghost, pretending to be a human to get close to me. Isn't it to devour my flesh and blood to increase your strength? At this time, why do you say that you are innocent? What's more, you have already harmed many people by staying here, haven't you? The people nearby have been so frightened by you that they closed their doors before the sky turned dark. The corpses under the stone bridge must have covered the riverbed by now, right? Hee. That's because you are all heartless people." The flames on the woman's body were getting smaller and smaller, but it was not extinguished. Instead, her body was getting thinner and thinner. She knew that she was going to die soon. She raised her head and stared at Pei Ziyun with eyes full of resentment and hatred. It was as if she was not looking at a stranger under the moonlight, but the man she had been longing for. "I have always been waiting for you, my lord. You said that you would come find me. Why did you break your promise? Why? You all abandoned me like grass. I want to kill you, kill all of you heartless people. I want to kill all of you." In the extreme pain, it was obvious that the woman was losing her mind, and her words were incoherent. Pei Ziyun stood there, looking down at her. His gaze made the woman even angrier, but when she wanted to speak again, her body had already turned transparent. "I'm going to die." Following this realization, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. At the last moment before she sank into darkness, she suddenly became confused. She stared at Pei Ziyun, as if she was looking at the man she had been waiting for her entire life. It was as if many faces were overlapping with hers. She opened the door respectfully and smiled warmly. "You are finally here." The stone bridge fell silent once again. Pei Ziyun did not move. He stood there quietly, looking at the 2 piles of ashes that had been burnt. In just a few minutes, the nearest pile of ashes floated up and started to spin. Under the moonlight, the black ashes once again transformed into a faint shadow. This phantom was lying on the ashes. As the wind blew, his clothes fluttered and his black hair cascaded down. Although his figure was translucent, reflecting the light of the water and the moonlight, his appearance and aura were completely different from before. It was as if he was an exquisite piece of glass that was covered in layers of dirt. All of the ugliness had been removed, revealing the clear light within. Indeed, although this is the Heian era, there are many legends, not just the present. Pei Zi-yun stood there, allowing this scene to happen, confirming his previous guess. Hashiheim, the goddess of Uzikawa, was in a relationship with Hachiman. However, during the Heian era, wives could not live with their husbands. They could only stay at their parents' house, waiting for their husbands to come. The goddess's posture of stretching her neck and looking at the river far away was in line with the times. It stimulated the imagination of many singers and left behind many famous songs. However, gradually, the wholehearted waiting turned into sorrow and hatred in every lonely night. There were constantly women who jumped into the water to commit suicide. As a result, the atmosphere was gradually tainted with a strong ghostly aura. Although the two that appeared could be considered as Hashiheim, it was obvious that not all Hashiheim had godhood. Only the one who broke out of the cocoon and reborn could be considered as a deity recognized by this bridge. If he killed her, he could obtain some divine power, but Pei Zi-yun had no intention of doing so. Pei Zi-yun looked up at the sky. Snow was falling again. He looked at Hashiheim, who was lying on the bridge, slowly regaining her physical form, and turned to leave. Don't have pity in your heart. Accept the hatred of those women, although they're also very pitiful. A god should be a god. Hashiheim gradually woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the figure of the young samurai walking away, and the words he left behind. I am not dead? She blinked in confusion and muttered to herself. On the Uzikawa Bridge, the snow was getting heavier. Chapter 820. Asauka and then owner sighed and instructed Ding Ji, to clean up. Compared to a few days ago, people had died one after another, and the number of guests left in the inn had decreased significantly. The tables and chairs were so polished that they were useless. God bless us. Please don't let anything happen again. 3 people have died. The boss sighed as he hunched his back. At this time, there was no one in sight, and there was not much sound. Ding Ji whispered, Boss, have you heard? Recently, an exorcist warrior appeared in the capital. He has killed 7 demonic ghosts in a row. I heard that even the demon known as the Lord of the Barren River was killed. Boss, who do you think this exorcist warrior is? Is it Yamada-kun? These days, he has been running around. Don't talk nonsense. This is not something you and I can talk about. Then owner was about to speak, but at this moment, someone outside knocked on the door. Without waiting for Ding Ji to open the door, a samurai rudely kicked the door open and shouted at Ding Ji, who was looking at him in fear. Where is Yamada? Yes, sir. Thinking of the samurai killed by Yamada Shinji, then owner hurriedly trotted forward. Are you looking for Lord Yamada? What Lord Yamada? That's a traitor. Tell me, where did Yamada go? Did you hide him? The samurai was a little thin, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. His expression was exceptionally fierce. Sir, I'm innocent. Although in this era, samurai did not have a ruling position, and the so-called sword-testing beheading, killing in the name of testing swords, had not yet been obtained, the inn owner was still trembling in fear. Ignoring the cold on the ground, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times. With a trembling voice, he explained, I'm just an inn owner. How would I dare to hide a traitor? Yamada only stayed 2 days ago, and the killing of the samurai has nothing to do with me. Moreover, this inn suffered greatly and did not dare to open for business today. An owner. Yes, cut the crap. To be honest, I'm from the disobedience office, and I've been ordered to arrest the traitor who killed the prince. Let me ask you, did Yamada come back last night? The samurai asked. He came back last night, but he went out again at dawn today. Huh. And you say it has nothing to do with you? Yamada killed someone in your shop, but not only did you not report it to the authorities, you even let him stay here. Just based on this incident, it's not wrong to say that you're an accomplice, right? The samurai sneered. The innkeeper put on a long face and said, Please look into this. Yamada can even easily kill samurai, yet he insists on staying in the inn. How can I dare to object? In any case, I hope you can understand. Please. The boss prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed. What he didn't say was that his inn was originally located in the city. The matter of Yamada Shinji killing a samurai had been fermented for 3 days and 3 nights. All the samurai in the city knew about it, but they didn't dare to find trouble with Yamada Shinji. He was just an ordinary inn owner. How could he dare to meddle in the samurai's affairs? The warrior did not care about the inn owner's difficulties at all. Everyone knows how to quibble. Unless you can tell me where Yamada went, I can only capture you and hand you over to His Excellency. At that time, the traitor's accomplices can only be executed, right? Then owner knelt and was extremely anxious. How could he know where Yamada Shinji had gone? Not far away. Dingji pointed at the spot where the coffin was originally placed. Then owner's eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, Yamada might have gone to White Bird Temple. Temple? Yes, Yamazaki Ichiro, who died in the inn, was sent to White Bird Temple, which is not far from the inn. Later on, I also sent the 2 samurai killed by Yamada there in their coffins for the sorcerer to expiate their sins. At this time, there was already a Buddhist belief in expiation in Japan. In that case, it's very likely that he's there. The samurai thought for a moment and felt that the possibility was indeed not small. Yamada Shinji had no other place to stay in the city, and the city gates had been sealed long ago. There were no suspicious people out. If not for the fact that he couldn't find Yamada Shinji after searching the city, he wouldn't have brought people to the Asagi Inn. No matter how stupid Yamada was, he wouldn't commit a heinous crime and stay in the inn to wait for the imperial court to arrest him. This time, to be able to obtain this information from the inn owner, it was not a wasted trip. However, before leaving, the samurai glanced at the relatively wealthy boss and said to the 2 attendants, "You 2 stay here and check if there are any criminals hiding in this inn." The samurai emphasized the words check, and the meaning was clear. I understood. The Lord was planning to make the inn owner bleed. The 2 attendants looked at each other and immediately agreed. White Bird Temple step by step. The teenager walked up the half-worn stone steps and stood in front of the ordinary temple that did not occupy a large area and was not well known. He raised his head and glanced at the faint golden light that shrouded the temple before entering. "Please come in." A young monk who looked about 10 years old saw that there was an outsider and immediately ran over with a smile. "It's cold outside. Please come in and take shelter from the wind." Paizian nodded. "Let me ask you something. Is the coffin that was sent from the Asagi Inn in your temple?" Are you talking about Yamasaki-kun's coffin? It's inside, and Master is chanting scriptures. Do you want to go over and take a look?" the young monk asked. Paizian nodded. "That's what I was thinking." "Then please come with me. I'll bring you over," the young monk said. Japanese shrines usually did not participate in funerals. It was common for them to hire monks to take care of the aftermath. Because of this, in densely populated areas, there would be 1 or 2 small temples. They might not be very famous, and they might not even cover a large area. There were only a few monks inside, but the existence of such temples could be considered a sign of the wealth of the area. The White Bird Temple that sent the coffin from the Asagi Inn was an ordinary small temple with few monks. However, from the looks of the building, it should have been there for a few years. Paizian walked into the main hall and saw the monks chanting scriptures for Yamazaki Ichiro. He was very polite. "Regarding Yamasaki-kun's matter, I'll have to trouble you all. This is the money for the incense. Please take care of him." Paizian threw out a small bag of silver. Anyway, he had brought a lot of money with him to the peace capital. Paizian was not a real native, so he did not have to worry about the return trip. He could spend it generously. Not to mention that in these 3 days and 3 nights, he had killed 7 demons. There was actually gold and silver in the piles of skeletons. Although there was not much of it, it had accumulated quite a lot. Thank you for the offerings. Buddha will definitely see it. White Bird Temple was an ordinary small temple and basically relied on chanting scriptures to make a living. Seeing that Paizian was so generous, the smiles of the monks became even more sincere. After Paizian paid for the incense, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood at the side of the hall and watched the monks continue chanting scriptures for Yamazaki Ichiro. Amidst the sounds of Buddhist scriptures, the monks knocked on the wooden fish and chanted, Namo Amitba Yi Dodaja Duo Yi, Dudi Ita Amitba Du Papai. All the monks chanted in unison, and the hall gradually emitted a power that seemed to be able to calm people's hearts. Pei Ziyun raised his head and looked at the huge Buddha statue sitting in the middle of the hall. It looked dignified, and under the light of the morning sun, it was as if it was looking down at the scene in the hall. As the chanting continued, the body of the Buddha statue shone with a faint golden light. The gray and black aura that had been lingering in the coffin was dispelled. When the faint golden light reached his body, it moved slightly and slid around him. His heart, that had been slightly agitated due to the massacre, also slowly calmed down. It has to be said that the chanting of scriptures was indeed effective in calming down his evil aura. Looking at this, Pei Ziyun fell into deep thought. At least from this divine light, the Buddha behind this is of the same level as Apollo. But the Greek gods are relatively xenophobic. In a Buddhist temple, even if I am an external god, not part of the pantheon, as long as I do not have any enmity, the Buddha light will treat me calmly. To be fair, the path of Buddhism is the most peaceful pantheon. Just as he was thinking about this, the shrill cry of a child could be heard. Everyone looked over and saw a group of warriors barging in from outside the hall. They were already outside the hall. The leader of the warriors was giving a heavy slap to the face, causing the little monk to fall to the ground. His attitude was very bad, but for the sake of the gods, he did not chop the little monk up. Your Excellency, my disciple is young and ignorant. Please be lenient and don't be calculative. The abbot saw this scene and was shocked. He hurriedly stepped forward to speak. Get lost. Looking up, he saw Pei Ziyun coming out of the hall. The warrior pointed at Pei Ziyun and shouted, Yamada Shinichi, it's me. The strong sense of déjà vu made Pei Ziyun understand immediately. He took a few steps down the stairs and replied calmly. Facing the cold wind, the warrior gripped his blade tightly. Although he was thin, he looked fierce and fierce. At this moment, he revealed an angry expression, which made people tremble. Yamada Shinichi, I am Ashida Renya from the Hall of Disobedience. Ashida Renya's gaze was locked onto Pei Ziyun. The prince is seriously ill. Some people suspect that you are the culprit. If you want to prove your innocence, come with us. As he said this, he waved his hand. Two tall and well-trained warriors walked out from his side and pounced towards Pei Ziyun. What a joke. No matter what era it was, the government and the patrolmen were always like this. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. With a flash of his blade, the two warriors who were pouncing towards him retreated a few steps. The piercing blade energy caused them to tremble. They looked down in fear, only to find that their clothes had been split open. On their exposed skin, there was a faint red scar. Yamada was so powerful that he was rumored to be able to defeat Kintashiki Sakata. Was that not a rumor? You dare to resist? The Office of the Prosecuting Offenders, as the name suggested, was responsible for investigating illegal activities. At its peak, it was responsible for the security of the Ping and capital, arresting criminals, and conducting trials. Although Pei Ziyun controlled his strength this time and did not kill anyone, this action caused Lu Tianlian Ye's eyes to be filled with killing intent. This was a challenge to the authority of the Hall of Disobedience. Without any evidence, you want to arrest me. So what if I resist? Pei Ziyun sneered. With just a few words, they wanted him to surrender? Not to mention without evidence. Even if there was irrefutable evidence, so what? Without evidence? The prince is so noble. You're just a country bumpkin. Do you think the prince would slander you and cause himself to fall ill? What a joke. Ashida Renya laughed and said coldly, Since you are not willing to follow us obediently, we can bring your head to see the prince. The atmosphere became tense. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. In the past few days, he had been killing demons and ghosts. Although others did not know that every time he killed one, his strength increased. However, everyone could tell that something was amiss. Yamada Shinichi must have a reason for this. But this man was an idiot. Even the Minamoto warriors who were supported by the Fujiwara family did not stand up for him. He did not want to kill anyone because he did not want to fall into a trap and benefit others. Now that he was seeking death, he could not blame him. Pei Zi-yun's eyes darkened as he raised his wooden blade. Wait! A group of warriors rushed in. Leading them was Kintashiki Sakata, whom Pei Zi-yun had met before. Kintashiki Sakata's face darkened as he shouted, "The Onmyoji is divining the prince's condition and has yet to come out. Do not be rude to Yamada-kun." Kintashiki then bowed to Pei Zi-yun and said sincerely, "Yamada-kun, the prince's sudden illness concerns the safety of the royal family. This is not a small matter. The people in the prince's mansion suspect that this matter has something to do with you. Of course, I believe that a warrior like you would not do such a thing. However, others do not know of your character, and it is natural for them to suspect you. Yamada-kun, why don't you follow me back and meet the Onmyoji? If you have anything to say, you can explain it to him." His words were sincere. Pei Zi-yun did not reply immediately. His gaze swept past Kintashiki Sakata and looked towards the prince's mansion. He could smell the thick stench of blood and smiled. Heavy, killing intent, as though the end of the world is near. The Minamoto warriors are under the command of the Fujiwara family. Last year, on the 11th day of the 7th month of the first year of Chongbao, year 999, in order to discuss the construction of the inner palace, they held a meeting of the ministers. The list of ministers was Left Minister Fujiwara Michinaga, Right Minister Fujiwara Hayamitsu, Inner Minister Fujiwara Koji, Big Minister Fujiwara Michinaga, Middle Minister Fujiwara Tashiki, Advisor Fujiwara Kaihai, Fujiwara Korin, Fujiwara Tadasuk, and Minamoto Toshi. It can be said that the Fujiwara family controlled all the ministers in the imperial court. However, the emperor is not to be underestimated. The Jinfei Rebellion Office was established during the reign of Emperor Saga. It divided the powers of the Tanjotai and the Ministry of Justice, and was directly under the emperor. It is understandable that they used the prince's illness as an excuse to persuade the Jinfei Rebellion Office to capture me. If I do not do anything, I will naturally die. As for those who resist and attack the Jinfei Rebellion Office, they will naturally offend the emperor. This way, both the imperial court will join forces to kill me. However, as the saying goes, the heavenly net is tight and will not leave any loopholes for me. When I called for them to stop, it was not because the enemy was magnanimous, but because if I were to fight here and not be surrounded, I might be able to escape. I have to enter the pocket array. Pei Zi-yun was a master of the art of war and had commanded thousands of troops before. He had a deep understanding of the system. With just a glance, he knew that this was a trap, waiting for him to come knocking. However, Pei Zi-yun was suppressing the anger in his heart. He wanted to vent it out and had no intention of avoiding it. He retracted his gaze and smiled lightly at Sakata Kinshur. "All right, I can do it." Although his only doubt was why the Fujiwara family was related to the mastermind behind this, it did not matter anymore. Since they wanted to kill, he would just kill. Pei Zi-yun's reaction was somewhat out of Sakata Kinshi's expectations. He could not help but feel uneasy. He held out his hand and said, "Yamada-kun, please." Ignoring the warrior who was glaring at him, Pei Zi-yun pressed on his sword, laughed, and walked out. Chapter 821. Outside White Bird Temple, a group of warriors surrounded the temple. They looked like they wouldn't even let a bird out. But whether it was the people from the Hall of Disobedience or the Minamoto warriors, they were all dissatisfied. There was an old saying in the Tang Empire, "There is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." These people, even the lowest-ranking ones, had been through hundreds of battles and could make the country warriors tremble in fear. Now, they were gathered here to capture a young country warrior. This was a complete humiliation, but this was in order to come to the prince's residence. Although the most powerful and influential people in the Heian capital were not the royal family, and the prince was not as respected as he used to be it still depended on who he was compared to. Compared to them, the prince was still a high and untouchable moon. They were dust. To be able to die for the prince was a great honor and could make the future generations of their families proud. Because of this, even if their expressions were forced, when Pei Ziyun came out of White Bird Temple, they stood at the door with their swords raised. They were very responsible. Put away your weapons. Sakata Kinshur, who came out later, frowned and said when he saw the tense situation. Hearing his words, the samurai sheathed their swords. Sakata-kun, did you come alone? Pei Ziyun asked as he walked down the steps. Sakata Kinshur looked at Pei Ziyun and frowned. Yamada-kun, do you not believe me? Was he trying to find out the truth? Why, do you think I want to take the opportunity to escape? Seeing through Sakata Kinshi's thoughts, Pei Ziyun laughed a few times. Since I've already promised to go back with you, I won't go back on my word. Then what you mean is? Sakata Kinshur asked. I'm just curious about what the so-called 4 heavenly kings of Minamoto no Reiko are like. After saying this, Pei Ziyun did not say anything else. With a smile, he turned his gaze to the distance. He was actually curious about the famous figures of the Heian era, such as Fujiwara Oji, Minamoto no Reiko, Yasuhisa no Saimai, and the 3 talents of Heian. If possible, he also wanted to meet and befriend them, to see if they were really talented and elegant. But now that he was an enemy, he would not hesitate to kill them. This was Pei Ziyun's attitude towards famous historical figures. Seeing that Pei Ziyun's expression had turned cold, Kanishi Sakata did not say anything else. They had fought before, and he was in awe of Pei Ziyun. This time, he had been ordered to capture Pei Ziyun, and although he felt a little awkward, he had no choice but to remain silent. Sakata Kintoki, who held the highest position in the team, was silent, and the others were even more afraid to speak. Thus, on the way back, this group of warriors was so quiet that only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. This not only scared the commoners they met, but it also attracted the attention of a few passing warriors. There wasn't a single warrior in the capital of peace who didn't know of Kaneko Sakata. Hence, it was impossible for him not to be noticed. Who is this person? He seems to be a warrior? Judging from his clothes, he doesn't look like a noble, but he doesn't look like a warrior. To be able to stay by Sakata-sama's side, he must not be an ordinary person. With his looks and temperament, he must be from a noble family, or even a noble family. Nonsense. How could someone from the imperial family become a warrior? The whispers made Sakata Kintoki's eyes fall on the young warrior again. In fact, from the first time he saw Pei Ziyun, Sakata Kintoki had been speculating about Yamada Shinji's identity. Although his background had been investigated clearly, this person's temperament was completely incompatible with his background. He was obviously just a country warrior from a small family, but his every move had a demeanor that even the nobles could not match. In a place like the capital of peace, where appearance and grace were so important, he was too dazzling. It was a pity that if the prince's illness was really related to him, no matter how outstanding Yamada Shinji was, he was destined to become a withered flower, never to bloom again. Thinking of this, Sakata Kintoki sighed. But this kind of feeling Pei Ziyun could not understand. Along the way, Pei Ziyun could feel that there were countless pairs of eyes watching him in the dark. When he reached the door of the prince's mansion, the feeling was even more obvious. Looking up, the black gas that looked like a ferocious giant beast was entrenched in the sky above the mansion. The moment he raised his head, it suddenly swooped down. Pei Ziyun looked at it coldly as it rushed towards him, not taking a step back. At the moment when it was about to collide, the giant beast suddenly roared and dispersed. Sakata Kintoki frowned, sensing the murderous aura that burst out from Pei Ziyun, and immediately looked over warily. Yamada-kun, when you see the Onmyoji, you will be able to prove your innocence. Please don't act impulsively. Thank you for the reminder, I know what to do. Pei Ziyun replied indifferently. Sakata Kintoki touched his nose and did not say anything more as he led everyone into the mansion. Under the leadership of Sakata Kintoki, they soon came to a courtyard. What made Pei Ziyun a little surprised was that there were many people standing in the courtyard, and a beautiful figure was also among them. Waizumi Shibu is here too. I don't know if this is the intention of the prince or the princess. Pei Ziyun looked at the worried woman. This was the princess whom he had met once, and when she saw him enter, her face immediately darkened. Lord Wu-Nei, this is Yamada Shinichi. Ever since this person met the prince has been ill and has been in a coma recently. Quickly take a look and see if he is the culprit who harmed my husband. Pointing at Pei Ziyun, the princess was not polite at all. Sakata Kintoki could not help but frown, but in this kind of situation, he could only endure it. Not only that, he had to be on guard against Yamada Shinichi's sudden attack. Yamada Shinichi was an expert who could compete with him. If he was really found to be the culprit, it would be difficult for him to escape a bloody battle today. Unlike Pei Ziyun's malicious speculation, Sakata Kintoki was acting under orders and did not know much about the inside story. According to his own wishes, Sakata Kintoki did not want Yamada Shinichi to be the culprit. However, it was not up to Sakata Kintoki to decide. The Onmyoji invited by the princess was the second official of the Yin-Yang hut, second only to the head of the Yin-Yang hut. His official rank was 6. Although he did not have a high position and was not as powerful as Yasuhisa and Fujiwara Daoist, he was still considered the top official on Myoji. He wandered among the rich and powerful all year round. Even Sakata Kintoki was not willing to offend a second official of the Yin-Yang hut. Needless to say, the princess trusted this person very much. Thinking of this, Sakata Kintoki could not help but look at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's attitude was calm. Facing the cold eyes of the princess and the scrutinizing middle-aged Onmyoji, he only raised his eyebrows with a mocking expression and did not say a word. Waizumi Shibu looked at him with some fear. Yamada-kun, quickly explain, I did not collude with you to cause trouble for His Highness. There was still Waizumi Shibu here. Pei Ziyun was even more curious about the next development. Since the power behind him wanted him to come to the prince's mansion, it was impossible for him to get rid of his identity as a traitor. If his guess was right, the next divination result would not satisfy Waizumi Shibu. Glancing at Waizumi Shibu, Pei Ziyun sneered and looked calmly at the Onmyoji who was preparing to do the divination in public. Facing this gaze, the Onmyoji's hand trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down. He closed his eyes with a serious face, crossed his hands, and formed a series of fast and complicated hand seals. As he chanted in a low voice, an obvious aura appeared around him. This aura was like water waves, with the Onmyoji as the center, rippling outwards. When this aura touched Waizumi Shibu and Pei Ziyun, there was a sudden violent chemical reaction. Behind Waizumi Shibu and Pei Ziyun, a ghostly shadow instantly appeared, each with a face similar to the two, and under the light, it howled and disappeared. Ah, it's a ghost. It's really them. How dare they curse the Nightmare Prince? Traitor. For a moment, everyone was enraged. The princess could only stand with the help of her maid, and pointed at Waizumi Shibu in shock. How dare you ignore the prince's friendship and do such a heartless thing? Then she glared at Pei Ziyun and said coldly, And you, I didn't expect you to be a death warrior sent by Tachibana Michinesa. You harmed the prince and caused trouble for the princemen. She was about to order people to take Pei Ziyun down. Sakata Kinki let out a deep breath. It was not that he didn't see the trick, but things had already come to this, and he had no other choice. I'm sorry, Yamada-kun, whether you are innocent or not, for the sake of the imperial court and the prince's dignity, you can only be sacrificed. But he said, Princess, wait. How could such a dangerous person be taken down so easily? Wouldn't the anger of an ordinary man splatter blood 5 steps away? The princess, who was born in the Fujiwara family, did not understand Sakata Kinki's meaning. She asked coldly, Sakata, what do you mean? Could it be that you intend to protect this traitor? Princess, Yamada-kun is a warrior of Lord Tachibana Michinesa. If this kind of evil is exposed, not only will it implicate Tachibana Michinesa, and the Tachibana family, it will also affect the prince's reputation. Why don't we order Yamada-kun to commit suicide on the spot? This way, not only can we preserve the honor of the warrior, but it will also not implicate the Yamada family and Lord Tachibana Michinesa. The princess and Sakata Kinki's eyes met, and they instantly understood what he meant. After all, if Yamada Shinji was just an ordinary warrior, it would be fine to order people to take him down. But the problem was that Yamada Shinji had once fought to a draw with Sakata Kinki. If there was a problem, blood would be spilled 5 steps away. The princess felt a chill and felt that she was being too rash. She said, "What you said makes sense, I'll do as you say." But she was trying to determine Pei Ziyun's life and death as though there was no one else around. Pei Ziyun looked on coldly and felt like laughing. This kind of method of using one's kin to threaten others was a common tactic used by the government. Sakata Kinki received the princess's permission and heaved a sigh of relief. He secretly signaled for the warriors outside to be on guard, ready to surround and kill Pei Ziyun. He then turned to Pei Ziyun. "Yamada-kun, warriors have received the emperor's favor, and we must serve him well. Even if we have to die, we will not hesitate. It doesn't matter if you are the Prince of Curses or not. For the sake of your Lord Tachibana Michinesa, Lady Waizumi Shikibu, and the Yamada family in Waizumi Kingdom, please show your loyalty." Pei Ziyun could not help but laugh. So, Waizumi Shikibu was here to be used as a hostage? Just as he laughed, suddenly, there was a flash of light. Clang! Sakata Kinki, who was already prepared, blocked the first blow. His heart sank. He still had to fight Yamada Shinji to the death. He shouted, "Protect Waizumi Shikibu." This was the most important hostage. If Yamada Shinji did not care about him, there would be no way out for him. But before he could finish his sentence, there was a flash of light, and a shadow flashed to the left. The warriors who were already prepared drew their swords. Kill. Aya! There was a flash of light, and 3 warriors fell to the ground, blood spurting out from their chests. In a flash, Pei Ziyun was already more than 10 meters away. Yamada actually wants to escape? I've never heard of someone who doesn't care about his lord and mistress. Seeing Pei Ziyun rush out, the Onmyoji was stunned. The princess almost fainted. Sakata Kinki gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, princess. We're already prepared. No matter which direction he runs in, we'll stop him." The respect he had for Pei Ziyun was gone. Such a despicable person, and yet he did not obediently commit suicide. He had wanted to wait for Yamada to commit suicide so that all the warriors would draw their swords and pay their respects. As for Pei Ziyun, he did not know anything. He only rushed forward. Even if he knew, he would not care. In essence, all respect was a ploy to kill the enemy easily. People who thought like that were born to be slaves. Sakata Kinki was just speaking with righteous indignation when he heard an angry roar. The Onmyoji was overjoyed, its master Ji Wu. Following that, 4 flags were raised around the mansion. Standing at the entrance, one could hear the battle cries outside. Everyone who was originally worried relaxed. The Onmyoji clapped his hands and laughed. It's not just Master Ji Wu. All 4 heavenly kings are here. No matter how strong Yamada is, he won't be able to escape. Kill this thief, then destroy the Yamada clan of Waizumi Kingdom. Chapter 822. Just as he rushed out, he saw the flag and the gleam of a blade in the snow. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the leader of the group was a man with a pale face. The leader waved his hand. "Yamada Shinji, I am Bubu Ji Wu under Lai Guangong. Since you are a warrior, I shall give you one last chance. Put down your weapon and surrender, or I can help you plead with the prince and the consort to spare your life." Pei Ziyun laughed coldly without saying a word. Such a reaction let Bubu Ji Wu know that the other party would not surrender without a fight. "Since you refuse to come to your senses, then die." Bubu Ji Wu pulled out his blade and said coldly. The warriors beside Bubu Ji Wu pulled out their blades and rushed forward. At this point, They were slowly distancing themselves from Pei Zi-yun and surrounding him in a fan-shaped formation. They were trying to stop him from escaping. Just these few people? Pei Zi-yun glanced at them and saw that there were only 20 warriors. He realized that the size of the family warriors was not that big. He took a deep breath and said, "You think I will escape? What a joke." A shadow appeared, and he charged forward. Almost at the same time, 3 warriors shouted and slashed out with their blades. One attacked from the front, while the other 2 attacked from the side. As long as one of them could stop Yamada for a few seconds, he would be able to kill the enemy. This was the art of war. Pooh! The light from the blade was dazzling. 2 warriors fell to the ground. Their necks and chests had been hit, and they were not going to survive. Another warrior's arm was cut off at the elbow. Blood splattered everywhere as he screamed and fell to the ground. Yamada! Bobu Ji-woo, who had a cold expression on his face, roared in anger. He did not say another word and pounced forward. Just as he took a step forward, Pei Zi-yun's body flashed, and he waved his blade, slicing through the throat of a warrior. The warrior lost control of his body as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the snow. The warrior took a few steps forward before collapsing into the snow. His eyes were wide open, but he wasn't dead yet. His throat was gurgling with pain. In the next moment, Bobu Ji-woo's blade landed on Pei Zi-yun. Pei Zi-yun raised his wooden blade, and the 2 blades collided. Both of them looked at each other and separated. Baka! Bobu Ji-woo felt a strange force rushing up his arm and hitting his body. He felt a sharp pain, but his expression did not change. His eagle-like eyes turned cold. He gritted his teeth and lowered his center of gravity to maintain his balance, but his feet still slid back a palm. Logically speaking, the saber he was holding was of high quality and should have been able to clash with the wooden saber, causing pain in his chest and abdomen. What kind of saber technique is this? Kibuji was horrified. Although he had heard Sakata Kintoki and Watanabe Suna mention Yamada Shinichi, and he believed that these 2 colleagues would not carelessly flatter country samurai. But even so, when he personally fought with Yamada, the feeling of terror brought by the other side still shocked him. Kill! The 2 samurai had been through many battles for a long time. They took the opportunity to charge forward and slashed with their swords. What a pity! Different worlds had different rules. Dasu's hidden force couldn't be used in this world and could only be simulated with spiritual power. However, once it left his body, 90% of it would be neutralized by the world. Needless to say, the warriors in front of him had great teamwork, so he didn't stand a chance at all. If that's the case, I'll kill the henchman first. Pei Zi-yun took the opportunity to retreat. Strangely, as he retreated, his saber slashed downwards. This move was simple, but the samurai had no way of dodging it. Pooh! The samurai suddenly stopped, and a line of blood appeared on his forehead. It was not cut open, but just as he was standing, his brain had been pierced by the spiritual power of the saber, and he died instantly. Kill! Kibuji, as one with his saber, pounced forward. Pei Zi-yun had already expected this, and with a zhung sound, he managed to block the incoming saber. Under the cold moonlight, Pei Zi-yun managed to block the saber. He did not continue to fight, but instead retreated. With a wave of his hand, a pa sound was heard, and a fountain of blood was spilled. Another arm fell to the ground. The samurai who had his arm chopped off did not show any signs of pain on his face. Instead, he looked forlorn and resolute. He pounced forward with all his might, wanting to embrace his enemy and perish together with him. However, Pei Zi-yun took a step to the side, and with a wave of his saber, the samurai fell to chill. His saber had already slashed across his chest. Although it was only a line of blood, the samurai tried to cover it with his remaining hand and fell to the ground. In just a few breaths, the ground was littered with corpses. The smell of blood permeated the air. Kibuji continued to chase after the samurai. It seemed like he had the upper hand, but his mood was getting heavier and heavier. He had been through many battles and had met many opponents. However, Yamada Shinichi was the first person to make him feel so helpless. Ruthless, cunning, proficient in the art of war, and even integrated the art of war into his saber skills. Every strike was aimed at the opponent's weak point, and he never allowed the two of them to surround him. This feeling made him admit that regardless of age, stamina, or martial arts, he was inferior to this young samurai. In time, this person would become a more famous swordsman than the four heavenly kings. However, the scariest thing about this person was his arrogance. He had no restraints and was rebellious. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill this person. If not, he would be a great threat to Japan and might even be worse than Shitendaji. With this thought in mind, Kibuji Wu roared in anger and slashed at Pei Zi Yun even faster and more ruthlessly. His saber and saber intertwined with each other. Coupled with his many years of battle experience, he could cause chaos in the shortest time possible. However, this had its limitations on the user as well. It was almost as if he had overdrawn his mental and physical strength. Unless it was a critical moment, he would not have used this move. However, right now, he had to quickly entangle the enemy. Although he had said it would take a long time, it was only a few breaths. However, as long as he could drag this out, the other troops would be able to catch up. What a joke! How could Pei Zi Yun allow him to do as he wished? No wonder he is one of the four heavenly kings. His saber skills are outstanding, and not something an ordinary samurai can compare to. However, there is no point in continuing this battle. We have to kill them all. While they're not surrounded, we have to kill them one by one. This is the profound meaning of the art of war. With this thought in mind, his saber shone brightly. At this moment, a samurai pounced on him. Suddenly, a saber stabbed into his waist. With a jerk, his eyes opened wide, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Coincidentally, it sprayed onto Kibu Ji Wu's face. At this point, even Pei Zi Yun could not kill him gracefully. However, he could use all the factors available to him. With blood splattered on his face, Kibu Ji Wu's vision blurred. He was shocked and wanted to retreat. He originally thought that Yamada Shinji had used all his strength, but now he realized that he was still holding back. This was truly terrifying. However, when he thought of how Yamada Shinji would be like a fish in the sea if he broke out of the encirclement, he gritted his teeth. No, I cannot retreat. This person is so powerful, and he is still young. If I let him go, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. As long as he could delay the enemy for a period of time, he would be able to wait for reinforcements to arrive from 3 directions. He had already delayed Yamada Shinji for a while, and the people chasing from the inner court and other directions would arrive no matter how slow they were. As long as one of his 3 companions arrived first, he did not believe that Yamada Shinji would be able to hold on for long. Indeed, at this moment, a shout could be heard. "I, Watanabe Tsun, am here. Traitor, don't you dare leave." From the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar figure running towards him. Kibuji Wu was overjoyed. Watanabe Tsun, they were both part of the 4 heavenly kings, and he was the most powerful of the 4. If he were to arrive, the 2 of them could join forces and kill the traitor. Watanabe, unexpectedly, just as he shouted, he realized that his voice was stuck in his throat. No, it was not that his voice was stuck. It was that there was a cold force that sucked all his strength away. Pei Zi unsheathed his sword and dodged. "Don't you dare run." Watanabe soon had just arrived when he saw Yamada Shinji dodge. Although he did not understand why his companions did not stop him in time, he did not have the time to question Watanabe soon. He immediately gave chase. Just as he gave chase, he heard a scream coming from behind him. Watanabe Tsutomu stopped in his tracks and turned around. He was shocked to see that Bujiwu's head, which was originally intact, had suddenly fallen off. Red and white brain matter was directly exposed in the air. The person who had lost his head was obviously extremely shocked, and just now, he let out a scream. Kibuji, Watanabe, Tsun's pupil shrank as he turned around. Just as he reached the front, his companion was already lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. He did not even need to feel his breath to know that he was dead. Killed in one move. What a vicious move. What a fast sword. Kibuji. Watanabe soon turned around and saw that Pei Ziyun had disappeared. He could not help but be filled with grief and indignation. At this point, the remaining two groups of people had arrived. The leaders were Yuzui Sadamitsu and Sakata Kintoki. Kibuji. Sakata Kintoki was the first to witness this tragic scene. His vision turned black, and he was held up by his assistant to prevent himself from falling. Yuzui Sadamitsu was also enraged. However, he had trained in witchcraft and was more indifferent to life and death. He forced himself to calm down and said to Watanabe soon, "Since this traitor has killed Kibuji Wu, he is our mortal enemy. We cannot let him escape." Did you see which direction he escaped to? Seeing that Watanabe soon was still in a daze, Yuzui Sadamitsu furrowed his brows. He knew that Watanabe soon was probably panicking over the death of his companion. He could not reprimand him and started chanting. He went in that direction. "Follow me." Seeing the black aura flying in one direction, Yuzui Sadamitsu shouted and took the lead to chase after him. Watanabe soon came to his senses and said to Sakata Kintoki, "Kintoki, stay here and help Kibuji Wu clean up his corpse. I will help Yuzui Sadamitsu kill Yamada." As he said this, he led the rest of the group to chase after Kibuji Wu. At this point, only Sakata Kintoki was left. The wind whistled past. These four heavenly kings were ordinary warriors. They could not help but tear up. They held their swords and knelt down. Looking at Kibuji Wu, who had died with his eyes wide open, he felt even more sorrowful. The four heavenly kings were not only warriors of the same level, they were also comrades who had accompanied them for a long time. They had thought that they would always follow Minamoto no Reiko. Who would have thought that Kibuji Wu would end his life in such a manner? If it was said that he had a trace of regret for Yamada Shinji before, then at this moment, there was only anger and killing intent in his chest. "Kibuji Wu, just you wait. Yamada and his entire clan must die." Sakata Kintoki roared angrily. He put his sword on the ground and reached out to close Kibuji Wu's eyes. He helped him up and carried the corpse, intending to carry it back. However, just as he helped him up, he felt a weight on his waist. Sakata Kintoki immediately looked down and saw that the hands holding the corpse had grabbed him tightly. Then, without waiting for Sakata Kintoki to react, the corpse burst into flames with a bang. This was the enemy's sorcery. Sakata Kintoki was shocked and struggled with all his might. At this moment, there was a PU sound. The tip of the sword came out of his chest, half of it sticking out. It was clearly a wooden sword, but the blade was already shining with a cold light. You cheated." Sakata Kintoki looked at Yamada Shinji, who had returned. Fresh blood gushed out of his mouth. He turned around and stared at the young warrior in front of him, his eyes filled with hatred and disdain. Yamada Shinji had used a trick, luring the tiger away from the mountain and scattering the remaining three people. This was not in line with the way of a warrior. Pei Ziyun was not affected at all. He said calmly, "The art of war is deceitful. Isn't it the most basic principle to defeat them one by one?" As he said this, he pulled out his wooden sword. He looked at Sakata Kintoki in disbelief as he slowly collapsed, no longer breathing. The art of war depends on the heart. Kibuji and Sakata are dead. The next step is not to kill the remaining two people, but to kill the empty prince's mansion. Pei Ziyun only smiled coldly, raised his sword, and stepped into the prince's mansion. Every move he made was in line with the art of war. Chapter 823. In the courtyard, the princess was already seated. The maid sitting in front of the stove made a light sound as she brushed the tea, blending in with the sound of snow falling to the ground. Blood is soaring to the sky. The killing is in full swing. Although he did not follow them out, Keisuke Takeuchi had been divining the battle. Now that the blood was soaring, he subconsciously thought that Yamada Shinji had been killed. At the same time, Keisuke Takeuchi could not help but be speechless. Yamada Shinji was just a village samurai. If not for the princess's invitation and the fact that the prince was seriously ill, he would not have come because of a village samurai. In the Inyang hut, his position was second only to the Inyang head. Couldn't they just send Onmyoji over for such a small matter? Although the prince did not have any real power, the princess was the princess of the Fujiwara family. The Fujiwara family was powerful, and he did not dare to look down on them. Speaking of which, even if he accompanied Qingming, didn't he become one of the top 4 Onmyojas because he served Fujiwara Taoist and received the recommendation? But when he came to the prince's residence and saw Yamada Shinji, he found that Yamada was very unusual. This puzzled Keisuke, but the situation was urgent, and he did not have time to investigate Yamada Shinji's background. Now that he saw the blood, he sighed in his heart. At this time, the maid said respectfully, "The tea is here." "Ah, thank you." Keisuke Teuchi respectfully took the teacup according to the tea ceremony etiquette. He felt his mind calm down, and all his worries were dissolved into the tea. He drank it immediately. He returned the teacup to the maid and looked at the courtyard. A cold wind blew through the dark trees, and he suddenly felt uneasy. If Yamada did not go through this, he would have some achievements in the future. It's too late to say anything now. Thinking of this, Keisuke Teuchi smiled. "Princess, look, there are blood clouds rolling in the east. This is an auspicious sign. Yamada must have been killed. You can sleep in peace." "No, I still feel uneasy until I see Yamada's body." The princess looked in the direction. Keisuke Teuchi's smile froze, and then he felt a little dissatisfied. Although he was inferior to the Fujiwara, as a Onmyoji, it was hard for him to accept her questioning his divination. If it wasn't for the Fujiwara family, he would probably have left with a flick of his sleeves. The maid was in awe of Keisuke Teuchi, and as soon as she heard his words, she immediately believed him. One of the maids tried to persuade her. "Princess, Yamada is just a crude country warrior. Didn't you see Takeuchi-sama's divination before? Since Lord Wu Nei said that Yamada has been executed, it can't be false. You've been tired for the whole day. Why don't you go and rest now? His Highness the Prince still needs you." The others also tried to persuade him. Wang Fei's face darkened slightly, but she still nodded and sighed. "Oh, is that so? Then get people to tidy up the manor. We must not let any filth enter the inner courtyard." He then turned to Keisuke Takeuchi and bowed. "You have worked hard today. When His Royal Highness wakes up, I will definitely congratulate you." Keisuke Wu did not care what he was thinking in his heart. He still had a smile on his face and said humbly, "This is what I should do, if not." Just as he was speaking, he noticed that the consort and the maidservants facing him suddenly looked terrified, as though they had seen something unbelievable. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned around. A samurai covered in blood fell through the door of the inner courtyard, and another person came in. "Yamada, why are you still alive?" Seeing the young samurai enter with blood dripping from his wooden sword, Keisuke Wu's body trembled in fear. His heart was filled with fear. Yamada Shinji was still alive, but who did the divination say was dead? Could it be one of the 4 heavenly kings, or more than one? This was too ridiculous. As long as Minamoto no Reiko did not die, these 4 samurai would not die. Furthermore, these 4 were the top of the samurai, and yet they were killed by a country bumpkin samurai. Keisuke Wu did not dare to think too much about it. Seeing the young man's cold expression, he immediately started chanting. Shikigami Bind. Following the incantation, spiritual energy wrapped around the opponent like a fishing net. This was Keisuke Wu Nei's ultimate skill. To be able to sit in the position of Inyang Hut, his skills were naturally not limited to divination. Although it was not as famous as the Inyang head and other Inyang masters who were famous for their attacks, Keisuke Wu Nei had his own ways of protecting himself. This was the one that consumed the most spiritual energy. But at the same time, it was also the most powerful spell. Although it could only last for a short while, as long as he could trap the opponent, he could order his men to kill him. How could Inyang masters kill people with their swords like crude samurai? Even if a demon was bound, it could be killed with this spell, let alone a human warrior with a body of flesh and blood. Keisuke Wu and Ei even regretted thinking of this spell too late. If he had used this spell before Yamada escaped, he would not be in such a dangerous situation now. Seeing the net of light enveloping the person, Keisuke Wu and Ei shouted, "Hurry up and kill him." As he said that, he did not dare to relax and focused even more on chanting. Seeing that one of the maidservants was agile, he immediately pulled out his short sword and pounced, tightening the net of spiritual energy. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, however, as the net tightened, it crashed into a heavy and towering existence. Looking over, it was Yamada Shinji who was trapped, but his spiritual energy felt completely different. The thing that was trapped was a mountain. Keisuke Wu and Ei immediately felt the backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a cold glint in the corner of his eyes. From the point of view of others, the scene was actually like this. The Yin-Yang master chanted the spell, and the next moment, there was a flash of the sword. With a spray of blood, the Yin-Yang master's neck was empty, and his head fell to the ground, rolling in the snow. His eyebrows were still moving, as if he was not dead yet. All of this happened in an instant. As the maidservant screamed, Yamada Shinji jumped up, and under the horrified gaze of the crowd, he slashed his sword towards the princess. Waizumi Shikibu, who was shivering at the side, had been trying hard to reduce her presence. At this moment, she could no longer control her emotions and let out a shrill scream. Pei Ziyin did not care about her and the maidservant's screams. He slashed down with his sword, only a hair's breadth away from the princess's eyebrows. In an instant, it stopped, and a shadow emerged from the princess's body. Her figure was graceful, and in terms of appearance, she was several times more beautiful than the Fujiwara family's princess. The girl was panicking as she tried to escape. However, Pei Ziyin did not show any mercy to her at all. Without hesitation, he spun his blade around and slashed downwards. Poof! The woman's hat was cut open, and her black hair fell instantly. Her beauty was indescribable, but this was not the first thing that attracted the attention of the crowd. On the top of the woman's head, a pair of horns that could be called evil spirits were also exposed to the crowd. It's an evil spirit. Even the maidservant who had wanted to rush over to protect the princess could not help but show a look of horror and stop in her tracks. Pei Ziyun's sword was blocked by the horns, but in the next moment, the horns separated and a line of blood ran from her forehead to her eyebrows, from the tip of her nose to her chin, evenly divided into two. This time, she did not move at all. In an instant, white flames suddenly rose and engulfed her. As the flames burned, a stench also spread. At this time, who could not guess what was going on? It was not Yamada Shinji's doing, but the princess was clearly possessed by an evil spirit. Pei Ziyun killed the evil spirit and glanced at the room. Although the prince was still alive, he would not be long. As for the princess, she had been injured by the sword energy and would die in a few days, so there was no need to kill her. With a tilt of his ear, he put away his sword and walked out calmly. The courtyard was quiet for a long time before everyone came to their senses. After looking at each other, they rushed to the princess who had fainted on the ground. As for where the warrior who had just killed the evil spirit went, they did not dare to care, let alone look. Almost at the same time, Watanabe Tsuna and Yuzui Setamitsu, who had just chased out, rushed back with bloodshot eyes. "Princess, Yamada is cunning. He went and came back. We have fallen into his trap." As a result, as soon as they returned to the inner courtyard, they saw the unconscious princess who was being called by a group of maidservants, and the head of Taichi Keisuke of Yin-Yang Hut had been separated. Suddenly, a chill even washed away their anger. Watanabe Tsuna grabbed a maidservant and asked sternly, "Is Yamada here?" The maidservant who had experienced a shock, under this ferocious expression, how could she speak? Watanabe Tsuna's heart was filled with hatred. He pushed her away and was about to rush inside. "Watanabe-kun, do not offend his royal highness." Yuzui Setamitsu still had some sense of propriety. Although he was sad and angry, he still reminded his colleague. And at this moment, someone inside shouted, "Someone come, His Royal Highness has gone." Hateful. Watanabe, Suna, stomped his foot. He knew that not only had he lost a general today, but he had also failed the mission. How could he go and see Minamoto no Reiko? But the moment he turned around, he suddenly thought of a plan. Yuzui-kun, Yamada is ruthless and rebellious. He actually killed His Royal Highness. We must immediately report this matter to Lai Guangong and the left minister. This kind of inhumane person should be killed by everyone. This... Yuzui Sadamitsu hesitated. Although Yamada Shinichi had killed His Royal Highness was not killed by the other party. His illness was beyond cure, and even Takeuchi Keisuke could not do anything about it. Why would Yamada do this? But when he looked up, he saw Watanabe, Suna's tearful eyes. Thinking of the two companions who died tragically in Yamada Shinichi's hands, Yuzui Sadamitsu immediately made up his mind. He said coldly, "Yes, I will go and report to Lai Guangong and the left minister. I will mobilize the army to kill this traitor." Watanabe, Suna patted his shoulder. "I will be here. I will look for you later. You have to be careful. If you meet Yamada, you must not fight. As long as you do not fight, Yamada will not be able to kill you." Now that they had lost 2 people, there were only 2 left of the 4 heavenly kings. If they were defeated one by one, the number of people who could suppress Yamada Shinichi in Heian capital would be reduced. Now, it was time to mobilize Lai Guangong's colleagues and ask the left minister to give the order to kill Yamada Shinichi. Although the use of human wave tactics was disdained by the samurai, the blood feud must be avenged. In order to kill the traitor and avenge his companions, there was no other choice. When Yuzui Sadamitsu met his eyes, he understood what Watanabe Tsuna was thinking. He nodded heavily and ran out of the prince's mansion. Looking at Yuzui Sadamitsu's receding figure, Watanabe Tsuna was in a daze. He even had an illusion that 3 of the 4 heavenly kings were walking away with their backs facing him, leaving him alone. This ominous feeling made the hatred in Watanabe Tsuna's heart deeper. He turned around and walked towards the princess and the maid. Since he wanted to ask the left minister Fujiwara to give the order to kill Yamada Shinichi, the cause of the prince's death must be Yamada Shinichi. Whether it was Yamada or not, the result must be Yamada's death. Chapter 824. Sir, should we go back and report to His Highness, Minamoto no Reiko, first, or should we go directly to the left minister's residence? The samurai who spoke was Yuzui Sadamitsu's assistant, and he couldn't help but ask as soon as they left the prince's residence. Seeing with his own eyes the death of 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, this person who had always believed in him couldn't help but feel timid. Given the current situation, even Lai Guangong would find it difficult to suppress it. He could only ask the left minister for help. "Bastard, we are His Highness's retainers. Is it appropriate to go directly to the left minister's residence?" Yuzui Sadamitsu's mind was in a mess. He didn't care about the panic of his subordinates and only scolded. Besides, can the left minister meet us as he pleases? To put it bluntly, Minamoto no Reiko himself was a retainer of the Fujiwara family. The left minister, Fujiwara Taoist, was, in fact, the #1 person in Japan. How could he be taken lightly? "I'm sorry, my lord." The deputy immediately understood and said shamefully, "Let's go see His Highness first, and then His Highness will report to the left minister." Yuzui Sadamitsu glanced at him. "Don't talk nonsense, and don't even mention splitting the troops. Don't fall for Nakata's tricks again. You and I will go together." "Hi." Yuzui Sadamitsu was running on the street with dozens of people. It wasn't that he didn't want to ride a horse or an ox cart, but it might be a taboo to ride a horse in the Heian capital. Both the Fujiwara prefecture and the prince's mansion were located in the area where the nobles gathered. It would be a waste of time to look for a horse or an ox cart now. These were all warriors who had been through hundreds of battles. When it came to short-distance raids, it was naturally not a problem for them. All of them were covered in blood, and their killing intent surged out. The passers-by they met on the way all retreated in panic, making way for them. After running for a short distance, he was already out of the prince's mansion. A bridge appeared in front of him, which was the only way to Minamoto no Reiko's mansion. After crossing this bridge, they would be able to see the outer wall if they walked a short distance ahead. Yuzui Setamitsu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, which made him slow down. "My lord?" Stopping in his tracks, Yuzui Sadamitsu no longer felt uneasy. He suddenly felt that he was too timid. Could it be that after what happened just now, one of Lai Guangong's for heavenly kings, was scared to this extent? This was simply a disgrace. Thinking of this, he said, "Continue." Although he didn't understand what his master was thinking, he immediately obeyed and replied, "Yes, my lord." They arrived at the bridge in the blink of an eye. Not only were there no pedestrians, but there were also only this group of warriors nearby. On the quiet bridge, a few withered leaves were blown by the wind. In the cold wind, there seemed to be someone crying. As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, Yuzui Sadamitsu realized that something was wrong and drew his sword. Pooh! A figure flipped out from under the bridge. In an instant, he leaped onto the bridge. With a flash of his blade, the originally dull wooden blade reflected a bloody glow under the sunlight. Under this light, Yuzui Sadamitsu's eyes narrowed, and fear surged in his heart. At the same time, an urgent voice sounded, "Wait!" However, the saber light did not hesitate. At this moment, his assistant's hand, which was already half covered, rushed forward to intercept it. There was a pu sound and the sound of cloth tearing. His body did not even have the ability to block it. The saber light cut through half of his body and continued to slash down. Buzz! Yuzui Sadamitsu's katana had already been blocked, and a green light shield suddenly rose from his body. It seemed to be a light shield, blocking the katana outside. The saber light only needed to block for a moment before it cut through the light barrier and continued to slash down. When Yuzui Sadamitsu received this blow, half of his face was sliced open, and a round eyeball fell out of his eye socket. Even so, Yuzui Sadamitsu, who only had one eye, could clearly see the attacker's face the moment he felt the pain. It was Yamada Shinichi. Yuzui Sadamitsu looked at the young warrior and did not even have the time to react. His entire body was thrown backwards, and he fell heavily onto the ground. Fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the entire bridge red. Kill! Without hesitation, the German army's so-called blitzkrieg used lightning strikes to crush the enemy's resistance, causing them to be unable to work together. This time it was the same. Pei Ziyun was well-versed in the art of war, and had truly integrated the essence of his martial arts into his martial arts. Pu, the saber light was incessant. Pei Ziyun charged forward at an extremely fast speed, waving his long sword. Every time the saber light flashed, there would be cries of agony and blood splattering everywhere, followed by various limbs. By the time he had killed his way through, more than 10 to 50 samurai had already fallen. Only then did they regain their senses from the sudden attack. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were about to fight for their lives. "Stop!" A voice came from the river again, as if it had some sort of magical power. The bodies of the 30 samurai froze. Ignoring the stench of blood that filled his nose, Pei Ziyun looked down at the pile of corpses that had died with grievances. Only then did he look at the river not far away. In the eyes of ordinary people, there was a man standing on a small boat. But in Pei Ziyun's eyes, there were 2 shikigami holding wooden oars, standing on both sides of the boat. The person who had rushed over but was unable to stop the massacre in time was Abe no Saimai, who had once invited Pei Ziyun to his residence as a guest. "Yamada-kun, your matter is the Prujna calamity, and the matter with the prince's palace was also a misunderstanding. Since you have already spared the princess, why must you be so ruthless? Why must you kill them all?" Abe no Saimai was dressed in hunting clothes, and under the gentle breeze on the river, he looked very carefree. He had just witnessed a massacre and was calmly talking to the killer, but his tone was filled with confusion and depression. Pei Ziyin looked at the boat as it neared the bridge and jumped down, landing on the deck. Abe no Saimai sighed and nodded at the two Shikigami. The boat quickly changed direction, away from the wooden bridge, and headed into the distance, leaving only the angry samurai who had come to their senses and jumped into the water. Of course, he could not catch up, and he did not know how many of them had frozen to death. Lord Saimai, do you think this is the Prajna calamity? Pei Ziyin looked at him and sneered. Unlike before, his arrival this time was done by the enemy consciously, and naturally there were all kinds of suppression. This was just one of them. Now that he said it was the Prajna calamity, why didn't he say it before? And Pei Ziyin looked into the distance and sighed. Abe no Saimai raised his eyebrows. Yamada-kun, why are you so emotional? I thought that Yamada-kun would hate this kind of demon. Lord Saimai must be joking. Emotional and killing are not contradictory. It is not to the extent of hate, and I even have some sympathy for Prajna. Oh, this really surprised Abe no Saimai. One had to know that since the last time he met Yamada Shinji, he already knew that this person's character was not one to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. This could also be seen from Yamada Shinji's actions in the prince's mansion. Even though Prajna was killed, Yamada Shinji's blade did not hesitate for a moment. At this time, Pei Ziyin said that he felt sympathy for her. Although Abe no Saimai did not say anything, his expression showed a trace of doubt. Pei Ziyin did not think that this Abe no Saimai was the real person in history, but he had to admit the power of the legendary Abe no Saimai. Although he was wary, he was a rare person to talk about such a topic. Hashiheim, virgins Prajna. These female demons are actually of the same nature. That is, they represent the women of this world. In this world, women live in their parents' home and follow the marriage system. They can only wait for their husbands to visit. It can be said that in terms of financial and status, there will not be too much conflict with other women, and they will not be involved in the disputes of the inner court. But in terms of feelings, it may actually be more painful than the inner court. Pei Ziyin faced the river and said lightly, "How many women have not seen their husbands for a long time, and because of this, their loneliness turned into hatred? This Prajna may be a unique kind of demon in this era." Speaking of this, Pei Ziyin secretly laughed sarcastically. Isn't the mother of the Right Guard generals also a victim? The mother of Dao principals, who wrote the Dragonfly Diary, was a typical example. In the year 954, half a year after their wedding, Fujiwara Kani, who later became the imperial minister, regularly visited, but only for half a year until autumn. Kani did not visit for a long time, due to the accumulation of uneasiness and dissatisfaction. The author was in a trance, to the extent that he could not take it anymore and wanted to die. But thinking of leaving his young son Dao Gang, later the 3 Right Guard generals, alone, he could not bear to leave and wanted to become a monk. Fujiwara Dao Gang wept bitterly and followed his mother to become a monk. Seeing this scene, the author had no choice but to give up on becoming a monk. Pei Ziyun's words made Abe no Saimai feel a little emotional and also a little embarrassed. Fujiwara Kani's son, Fujiwara Dao Chong, was the current minister of the left and also the benefactor of Abe no Saimai. Yamada-kun is very clear about the suffering of these women. The existence of Prajna is indeed born out of jealousy and hatred. For many years, she was alone in an empty house, unable to see her husband, so lonely that she could only rely on memories and longing to live every day. How could she not give birth to evil spirits? But, since you have compassion for Prajna, why are you so merciless to Yuzhui? Just as he was lamenting, he heard a roar from afar. Abe no Saimai turned to look at the bridge that was so far away that he could not see it clearly. He saw that it was crowded with soldiers, roaring with suppressed sadness. Obviously, Watanabe Tsuyoshi felt that something was wrong and rushed over. Why are you so ruthless to the 4 heavenly kings? Pei Ziyin also looked over and seriously answered Abe no Saimai's question. The four heavenly kings are all retainers of Minamoto no Reiko, and their friendship is very strong. Even if we don't talk about friendship, we are in the same camp. Not to mention killing two. Even if I killed one, there is no possibility of reconciliation. Since it is a fight to the death, instead of leaving behind future trouble, it is better to kill them all. Listening to the familiar roar from afar, with hatred that could not be washed away by the torrential river, Pei Ziyun smiled. Listen, how much hatred is hidden in this Watanabe's voice. Abe, this is the last of the four heavenly kings. How do you think I should deal with him? Pei Ziyun looked at Abe no Saimai. This time calling him by his surname was also a kind of attitude. Although Abe no Saimai is unfathomable, if we must be enemies, we cannot let him live. Pei Ziyun thought in his heart. Under the slightly murderous gaze of Pei Ziyun, Abe no Saimai was calm and only pondered. On the contrary, the two Shikigami who were rowing the boat were shocked by this murderous aura and looked over vigilantly. Abe no Saimai motioned for them to continue rowing and looked calmly at Yamada Shinji in front of him. Yamada Shinji held a wooden sword in his hand. It was originally an ornamental object, but now it was shining with a dim light. It was unknown how much blood it had absorbed, but it had already turned this ordinary wooden sword into a more demonic existence than the demon sword that was passed down by word of mouth in this era. Abe no Saimai's gaze fell on Yamada Shinji's face. This young warrior was always compassionate, but he had a coldness that surpassed most people. He believed that since he had said so, there was no chance of turning back. But if he was allowed to act so presumptuously, where would the dignity of Heian Capital be? Not to mention the secret mission. Thinking of this, Abe no Saimai sighed melancholically. Yamada-kun, I cannot let you kill like this. Abe no Saimai had observed for a long time. Although he had many powerful Shikigami, Yamada Shinji's sword could kill ghosts and gods, and the result of the battle was unpredictable. He could only say, Yamada-kun, this is my responsibility. Do you understand? Pei Ziyun heard this and looked up at Abe no Saimai and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled and nodded heavily. I understand. Everyone had their own position and obligations. Even Abe no Saimai was the same. However, he did not start the battle immediately. As he said this, Pei Ziyun leaped. Although he was a few meters away from the shore, he easily jumped onto the shore. Then goodbye. I hope that the next time we will not have to fight. Just as he was about to leave, Abe no Saimai asked, Yamada-kun, where are you going next? Pei Ziyun did not stop walking and said, out of the capital. Sakata, Bube, and Yuzui were all dead, and Minamoto no Reiko would be furious. Since Abe no Saimai had already made his stance clear, he could not stay in Heian Capital. Once he left the capital, any pursuers would become his prey. The art of war had penetrated deep into Pei Ziyun's essence. In Pei Ziyun's eyes, to become a grandmaster in martial arts, one must also be a master in the art of war. Commanding thousands of troops and wielding a sword, what was the difference? Chapter 825. Abe no Saimai was taken aback. Wait. Seeing the young warrior stop in his tracks, Abe no Saimai pursed his lips and asked, even if you manage to leave the capital, do you wish to become the enemy of the Fujiwara family and the Minamoto clan, or even the wanted man of the entire dynasty? Pei Ziyun turned around and raised an eyebrow. If I don't leave the capital, I'm not. Abe no Saimai's words made sense. At this point in time, even if the Minamoto clan was not the retainer of the Fujiwara family, they were still subordinates. If the two families joined forces, they would be the most powerful force in the country. Even if it was Pei Ziyun, if he were to go against the Minamoto clan and the Fujiwara clan, he would be the enemy of the entire world. However, if he were to stay in the capital, he would most likely die. Abe no Saimai smiled. His eyes were like those of a fox, gleaming cunningly. Although I would still be their enemy if I stayed, I wouldn't have to be the wanted man. What do you mean? Pei Ziyun looked at him and asked slowly. The boat that Abe no Saimai was on had steadily docked on the shore. He slowly walked up and said in a low voice, "Although the Fujiwara family and the Minamoto clan are very powerful in Heian City, it is not their world. There are still people who can save you from their pursuit." "You mean the Emperor?" Pei Ziyan asked after a moment of silence. "You guessed correctly, it is the Emperor." Abe no Saimai smiled. "His Majesty is in need of manpower. You were able to kill 3 of the 4 heavenly kings on your own, and will definitely be heard by the Emperor. This is your chance." Abe no Saimai paused and smiled. The Fujiwara clan is extremely powerful, and they have also recruited the Minamoto clan. They are too powerful, and the Emperor has already used the Terra clan to fight against them. With Yamada Koen's strength, if you work for the Emperor, it will be a simple matter to revitalize the Yamada clan. Even if Yamada Koen wants to live alone, there are ways to do so. I remember that the Fujiwara clan is your benefactor." Pei Ziyan did not answer. This was more or less correct. The Battle of Jinpei could be viewed as a confrontation between the Mikado and the Fujiwara families, each supporting a different clan. It was just that in this confrontation, both clans had accumulated tremendous power, far beyond the control of the chess players. When the Minamoto clan defeated the Terra clan, they established the first shogunate, the Renakura shogunate. The power of the Minamoto family was not only greater than that of the Emperor and the Fujiwara family. Even the lowly samurai were more powerful than the officials. But even with such power, Pei Ziyan did not believe such nonsense. The reason was simple. Pei Ziyan's current worth was not worth the price the Heavenly Emperor had to pay to protect him. Abe no Qingming did not know what Pei Ziyan was thinking and laughed. "I owe a debt of gratitude to the Fujiwara family. However, I am not a retainer of the Fujiwara family. Although His Majesty is benevolent and has appointed the left minister to govern, he is still a descendant of the gods. The mandate of heaven is in his hands." Pei Ziyan's lips twitched. He had nothing to say to this old fox. However, he did not reject Abe's suggestion immediately. He stood there in silence. Abe no Qingming could see that his heart was wavering. He continued, "However, although the master can protect you, it is not without a request." "What do you mean?" "Yamada Koen's crime is related to the murder of His Highness. Although half of it has been exposed, we must find and kill the demon that harmed His Highness. Only then will the case be closed. Only by accomplishing such a great deed and clearing all suspicion will the master be willing to pardon you. This will leave the Minamoto clan and the Fujiwara family speechless. This is an overt plot, a method that will allow you to stand upright under the sun." Abe no Qingming squinted his eyes and said slowly, "Although killing a demon is indeed difficult, to Yamada Koen, it is the best option. I wonder if you are willing to accept such a condition?" Pei Ziyan's face was originally cold, but when he heard this, he suddenly laughed. "Sure," Pei Ziyan said very straightforwardly. He did not believe Abe no Qingming's words at all, but killing the demon was exactly what he wanted and immediately moved him. By killing the demon, he could break the shackles of the gods in this world and sweep away everything. Good. Abe no Qingming did not choose the wrong person. Abe no Qingming clapped his hands and smiled, then asked, "I wonder, how long do you need to kill the demon?" Pei Ziyan said lightly, "If you allow me to enter the palace, I only need 1 night." "Enter the palace?" Abe no Qingming frowned. "I need to ask the master for permission to enter the palace. You can stay at my house temporarily. I will stay at Izumi Shibe's house and wait for news." Pei Ziyan interrupted Abe no Qingming. There were all kinds of enchantments in the Abe mansion, and it might be able to temporarily block his senses. He did not want to wake up one night and be surrounded. Izumi Shibe's house was just an ordinary house, and it was much safer. Abe no Qingming looked at him deeply. "Sure, but believe me, as long as you do not continue to cause trouble, the Fujiwara family and the Minamoto family will not do anything to you." Since they had reached a consensus here, Pei Ziyan naturally did not need to rush out of the city. He took Abe no Qingming's ox cart and returned to the street again. When he passed by the Asauka Hotel, he found that the hotel had put up a temporary closed sign. Pei Ziyin glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. Izumi Shibe's place was very close to the Isauka Hotel. It was not too far to walk, and the ox cart was just a short distance away. "Thank you." Pei Ziyin jumped down from the ox cart and said to the Shikigami who was driving the ox cart. The young Shikigami hurriedly waved his hand and ran away with the ox cart. Pei Ziyin laughed and looked at the mansion that he had been to. This looked like the Orange Mansion, but according to the rules of the Heian era, it was likely that Izumi Shibe's family paid for the house. There was no other way. The rules of the Heian era were that the wife had to serve the husband's food and clothing. If there were children, it was also the wife's responsibility. The Orange Mansion was a little different from the last time he came. The mansion that looked a little noble now seemed a little desolate. In front of the once clean door, there was snow falling, but no one cared. The door was also open, and there was an ox cart parked at the door. The driver was dozing off. Pei Ziyin knew that someone had come to question Izumi Shibe. Since there was no one guarding the door, Pei Ziyin did not need anyone to pass the message and went in directly. He had only walked for a short distance when he saw a serving girl with an ugly expression on her face. Pei Ziyin's eyes met hers. The maid seemed to recognize Pei Ziyin. Her pupils shrank, but she immediately calmed down. She bowed and said, "My wife is inside, but Ekizan Sho is also here." "Ekizan Sho?" "Ekizan Sho Oiyaji?" Pei Ziyin thought of Izumi Shibe's background and suddenly understood that this was Izumi Shibe's father, Oiyaji. In Japan, most nobles were called by their surnames. Izumi Shibe's surname was Oi. Her name was a combination of her husband Izumi Sho and her father Shibe Prime Minister. She did not care about her own name and would not be called by outsiders. Oiyaji should not know that the prince is dead at this time. But after what happened, the love between Izumi Shibe and the prince must have been spread. At this time, he is probably here to reprimand me. Thinking of the historical records of Izumi Shibe, Pei Ziyin did not go in immediately. Instead, he admired the snow under the eaves. But not long after, a man rushed out angrily. When he passed by Pei Ziyin and the maid, he did not even stop to look at them. He was probably disappointed with his daughter, Izumi Shibe, and did not care if there was a stranger in her residence. Pei Ziyin looked at the back of the man, shook his head, and turned to walk into the room. In the luxurious but empty room, Izumi Shibe knelt on the ground. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling. When she realized that someone had come in, she only looked up. Even when she realized that the person who came in was Yamada Shinji, she did not react. "You also came to laugh at me?" Seeing that Yamada Shinji did not make a move on her, but stood looking at her, her eyes moved slightly, and she said in a cold voice. She did not think that Yamada Shinji respected her. He even dared to kill the princess, and did not put her, the nominal mistress, in his eyes. This was clear evidence. If it had been any other time, she would have been afraid. But in the Heian era, a woman's income came from her parents. At this time, her father actually wanted to break off relations with her. For a moment, she was disheartened. She even had the thought of suicide or becoming a monk, so she was not afraid at all. Pei Ziyin stood there calmly. Facing her questioning, he sneered, "You brought this upon yourself. In this world, even if she's abandoned by her husband, a woman must stay with her husband for 3 years. Only then can she break off the original marriage relationship and find a new person to marry. When Tachibana Daojin became the guardian of Izumi, you followed her, but not long after, you returned to the capital. You only spent a year in the capital, and then there was a rumor that you were in love with the prince. You still want to deny this matter? If you break the rules, you will naturally be ridiculed by people. No wonder your father is angry. Maybe he wants to break off relations with you." At the mention of this, Izumi Shikibu's whole body trembled. She felt a little guilty and angry. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You don't know anything. He doesn't know what's good for him. You don't have to explain to me. In fact, I am not Tachibana Daojin's retainer." Pei Ziyin picked up a cypress fan from the ground. It must have been smashed by Oi Yoshiji in anger. This was a white fan, and there were gorgeous flowers on the fan. However, in fact, the position of guardian of Izumi is not as bad as it seems. The officials of the Heian capital still laughed at the country warriors who used black fans, and even looked down on the national minister, the governor of the country. In fact, the resources of the Heian capital had been divided up, and only the local areas had a rich salary. 200 years later, the warriors who controlled the country would take over the world, and the Fujiwara family and the emperor would be reduced to selling paintings and performing arts for a living. And in front of him, a noble lady who was as elegant and beautiful as Izumi Shikibu, who was literate and could recite poems, would be reduced to the point of soliciting customers on Vermilion Bird Street in a few hundred years. Like cherry blossoms on a branch, withering into the mud. The story of Genji, the diary of Izumi Shikibu, will never appear again. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. The prosperity of women's literature in the Heian period was built on the foundation that they lived a carefree life. After falling into the mud, who could still look forward to their husbands and recite, "If you can't come today, the snow will disperse tomorrow"? His admiration for Izumi Shikibu was not because of her moral character, but because she was one of the three beauties of the Heian period. Although she was slightly inferior to Zi Shikibu and Seisho Nyan, she represented the romance of an era. Pei Ziyin had always been very tolerant of talented people. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will stay here temporarily. I won't cause you any trouble. Maybe I can even solve some problems for you." Chapter 826. The snow finally melted, and spring arrived. It was a different kind of atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The water in the mansion was gurgling. Waizumi Shikabi hid her uneasiness and pretended to be calm as she chatted with the maids. She stood at the entrance of the corridor and looked inside. She asked, "What is Yamada doing?" "Lord Yamada is writing in his study every day, using the paper he got from the prince's mansion." Let's go and take a look." Although it was winter, the weather was warm. Several people walked along the corridor and saw that the window of the study was open. Yamada Shinji was writing in front of a table. It said that it's a collection of poems written by the right servant. His words are very strong. He doesn't look like a warrior, let alone a killer. The maids whispered. Waizumi Shikabi lowered her head. Her gaze fell on him. Although she had gotten used to it, she was still in a trance. It took a long time for her to wake up. "Hey, you said that the emperor summoned me. It's been 7 days. Pei Ziyin stood up and admired his post. "The emperor summoned me for a few more days, 1 day at most, 3 days at most." Waizumi Shikabi pinched her fingers, her face pale. She did not believe Pei Ziyin, but he did not care if she believed him or not. Pei Ziyin said casually, "If these words were false, they would be exposed in a blink of an eye. Do you think I would be so unwise? Besides, I killed an important retainer of Minamoto no Reiko. If something really happened, would there be no movement in these few days? Besides, I wrote these poems because I have something to do. The emperor will definitely summon me because of these poems, or he has already sent a female official." "Poems?" Waizumi Shikabi was startled. She slowly turned to the dignified handwriting, tidied her hair, and looked at Pei Ziyin again. Her attitude was serious, but there was a hint of hidden expectation. "Yamada-kun, is what you said true? Please understand my situation. I have just been abandoned by my father. If I am to be accused of harboring a traitor, I might as well die early." "It's true. Abe said that to me the day before yesterday." Pei Ziyin did not hesitate and said, "Besides, if you really want to punish me, you could just say that I am coercing you." "Abe Courtier?" In fact, this was the correct form of address. Waizumi Shikai was somewhat relieved, and in the blink of an eye, her attitude was much better than before. "I wasn't polite just now. Please allow me to go back and deal with some matters. You are now. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I shall write another chapter." Pei Ziyin knew what she wanted to say and replied plainly. Izumi Shai breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head slightly. "That's good. I will immediately order the people in the residence not to affect Yamada-kun's mood. As he spoke, he took small steps out. Looking at Izumi Shikibu's silhouette, her long black hair was very eye-catching. Even her silhouette looked graceful because of it. It was said that her beauty was better than Seiji Nain, and Seiji Nain was better than Z Shikibu, but the result was the opposite. This was a little thought-provoking. Pei Ziyin retracted his gaze and laughed. Ah, interesting. As soon as he exited the room, he was immediately welcomed by a few maids. One of the maids came over. Although her figure was weak, she was still beautiful. She was different from the others. She bent down and said softly, "Shikibu, have you made up your mind?" Seeing that Izumi Shikibu did not speak, she continued, "Yamada has been in the residence for 7 days. You should send someone to arrest Yamada. If you do not go, not only Shikibu, but the entire Jew residence and the Jew family will be severely criticized. The courtiers will definitely think that the Jew residence is in cahoots with this traitor." Izumi Shikibu looked up at the female official and then looked at the maids. Although they did not speak, their expressions showed the same meaning. Izumi Shikibu glanced at them, and her pale face showed anger. Her face darkened. This matter should have been settled long ago. Let's stop here. I will deal with Yamada-kun's matter. Do not spread it. But Shikibu, the news of Yamada's murder has spread throughout the city. If someone finds out that he was in our residence, then the maids, who usually did not dare to easily refute, all spoke up. Izumi Shikibu understood their thoughts. Suppressing his annoyance, he sneered. Then I will say that this is Yamada-kun's coercion. After all, you and I are both weak women. We cannot resist, and there may not be a disaster. Moreover, you are both innocent. When the time comes, you can go your separate ways. If you really feel uneasy, you can resign today. As soon as these words came out, the maids lowered their heads and did not dare to speak again. Waving his hand to dismiss them, his personal maid immediately came over and bowed to Izumi Shikibu. "Shikibu, I did not tell anyone about Yamada-kun's matter. It's okay. I was in trouble and was scolded by my father. Other than you, I'm afraid everyone else is at a loss." Izumi Shikibu sighed. He did not blame her. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. She could not even protect herself now. She was abandoned by her father and looked down upon by outsiders. She had an empty residence, but was like duckweed on the surface of the water with no one to rely on. Even her current husband, after learning about what happened in the capital, would definitely cut off all ties with her. And her lover was a noble prince. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Even if he could survive, he would probably not continue their relationship. These maids must also be terrified and uneasy, which was why they lost their sense of propriety. Did she not know that Yamada Shinichi was a hot potato? Whoever touched it would be burned. But she had no other choice. She had seen Yamada's fierceness with her own eyes. If she really disobeyed him, not to mention in the future, she would not be able to escape the calamity now. But they can't be kept. The rule of the Heian era was that the palace would choose 3 or more daughters of high-ranking officials to be maids or maids. The maids or maids would then choose 5 or more daughters of nobles to be maids or maids. 5 or more daughters of nobles, such as herself, would choose 7 or more daughters of officials to be maids or maids. These all had to be given salaries. Once they were abandoned by their husbands and fathers, how could Izumi Shikibu afford to raise such maids? Rather than saying that these maids were afraid, it was better to say that they were worried about their future. Thinking of this, she could not help but look gloomy. She forced herself to cheer up and gave orders. "Shikibu, someone from the palace has come." Just as Izumi Shikibu ordered Yamada Shinichi to tidy up the room and was about to tidy up the poetry manuscript in the study, a maid ran in with a panicked expression to report. Izumi Shikibu was shocked, then thought of Yamada Shinichi's words and forced herself to calm down. She said, "Come with me to welcome the maids." Although she was a daughter of nobles and the wife of Izumi Sho, she still needed to go to the door to welcome the maids because they came on behalf of the emperor. Her thoughts were tumbling. When she reached the door, she found not only the maids who came in the ox cart, but also a group of onlookers pointing at the door. Seeing that she was surrounded by the maids, these onlookers became excited, and their voices came. Could it be that the emperor also heard about this? This woman is so slutty. It's really tiske, tiske. It's not even a year. Don't look for others. You even caused her death, scourge. Shoo. I heard that she had evil spirits on her and caused the death of the prince. Someone from the palace must have come to investigate this matter. These voices made Izumi Shikibu's face pale, and her eyes, which were always full of affection, showed anger. The maids who came from the palace looked ordinary, but had a good temperament. It was obvious that she was from a noble family. She had also heard about what happened to Izumi Shikibu, and couldn't help but take a look. But thinking of this task, she slightly raised her chin and said lightly, Izumi Shikibu, I came to visit your house because I have something to tell you. Won't you invite me in? Izumi Shikibu suppressed her anger and said, I was rude. Please come in. When the maids went in slowly, she didn't dare to look at the onlookers. She covered her face with a fan and immediately said to the maid, Close the door. Their master was humiliated by outsiders, and these maids' faces were already red. Hearing the order, they didn't say anything and closed the door in laughter. Is Yamada-kun, who presented the poem to the emperor, in your house? The maids heard the movement, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. When Izumi Shikibu came up, she turned back and asked. It turned out that the last time Abe no Saimai's child came to fetch the poem, it was to present it to the emperor. Izumi Shikibu immediately replied, Yamada-kun is in the house. That's good. I came here this time to convey the emperor's order to Yamada-kun, the maids said reservedly. Izumi Shikibu saw that the other party didn't want to talk to him more. He was ashamed and angry, but he could only endure it and accompany her inside. The group walked quietly for a while and saw a pavilion. Izumi Shikibu saw the figure in the pavilion at a glance and said to the maid, Look, that is Yamada-kun. At a glance, the youth was wearing a samurai's clothes. He could pick up a pen and write. Even the maid, who was used to seeing officials, slightly raised her eyebrows and said to Izumi Shikibu, Please wait here. She went over. In the pavilion, Pei Zi-yin was leisurely reading a book. There were more than 10 pieces of paper on the side that hadn't dried yet, which attracted the attention of the maid. She then picked up a piece and read it aloud. After reading it, she realized that the style of the poem was very familiar. Does the right servant Shi, by Juyi, actually have his poem? She asked in surprise. Yes, but this is the collection of poems that I presented last time. There's no need to present more. Pei Zi-yin replied casually. At that time, the Japanese nobles were very respectful of Baijuyi's poems, especially the noble ladies. Everyone was familiar with the 10,000 Leaves collection and Baijuyi. It could be said that in this era, if one didn't know Baijuyi well, they would be despised and excluded from social circles. However, not all of Baijuyi's poems were spread to Japan. These poems that she had never read before were obviously in Baijuyi's style. This made the maid very interested. Could it be that these poems attracted the emperor's attention? When she finished reading, she reluctantly put down the book and said to Pei Zi-yun, Yamada-kun, I'm here to convey the emperor's order. The emperor has specially granted permission to meet you at Chang'e Palace. Tomorrow, an ox cart will come to pick you up and bring you into the palace. Pei Zi-yin didn't care where he would meet the emperor. After all, this wasn't his ultimate goal. I understand. Please report back to the emperor. I will enter the palace on time. Pei Zi-yun said lightly. The female official gave him a deep look before bidding farewell and leaving. After the maid left, Pei Zi-yun continued to sit in the pavilion, writing poems. After a while, he heard footsteps. Izumi Shikibu walked to his side and looked down. She then said, Yamada-kun's words are really elegant and elegant. It really surprises me. Pei Zi-yin smiled and took the tools. He bound the poem that had just been written and dried, together with the previous poems, into a book. He handed it to Waizumi Shikibu, who was looking at it curiously. She didn't expect Pei Ziyun to do such a thing and looked at him in surprise. Pei Ziyun said, "Although Bai Juyi's poems are good, I likely Bai's poems better. Bai Juyi's poems have been given to the emperor. This Li Bai's poems are for you." "Why?" Waizumi Shikibu felt that the poems in her hands were a little hot, and she was quite flattered. Pei Ziyun smiled. "I'm going to the palace tonight. This is my accommodation fee." He wanted to refuse, but Yamada said it openly. Waizumi Shikibu stared at the poems in her hands for a while and couldn't help but open it to read. Li Bai Li Tai Bai. As a result, she was attracted to the first poem. As she was reading, Pei Ziyun suddenly asked, "Shikibu, do you know why Tai Bai's poems are not as good as Bai Juyi's in Japan?" Waizumi Shikibu thought for a while. She wanted to answer that it was because the poems were good, but she had just read Li Tai Bai's poems. They were equally romantic and beautiful, and she couldn't put them down. She was a rare talented woman in this era. Waizumi Shikibu thought for a while and said her answer, "Because he is Bai Juyi's?" "That's right." Pei Ziyun smiled and looked at Waizumi Shikibu with a little admiration. Just as Izumi Shikibu had said, the Japanese nobles admired Bai Juyi's poems more because Bai Juyi's status was higher. At that time, Bai Juyi was conferred the title of Marquis Feng-yi. He was given the title of Minister of Justice, Grade 3, and was given the title of Minister of the Right Bodhisattva, Grade 2. It was not completely snobbish, but Japan went to the Tang dynasty to learn. Naturally, they had to learn from Lu Tian. At that time, Bai Juyi had a high official position and was obviously more authoritative. It was rare for Waizumi Shikibu to think of this. However, all good things must come to an end. The 2 volumes of poems that she had written were more than enough for food and accommodation. She bowed and said, "I'll go back first. There's no need to send me off when I leave." Just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly turned back and asked, "I heard that the princess of the prince passed away today because of grief?" "Yes, she went this morning." Waizumi Shikibu didn't know what he meant and just answered. Pei Ziyun smiled and didn't say anything more. She turned around and left. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.